Says it started. We're gonna go on the vertical. Says it started. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Yeah. Yeah, that's right, Parker. Technology is the best. Fucking hate it. Okay, the horizontal stream's running. So that's a plus. We got the horizontal stream up and running, friends. So we're almost there. The vertical stream, maybe? I don't it could be fucking running. I don't know. Let me God damn it. Oh, fucking OBS. I just want to hit go. Why do we do this to me? Okay, vertical streams finally running. Holy shit. I have no idea why software has to be this difficult. All right. Okay, we'll just okay. All right, friends, we're fucking here. Everything works. Uh, damn it. All right, guys. Well, we got a couple guests waiting to get in. So here's what we're gonna do. I got 4 super chats, and we'll get our first guest in here. Larry, my friend, thank you so much for sending out 5 DZ debate memberships. Thank you so much, friend. Great to see you. And Larry also with the 666 Hail Nero says, "Is it true that Satan killed only 8 people in the Bible, Job's family?" Okay, we don't know how many people died in the book of Job. We just know it was a lot, right? But of the people killed by Satan explicitly in the Bible, it's hard to say because we're not really told. But of the explicit references, it's somewhat clear that he only killed a dozen or so. Not that much. He didn't do a whole lot of killing. Yahweh did all the killing. And remember, Yahweh is the one that commands Satan to do the horrible stuff anyways. Fat Corey, thank you for the super chat. Says, when God created animals for Adam to be friends with, were they all males too? If so, did all their female mates come from their ribs too? This is such a funny. Okay, so this is such a funny question because God did not make a woman companion for Adam. Or initially, right? That's what the animals were for. It says he created the animals and he told Adam to look for a mate within the animals, and then he couldn't find one. Then he created women. That does imply, if the notion of I need to make a female counterpart for Adam came from his rib, then it also assumes that at some point God would have had to like click his fingers or something and created female counterparts for all the animals. And it raises another question: how did God not know that animals needed a female counterpart? And prior to that, was it just going to be a situation where like they're going to reproduce asexually? Like what the fuck was he thinking? Like the nothing about it makes sense. Nothing about it makes sense. It's a crazy story. And Miko, thank you for the super chat. Says, hi, Justin. Can't stay. 11 p.m. here. Get you tomorrow. Well, thank you so much for stopping by, Miko. I appreciate that. And get some rest, my friend. Last one from our friend Minutemen. Big W Minutemen. Thank you for the $49.99 super chat. That's huge. Says, an update on the she-bear situation. I thought I had bought a she-bear off Craigslist, but when I got home, the seller had just glued a blonde wig and bra on a male beer. I'm pissed. Back to the drawing board. Praise Doug. Fuck the patriarchy. Absolutely. Fuck the patriarchy. And I'm sorry to hear about your she-bear turning out to not really be a she-bear. That's quite unfortunate, but that is the nature with Craigslist. Although I'm thinking nowadays, I don't think Craigslist is that much of a thing anymore. I think Facebook Marketplace put them out of business. But best luck to you in your, looking for trying to get yourself she-bears. I support your actions. Okay, friends. I'm going to grab our first guest. We've got a couple guests waiting. The first guest to come in was on the YouTube queue, and it was Martin. So we're going to grab Martin first, and then after Martin, we'll grab our 2 guests waiting on TikTok. Martin, can you hear me? Martin, we can hear and see you, buddy. Martin. Bruh. Why would you get into a queue and then walk away from your computer? Now I want to know what he's doing over there. Oh, he needs a chair. Yeah, he's going to want to buckle in for this one, I think.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm sorry.
There you are, buddy.
Okay, cool. Sorry, I'm just getting a chair because I'm in the kitchen. I'm taking care of a whole bunch of.
Fair enough.
Can you see me now? Hear me?
Yeah, I think we can all see it. Martin, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
I'm sorry. I had to get a chair.
Right, yeah. Martin, are you at least 18 and are you a believer? Martin? Martin? Hello? Oh, we lost him.
Yes, sir.
Martin,
I think this is delayed.
yeah,
On
your
my end.
connection's really poor. It looks like you've got a bad connection.
I'm 18 and yes, I'm a believer, I guess.
Right, okay.
Delayed. This is way delayed.
It's quite delayed, Martin, my friend. Listen, Martin, you're gonna have to get on the Wi-Fi. You're gonna have to connect to your Wi-Fi, buddy.
How do I fix that?
You got to connect to your Wi-Fi. If you're already on Wi-Fi, then you just have horrible Wi-Fi and you got to call your internet provider.
Now it's not commercial for a minute. Hold on a sec.
Are you on a computer or a phone?
Okay, hold on. All right. I might be able to talk to my wife. I'm so dyslexic that I probably won't be able to figure this out.
Are you on a computer or a phone?
I'm on a computer.
Okay. If you're already connected to the Wi-Fi, then it sounds like this is the best your Wi-Fi is going to get.
Hey, babe, can you help me figure this out? Do you know how to? It's super delayed. Like, it's like
there's nothing. All right, I'm just gonna.
He said to reconnect.
Okay, we're not gonna do that. Listen, if you're already connected to the Wi-Fi and that's how bad your Wi-Fi is, it's just not gonna work for you. Like you're gonna have to find something else. Unfortunately, you've got to work that out in your own time. When you get it all worked out, when you figure out how to get faster internet service, coming back, we'll more than happy to talk to you when you're coming back. Now, that being said, let's grab our first guest in our TikTok queue, and then we'll try to get a debate going here. Lucifer, welcome in.
Hey, how's it going?
Pretty good. Hey, can you get closer to your microphone? It sounds like you're really far away.
Okay, is that better?
I think so.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
All right.
So Lucifer, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
I am 18 and I am a believer.
Cool. And what God do you believe in?
The God of the Bible.
Okay, so you're a Christian. What would be the greatest argument or evidence for the Christian God being real?
Well, actually, I just wanted to ask you a question first.
Why?
I just wanted to know, like, if you don't believe, why are you doing all these burnt offerings every day?
Did you hear my question?
Yeah, why are you doing all these burnt offerings?
Yeah. Did you hear my question?
Yeah.
Yeah. What's the answer to the question?
Oh,
the answer to the question is I'm going to run. Okay. They get so mad that we exist and that we say things. It's wild to me how like butthurt they get. Okay. Well, anyways, we'll try again. Guys, thanks for being here. We're having a good time. I think Martin came back. We'll test his connection again. Dexter, thank you so much for sending out 5 DZ debate memberships. I appreciate that, buddy. That's very generous. And Yoda, good to see you, buddy. He says, good evening. Blessed be the stone. Absolutely rock hard for Doug Yoda. I know you're always rock hard. Yoda wakes up rock hard. 9040, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says it might be raining outside, but Shale Doug for the indoor barbecue. That's right. Even when it's raining out, friends, we can have the barbecue. The fire's already lit. We already sprayed like a mountain of lighting fluid on the coals, ready to go. Forum says the bowls of wrath can be yours for only $19.95 if you order before midnight tonight from Martha Stewart Collection, only on the Home Shopping Club. Listen, I might order. I love the entire Martha Stewart catalog. All right, let me grab our next guest. We've got one super chat, or not a super. We got one super chat, and then our next guest, Carlos. Great to see you, my friend, and thank you so much for sending out 20 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. That's huge, buddy, and very, very generous. Also, thanks for being here, buddy. I hope you enjoy the show. And our last super chat from Danger says, can't chat on your Discord. Would you consider a fundraiser for us? I don't know who us is, and I don't know why you can't chat on the Discord. We spoke a couple of weeks ago about churches having community of silence. Well, I guess I don't really know who you're referring to. Also, no, I get a lot of requests for fundraisers, and it's hard for me to know who actually needs them and who doesn't, which I usually pick and choose myself and have lots of dialogue with other people within the community about when to do fundraisers. But if somebody's really in need, I'm not opposed to it, but I have a couple rules. Anyways, let's get our, I guess our second guest, first and a half. Welcome, In
Hey.
Shape.
What's going on, man?
Not too much. How you doing, Shape?
Doing pretty good. How about yourself?
Doing good. Thanks for asking. Shape, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yeah, I'm 25.
Cool. And what God do you believe in?
I'm a Christian, so I believe in the Holy Trinity.
Cool. And what would be the best argument or the best evidence for the Christian God being real?
Sure. Well, my main appeal for this is the transcendental argument for God. And a lot of people don't like that because they say arguments are not proof. But
No, they don't like it because tag's
the
been a broken argument for like 1,000 years and it hasn't worked for 1,000 years.
how so?
But you're welcome to try it. Listen, I've never heard tag before. Just give it your best shot. Go ahead. I'm fresh
that
meat.
it's broken
I have no
for
clue
1,000
what's
years
about to
and it
happen
hasn't
right now. Premise number one, give it to me. I'll even follow it
I'm
along.
just
I'll help
asking,
you
can
out.
prove how
Hold
it's
on.
been
I'll put
broken?
it on the screen. Give me a second. All right. I got the notepad open. Give me premise number one of your tag argument.
Well, you said it's been a broken argument for 1,000 years. I mean, what's the evidence of that?
You don't have to cry about my comment. Give me the argument. If it works, it works.
Well, I'm not crying. I'm asking you to support your claim. You don't just throw claims around.
I made a comment about your argument. You can cry about my claim or not, but we're trying to get to the argument, not to the meta. So,
Well, you can muddy the waters all you want, but it's a claim. Saying the
yeah,
argument's been
just go
broken
ahead
for
and
1,000
provide
years
the
is a
argument.
claim.
Unless you're afraid. Are you afraid the argument won't work?
No, I mean, I'm not really worried about your intimidation tactics.
You've actually already started running tag. Premise number one of tag is burden shift and run away as hard as possible and never defend my faith under any circumstances. Never do that. Whatever you do, never absolutely provide evidence for my faith. Just burden
No, I'm
shift
just
endlessly.
trying to have a good faith conversation.
No,
here.
you're not.
I'm just trying to have a good faith conversation.
Yeah, no, you're not. I've already had
am.
I've already had hundreds of these tag conversations. You're not here for a good faith conversation. You're here for burden shifting.
100%.
So
No,
what I'm going to do is I'm going to
here for good
press
faith.
you to give me the argument. Go ahead.
Sure. So, without the existence of God, you don't have a reason to ground anything.
Looking for premise
to ground a
one.
justification. Without God's existence, you don't have a way to give a justification for anything that you claim is good or right or wrong,
Waiting
or
for
reason,
premise
or
one.
logic or consciousness. Okay, so you want me to go through the textbook understanding step by step, like this is a college lecture?
No. Tag is a premise-based argument. I mean, we don't have to do premises, but I can assure you it's going to be worse if you don't.
Okay, sure. Well, I guess you give me premise number one because off the top of my head, I don't have the explicit
Buddy, I'm
premise
not doing
first.
your homework for you.
Never mind.
You gotta come up with your own arguments. This is the laziest
Okay,
burden
I
shift
mean,
I've ever heard in my life.
it's not a burden shift. I'm just telling you the essence of tag is that if you don't have without God, you don't have a reason to ground any. You don't have a way to ground your justification for reason, logic, or anything that you believe in to be good or right or true.
Well, I think
It's the
logic
essence
isn't
of
a
the
thing
argument.
that needs grounding, and morals don't even exist. We invented them the same way we invented the English language. Now, if you think
How
that
can
they
something
need
that's been invented not
grounding, then
exist?
it would be on you to demonstrate that they are, in fact, some sort of transcendental category. Can you do that?
No, you just said that something's been invented but doesn't exist
Yeah.
at the same time. How does that work?
No, I said morals are invented just like the
Yeah.
English language. Like it's not something
You
that
said they
exists
don't exist. They
transcendent.
were invented.
In shape, do you want my answer? Or do you want me to talk over you? Which one? Okay,
Sure,
so
go ahead.
morals are invented just like the English language. We decided what we were going to call moral and not moral. Now, you don't like that. You hate subjective morals, so you want to force objective morals, but you don't have any evidence for objective morals, none.
Sure. I
But
mean, you
convince
can make
me.
a lot of claims
Show me
about
the
what I
evidence.
hate or what I love. You
Buddy,
can make a lot of claims about what I hate or
show
what I
me the
love. But
evidence.
what I mean, what's the evidence that morals are subjective?
Show me the evidence that they're objective, because by definition, by default, they are subjective. They come from our mind. Everything that comes out of my mouth, all moral claims that leave my mouth come from my brain, which makes them inherently subjective.
Yeah, that's presupposing that nominalism is true.
No, it's presupposing that it comes from my brain. The stuff that comes out of
You
my
know what
mouth comes
nominalism
from
is?
my brain.
Do you know what it means to be a nominalist?
Not only do I not know, I also don't care.
Yeah, see, you're a pseudo-intellectual.
I'm not a pseudo intellectual. Oh, he ran. Yeah. Too cowardly to even give the argument. Too cowardly. He was mad that I wouldn't let him burden shift, and then he ran. What are you gonna do? Okay, we'll get our next guest in here. I think we got an announcement from our buddy Benny, unless he wants to come hang out. How you doing, Benny?
Hey. I wish I could hang out a little bit, but we got some food coming. I just was coming on because your YouTube sounds great. Your TikTok, you're clipping a little bit. So if you could turn your mic down just a little bit on TikTok.
All right, you know what? Yeah, the audio settings are different. I'm looking at it now, and it's cranked way up. Give me a second. How's that?
Say the transcendental argument definitely proves God. Say that.
The transcendental argument is the most dog shit argument ever invented. A little better?
Sounds pretty good, actually. Yeah,
Okay,
it sounds a lot better.
All right.
All right.
Thank you, buddy. I appreciate
love
it.
you, buddy.
Love you too, man. W. Benny. All right, we're gonna grab Nat. I think Nat tried to get into the conversation on our last live stream and then couldn't make it. I think it was timed out. I do, Nat.
I'm good. How are you?
Doing good. Thanks for asking. Nat, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes, and yes.
Cool. And what God do you believe in?
Do you mean like which religion?
No, what God? I mean, you don't have to belong to a religion to believe in a God. Although
Well,
I assume you do.
well, I'm Christian. I'm Orthodox Christian.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So,
Sorry.
what would be the best evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
There's a lot of things I could say. I'm not a major expert on this. The only thing I wanted to say coming on here was that I just think that atheists and believers should just not be so hateful towards each other. That's all I wanted to say. I feel like
Sure.
there's so much negativity, and I have my reasons for believing, but anytime I've tried to share anything, like not in your video, but with other people, they just they're so disrespectful, and I just think people should be way more nice to each other. That's all.
Yeah, I agree. Do you go into Christian lives and do this too, or only atheist lives?
No, I've only been in one atheist lives. I mean, I atheist live, but I have had other groups that like we talk about Christianity, but I don't really participate in that too much. I probably should. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say.
Cool. Well, thanks for stopping by, Nat, and I would encourage you to police your own people as well, okay?
Okay, bye.
Cheers. I mean, I don't disagree. I mean, the level of discourse can definitely go down a notch. Unfortunately, I don't think it will. Okay, let me grab a couple super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. Drewzilla says, "Thanks for the great work. Dripping wet, dripping wet for Doug. Stay slippery for Doug, friends." I am the cheese. Thank you so much for the super chat. It says you can make tag argument for any conceivable God. Yep. We do it for Doug and Sharon Stone all the time. Tag's not a good argument. It can get you to the tooth fairy though. V says, "Hi, Justin. If Doug is the rock of our foundation, how does he explain plate tectonics and their resulting earthquakes and tsunamis?" Well, so that's something I still need more clarity on, V. That's a very good question. As a prophet of Doug, he hasn't revealed that to me yet, so I can't tell you, unfortunately. But that's a good question, V. I assume Joel sent you. I don't know. Anyways, thanks for the super chat. Master Machete, great to see you, friend. Says we had too many nice callers yesterday. All the Phil bros need to come out of the woodwork today. May Doug grant you the huge grace to deal. We will. Huge grace for the burden shift. All right, let me grab 2 more super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. Johnny Cakes, my friend, great to see you. It says, could Jesus, quoting from the Greek Torah, actually be more accurate since the oldest Torah that survived are younger than the oldest Greeks? Well, that's not true. The Dead Sea Scrolls are roughly the same time period as the Greek. And most scholars would argue that they follow the Masoretic text about 65% of the time. So I would not grant that the Greek text is older. There are examples of it. The Torah especially, we've got copies that are older. But remember, we don't have copies of the Torah that are older than the Dead Sea Scrolls. We just know that they were translated at a particular time period because people were already quoting from them. But the copies we have are late. They're not as early as the Dead Sea Scrolls. And last one for Maximilian. Thank you so much, my friend, for the $49.99 super chat. Big W. So send in the love and support. Well, thank you, Maximilian. I super appreciate that. And thank you for your continued support and patronage, my friend. All right, we're gonna get we're gonna try to get Martin back here. Martin, if your connection's not good, we gotta send you away. Martin, are you with us again? Yeah, it's delayed. Okay. Sorry, Martin. Got to move on. All right, let me grab Josh from our queue. Josh, are you with us? Cleveland rocks. That's how you know it's blessed by Doug, because Cleveland rocks. Josh, can you hear me, bud? Josh? Okay, well. Josh, buddy. Hello, Josh? Josh? Can you see me? I can't hear you. There we go. Now we're good.
I cannot hear you.
You can't hear me. One second. What about now?
There we go. I can
Bada
hear
bing,
you.
bada boom. Fantastic. Well, welcome in, Josh. That's my fault.
Oh, that's okay. The Browns are miserable. I hate them, but I love them.
If it's brown, flush it down.
That's right. Flush twice because it's a long way to Pittsburgh.
That's right. So, Josh, are you at least 18, and are you a believer?
Yeah. Yes, and yes, but I am an agnostic Christian, so I'm a little bit different. So.
Fair enough. What would be what you think is the best argument or evidence for the God you believe in being real?
You won't like my answer, but my answer is personal experience. I think that the reason that I believe in the God that I believe in is largely because of my upbringing, and I've had experiences in life that I attribute to experiencing God. I'm not 100% sure that that's the case. That's why I'm agnostic.
Right.
But I think that's the case.
Yeah. What do you make of other religious people, say like Hindus and Muslims, who also have personal experiences with deities that you don't believe in? How do you square that?
Sorry, I have a problem with when people ask questions. It takes me a second to get the answer out sometimes. I think that I don't know. I think that their experience is probably very similar to mine. Might be bullshit. It might be an experience of the same God I believe in. We might both experience a different thing.
So like if I brought you two stories, I said a Muslim has a visitation that included Muhammad, and a Hindu had a visitation with the three primary Hindu deities, and a Christian has a visitation with Jesus. Which one of them is real and which one of them is hallucination?
I have no idea. I have no way of knowing.
Right.
So, and I know that conversation isn't super interesting, and I don't want to be one of these people calling in and just saying, "Hey, we agree," because you and I probably agree on almost everything.
Yeah.
But I do disagree with you on something that I wanted to try to run by you and see what you think.
Well, I guess what I'm trying to figure out, if the only thing that you have to prove God to be real is personal experience, but we can't work through why personal experience isn't relevant, then I don't know where do we go next.
You might be right. Let me tell you what I'm thinking that you might want to talk to me about, and if you don't, you can drop me.
Mhm.
I hear often that you say that God can't be real because if it is all powerful and omnibenevolent, then the problem of evil is a real thing. And it often leads into the whole "can God make a stone so heavy that it can't lift it" problem.
I don't usually run that argument, but I know why people do run it.
Okay. Well, I think I've heard that a lot. Probably the problem is that I'm listening to a lot of your videos from forever ago and working my way up. And I don't know if you're familiar with the response to that argument, that the reason that God can't do illogical things isn't because God is limited in its ability to do those things, but because those things are limited in their ability to exist. And I sound like Phil Bro, but
Yeah, I mean, so I don't use this argument for a couple reasons, because I think when we have these logical contradictions, they can't exist because we purposely formulated them in a way in which they couldn't exist. So, like, we're purposely describing something that is impossible based on how we use words. So, I don't like, I only use this when I want to make a point. So, like, if somebody says God is all powerful and he can do illogical things, then I'll say, well, can he make a rock so big that it can't lift it? And that demonstrates that no. Even God, there are some things, God's not capable of doing. Now, the reason why he's not capable of doing is a different discussion altogether. But I don't use it very often, only because I don't think it needs to be used for the problem of evil. I think the problem of evil, the problem is that if you have a God that's all good, all knowing, and all powerful, then there are certain entailments with those characteristics. And if the behavior doesn't fit the characteristic, well, then either one of two things is true. You have a contradictory God, or the description of your God isn't true. You got to change your description.
okay, I agree.
So, like, I have a friend who doesn't think God is all good. He just thinks God is like maximally good. And that's one way to do it. You could say God is maximally good, but not all good. But then there are certain Bible verses that you'd have to throw out with it. And that's fine. You can do that. But you got to remember, most of the Christians that we talk to won't let go of the omni properties.
Yes, and I personally don't let go of them, but I believe that God is relative to time. So God can't know future events
He's
because
not all
future
knowing.
events, but not in the way that you mean it, but I still believe that it is all knowing, because to be all knowing means to know everything that can be known, not
Right.
everything that we can say could be known.
Well, what prevents him from knowing the future? Because he predicts it all the time.
Yeah, I don't necessarily know that it does predict it all the time. I'm not sure where I fall in the whole miracles in the Bible thing. I don't know.
Well, do you believe in biblical prophecy?
I don't know. I do in some cases, but I also think it's bullshit in other cases. So I mean, and I went to the University of Chicago. I studied Hebrew Bible there. I studied Akkadian. I studied Ugaritic. Like you and I see eye to eye on a lot of stuff. So your arguments, like, I probably agree with them.
So you're like where I was at the beginning of seminary, where you're already deconstructing and you're already figuring out some things don't work, some things could work, and you're trying to figure out what you can hang on to.
Maybe. I mean, I graduated from U of C in 2011, so I've been sitting with this knowledge for a long time. And
Yeah.
my Hebrew and stuff sucks now, but
It happens when you graduate and you stop using it. I know.
Yeah, for real, dude. I was listening to you talk the other day about B'nai Elohim doesn't necessarily mean sons of Israel, and I'm like, I think it does, but then I was like, I don't know. So
yeah, there's a lot going on there. Okay, so
yeah.
Let's go. Let me ask you a couple of probing questions. I'm gonna poke a little bit. So like, what are the things that are keeping you in it? Is it just your personal experience?
I think that I believe it because I had personal experiences. I think that geography and life history is what makes me a Christian. If I was born in Iraq, I probably would be a Muslim. I mean, I just admit that that's probably the case. But I still maintain a belief in it because it feels authentic to me. The minute that I say God's not real, Jesus isn't real, I feel like I'm lying to myself. Well, and that might just be because I'm conditioned, and that's how I've believed it for so long. So
yeah, I think it's a process, but like, let me ask a better question. So, like, in your worldview, what is the reason that God seems to be necessary? Like, what does God in your worldview account for?
I don't know the answer. I think so. The things that I can't let go of. When I was like 8 years old, I walked into the garage and I heard my name coming from the top corner of the garage, like with my ears. Weird experience. It's the only thing I've ever experienced in my life that I think I can't explain as like it's the only like God experience that I ever had. Could have been a hallucination, could have been
right.
Bad broccoli. I don't know.
It certainly could.
Right, and it probably was. Even if God's real, I think that's still a better explanation.
Sure, but like, okay, if that's the only thing keeping you in is like, hey, I had this personal experience, it doesn't. I don't know if that's necessary for the worldview. I understand why it might be convenient for the worldview. I don't know if it's necessary for the worldview. Because there's a lot of reasons why you could have heard your name.
Right.
Not even hallucination. You might have been of sound mind, and somebody outside of the garage could have literally just said your name.
Yeah.
That's something that could happen for sure.
Yeah, it's funny. I ran into my mom and I was like, "What did you need?" And she's like, "Nothing." And I had like in my mind, I had just read the story of Samuel being called, and so I was like, "Did that just happen to me?"
Right.
But now that I say that out loud, I'm like, "Is that bullshit? Did I actually just read that close to that context,
yes.
or am I putting those together in that?" I don't know.
How old were you?
The reason I was, I think 8, maybe 9.
Oh yeah, you're very susceptible to that kind of stuff when you're younger. Now, people have similar experiences all the time.
Yeah. What you said earlier about maybe the reason, that's not a great reason for me to believe, right? I totally agree. If that's the only experience that I've had, it's not a great reason to hold on to the belief. Much better to just explain that as a hallucination and move on. But I continue to have experiences that I attribute to communing in some way with the God that I've grown up believing in. Like the other night, I was out on the lake fishing, and purple martins come in and land in this group of 50,000 purple martins on the Mesilla Reservoir in Greene, Ohio. And I just sit there and I experience it, and I love it, and it makes me feel happy, and that feels like a transcendent experience of God. Could be just what happens when people are in nature.
Yes, actually, that has been proven that people throughout history, and especially in the modern times, have what we would call spiritual phenomenon when they're in nature. And we've even examined how nature, just being outside, like on a walking trail, what it does for your like serotonin levels and other levels of well-being. So I can certainly understand seeing something really cool in nature and kind of being awestruck by it. But I don't see a good reason to attribute that to like a deity. That's more like a feeling of awe. I think we all get it.
Yeah, and I think the reason that I can't shake it is because when I experience that, it's so akin to my experience that I used to have when I was singing praise songs and that kind of stuff.
Right.
That
There's
I'm
a
like, oh, this is the same thing.
Yeah, you can elicit similar feelings, but you can
Right.
also get them from going to like a Josh Groban concert. Like there's a lot of things that could get you to the feeling. And so if you can get it doing things that are completely not spiritual, it sounds to me like it's more of a feeling than a spiritual experiment or experience. And I think it's telling that everybody gets them across all cultures and all religions.
I agree, and I don't know what to do with the fact that I continue to attribute it to that God that I grew up believing in.
Well, I think some of it's habit. We get in particular ways of thinking. When I was like getting closer to the tail end of my agnostic phase, I kept asking myself, am I interpreting certain things in light of what I want them to be or in light of what they're most likely to be? And
Uh-huh.
when I came and when I was having like experiences, I would stop and ask myself, okay, what is this most likely rather than what do I want it to be? And when I thought about this like stuff intentionally and let my brain take over and kind of took my emotions and said, okay, emotions, just take a deep breath. Let's think about this. Turned out my brain pretty much won every time.
I can totally see that, and I don't know what would happen if I were to separate my emotions from my brain. I don't know that I'm able to do that. I haven't been able to do that yet. Um, and I also understand that this you and me agreeing on stuff is not super exciting to everybody who's listening. So you can feel free to drop me whenever you want. I also don't know if you've got people in the queue that would be better
I've,
conversations. So
I've got some
um,
people waiting. Yeah.
okay, but I did um, I, the big thing that I wanted to hammer on was the problem of evil, and I don't know if you're familiar with a guy named Hud Hudson who has a response to the problem of evil called the rabbit in the garden.
Mm-mm.
So if you don't mind, like a 30-second
No, go for it.
explanation of this. So his response to the problem of evil he calls the rabbit in the garden. He's a professor somewhere, philosophy professor. So he says that he has this garden and he thinks he has a rabbit problem. So he calls exterminators. This one exterminator comes in, goes in the backyard, bangs the shovel around, comes out and says no rabbits. And Hud Hudson's like, that's I don't believe you. I'm not paying you. The next guy comes in and looks in a whole bunch of places, spends a day out there, comes back to Hud and he's like, we didn't find any rabbits, no rabbits. And Hud's like, okay, pays him, but then later his garden still isn't getting better. So he hires the most expensive guy that can come. They do everything that you could possibly do to find a rabbit. They seal all the everything, and they come back to him and they say no rabbits. And he's like, okay, no rabbits. And he relates this story to the problem of evil because he says that that third exterminator is the guy who came in and said no rabbits. We've done everything we can to find the rabbit. There isn't one. That's the only person who you can definitively say was able to prove that there is no rabbit. The problem of evil is a problem because we say that God can't allow unnecessary suffering.
Well, only if he's all good.
Yes, and I believe that it's all good, and I believe that it's all knowing. So it can't allow evils to happen. It can't allow unnecessary evils to happen. And Hudson's objection to that is we don't know that these evils are not unnecessary. The only way for us to know that these evils are not unnecessary is for us to know everything. And we can't, we never will, so we will never know for certain that the evils we see are unnecessary.
Right. So I'm familiar with this argument. I don't know his
Okay.
version of it, but I know this version or this trail of the argument,
Okay.
which is that God knows more than we do, so the suffering must be necessary.
Yeah,
Now,
and that sounds like a cop out.
well, I don't know if it's a cop out. If you're a believer, I could see why you would jump to that. You would just say, no, all suffering's necessary, right? But then that would lead to the logical next question, which calls into account God's all powerfulness, right? So we would ask, well, what is it necessary for? And most believers would say something along the line of like soul building, right? We need it for character development, right? But if that is the case, if the only means of character development that God can do, he can't use good things, he has to use suffering, then he's not all powerful.
I agree only if God's inability to do those good things is an actual limitation of God's ability. If God can't give us free will and restrain us to do certain things at the same time.
Well, I don't think he does give us free will. In
I know.
fact, even in the Bible, he violates people's free will left and right. Even the artisans that made the tabernacle in the book of Exodus, when you get the first early in Exodus, they give you the instructions for building it, and then later
Right.
in Exodus, they tell you how they built it. In that second rendition of the tabernacle, when they tell you how they built it, God specifically, or Moses specifically says that the Spirit of God gave all those artisans the skills and the gifts that they needed to build the thing. You know, so God is like intervening in people's free will literally all the time.
It's related to be doing so in the Bible all of the time. I don't know that it actually is. I think that the Bible, I don't believe anything in the Bible is historical up until after David. So I'm a documentary hypothesis all the way.
Mhm.
You know, I don't believe. So the story about God told Moses to do this, I just don't think that happened. So it's not a problem for me.
But you would accept like Second Corinthians as being doctrinally important. So like Paul says in Second Corinthians 4:4, Paul makes a really fun statement. Actually, give me 1 second. I gotta
Yeah.
move my browser on, move something so everyone can see it. Okay, it says in their case, the God of this world has blinded the minds of the unbelievers to keep them from seeing clearly the light of the gospel of the glory of Christ, who is the image of God. So God allows Satan, he sends Satan to intervene on people's free will. And then there are other cases where Paul says, I believe either in Philippians or so, I can double check, where he says that God actually causes their mind to be shut down or to be turned off to the gospel. So like God's not like he's all the time violating people's free will. Why wouldn't he just violate their free will for the better?
I don't know that God does violate people's free will. I don't know that God's capable of doing that. I know that the Bible says that God does that, and I don't know that that is accurate. I don't trust everything that the Bible says is an accurate representation of history. I
Right,
think it's an accurate representation of people trying to understand God.
but are the letters of Paul authoritative, do you think?
I don't know which letters are actually of Paul. And to be honest, I haven't studied the New Testament enough to know what pericopes were in the original autographs and which ones weren't. Before I went to school, I thought Moses was real, and then when I learned like Hebrew and I learned about the documentary hypothesis for real, I was like, that's bullshit. So right now, I think that the New Testament makes sense as a whole document because I haven't read it enough, because I haven't dug into the scholarship. If I did, I might be able to respond and say that pericope that you just pulled up that Paul said was a late edition. I just don't know.
Sure. There's a bunch of stuff too. We can go to like Philippians. So I think this is what I was looking for in Philippians. If you go to Philippians, he says, "It is God who is at work in you, enabling you both to will and to work for His good pleasure." So God is the one that's like enabling people to do stuff. And then even Jesus says that no man comes to the Father unless already, or no man comes to me unless already called by the Father. And so like God is out here changing people's hearts and minds, or sending the devil to to blind them to the gospel. I just don't see why it would be a problem for God to step in and fix a few things. Also, I think the problem of evil you're probably only thinking of like the problem of free will, of human evil.
No, natural evils too. I mean, I think that they could be necessary, and I just don't understand how.
Right, but so if God can enable you to do, good works, if God can enable you to be a Christian, well, then he doesn't need to send an earthquake to vegetabilize your daughter in order what do you really think a parent is going to learn by watching a building fall on their child?
Yeah, and I completely agree. That's why I don't think God does those things. I don't think that God causes the evils.
Perfect.
The Bible disagrees with me.
Okay, so the natural disasters aren't caused by God.
Correct.
Okay, so what's causing them?
Nature.
But did God make the nature?
Yes.
But did God know what nature was going to do?
No.
So he's not all knowing.
God doesn't know the future, but that's because it's impossible to know the future in my mind.
Why? Is
Because
God bound by
it doesn't
time?
exist. I don't know what to do with that.
So there's like a third of the Bible is just prophecy. Are you saying all the
Yeah.
prophecies in the Bible are made up? Because like
Maybe.
go to Ephesians 1 for me. So in Ephesians 1, Paul says that we were chosen, the Christians were chosen just as he chose us in Christ before the foundation of the world to be holy and blameless before him in love. How
Oh,
could
yeah.
God choose anybody before the foundation of the world if he doesn't know the future?
According to my understanding, it can't.
Right.
So that's wrong.
Okay, so here's where we're at so far then. So here's what I think. I think you should abandon this idea that you're a Christian. I don't think you are. I think you're just an agnostic. If you don't believe that any of these verses are meaningful or real, then this book doesn't do anything for you. You can just throw it in the trash and be an agnostic believer.
But I think that, so the reason that I still call myself a Christian is I think it makes sense to think if there was a God that's all powerful, made this whole thing, people obviously suck, we're assholes. And that God said, I want to commune with you, and I can't because you're assholes.
Right.
And the only way for it to actually do that was through some weird ass mechanism on the cross. So God came and died. And I don't know how or why that made it possible for people to commune with God, but I think it did.
Well,
And so when you die, you basically use the power, the salvific power of the cross to commune with God. And that's available to everybody.
okay, so I mean now I think now we've exited the problem of evil once we're on the cross.
Right.
But like I don't think the cross is much of an argument either, because now you're suggesting that God didn't have any control over like the consequences of people's sins. Like so you're saying that God couldn't commune with humans because they were so sinful, but like nothing was preventing him from communing with us. Like the fact that we commit sins doesn't mean he can't commune with us. That has to be a decision, not a natural consequence.
I mean, you're familiar with my argument there is that the speck of black is going to pollute the white and make it gray. So God can't commune with sin because it would antimatter and matter destroy, annihilate God. It's just impossible for that to happen.
God is made of antimatter?
No, not at all. Antimatter can't touch matter without annihilating both.
But why can't God be around sin?
If perfect sinlessness communes with sin, it's no longer perfectly sinless. Now it has sin next to it.
But is God not omnipresent?
God
You're
is.
an omni believer, aren't you?
Yes, it is.
So
and
he's everywhere
that means
then.
that it exists everywhere that it can exist.
It just means he's everywhere.
Everywhere that it's possible to be. God
So-
isn't inside married bachelors because they don't exist, right?
So, well, yeah, but like everywhere on the earth that's real.
Right.
Okay, so then he is surrounded by sin all the time. Like we're literally inside of him sinning right now.
I haven't thought of that. I have thought of that in some ways, but not in that way. The reason that I usually say that sinning is bad is because it hurts God, because God is literally there with you. And if you punch somebody, God loves the person that you punched, and God's like, I was inside of you when you punched that person, and I didn't want to do that, and it sucked. And that's why sinning grieves God. But what does that mean? And to your point, how can a perfect being be communing with sin? I don't know the answer.
Right. Yeah. Like the only possible reason why God couldn't be around sin is if he just decided he didn't want to be around sin. Like this just has to be a personal decision. And like when it comes to sin, like how do you hurt a perfect being? It's like saying, like, I ran up and I punched Superman in the chest and I hurt him so badly I had to be locked up. What are you crazy? You think I can hurt
Right.
Superman? Guy
Yeah.
stops bullets.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know?
I hear what you're saying. I think that you and I agree on more than we don't, and I do have disagreements that keep me believing in it, and you're clearly, some of them are like, some of my beliefs just don't make sense, and you're
Yeah.
right. Maybe I am on my way out. Maybe
Well,
I'm not. I don't know.
Josh, it's a journey. Like, it took me at least 10 years to get to the point where I'm at now. It's not something that just happens. When you grow up with this, it's something that you're constantly thinking about and dissecting. And so, the only thing that we're asking is that, you continue to ask questions and look for good answers and not be satisfied with bad answers. Because, the world is they're really happy to accept bad answers, but I think that's a matter of convenience. That's someone who doesn't want the truth. They want to be pacified. And I don't think we do well as a species if we just seek pacification.
Yeah, I see so many Christians come on this channel and lose their minds because they don't want to confront the cognitive dissonance that comes about when you say, hey, this is bullshit. Moses isn't real.
Right.
And I went through that, and I'm done going through that. But I'm still going through that in some other regards.
Right.
And I haven't completely shaken it, so I continue to call myself a Christian because it still seems like the authentically honest reflection of what I am. So
Right. Fair enough. Well, listen, I appreciate you coming up and talking, Josh. It was delightful to talk to another Browns fan. Sounds like we're both from the Mistake on the Lake.
That's right, man.
So
I'm sad to see Chubb go.
I'm still upset about Chubb. Like I'm not going to get over it this year. Okay.
I know. Rough.
Don't ask me if I'm okay. I'm not okay.
No.
Thanks for chatting, buddy.
Thanks, man. Yeah, appreciate it.
Cheers.
Bye.
Big W, Josh. Deconstructing is hard. Imagine deconstructing and rooting for the Browns. Jeez, oh Pete's. All right, I'm going to grab a couple of super chats, friends, and then we'll get right into our next conversation. Philo says, I presuppose that precepts can't presuppose. Checkmate. Nailed it. And it's true because the impossibility of the contrary, obviously. Mark Bauman. Mark, thank you so much for the $250 Cash App. Huge W for Mark Bauman. Let's get some W's in the comments for our friend Mark Bauman. Thank you so much, my friend. Great to see you tonight. I hope you're doing well. Trump failed. Says nominalism is a view that universals and abstract objects do not actually exist other than being merely names or labels. Another Phil Bro dipshit. Yeah, they pretty much all are. Well, if that's what nominalism is, then I guess I'm a nominalist. I don't think that universals exist. I just think they're abstract concepts we make up in our brain. We like them. It helps us to treat them universally, but they're not universals. Diagoros, thank you for the 100 NOK. Says, was Peter's apocalypse part of the Apocrypha? Well, kind of. Let's talk about that. They got removed from the KJV in the 1800s. I guess I could Google it, but I'd rather donate dough to Doug. Love what you do. Rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you so much, Dia. I appreciate that. So the Apocalypse of Peter was not part of the Apocrypha that was in the typical Bible. It was part of like the supposed Christian Apocrypha. You can read a lot of these apocryphal New Testament apocryphal writings in the other Bible. You can pick it up typically at like Barnes and Nobles or at Books A Million. It'll have a lot of these popular apocryphal New Testament texts. The Apocrypha in our Bibles are the Jewish Apocrypha, not the Christian Apocrypha. So, although I would make an exception for Second Esdras, I think parts of Second Esdras, if not all of it, was written after Jesus, pretending to be Jewish Apocrypha, even though it was Christian. Argument from Motion in Ocean says, why is there no peen print on the Shroud of Turin? We've got questions and we need answers. This is the question that needs to be answered. And the reality is because it's a forgery, which is why the head is so tiny. Either Jesus had the smallest head in the world or the thing's a forgery. Shara, good to see you. It says snail trails for Doug and Sharon. Absolutely. Absolutely. Great to see you, Shara. And Johannes Brahms, great to see you as well. Thank you for the $10 super chat. As Christian leaders manipulate followers into seeking consolation from the same organization that traps them in a never-ending cycle of guilt and misanthropy. But it's definitely not a cult, right? It's the most really toxic codependent relationship you can think of. And this is the people are the prey. But it's definitely not a cult, I'm sure. It's not a cult. Parker, thank you so much for the coral on TikTok. I appreciate that, Parker. And Forum says, do you ever use Celsus's argument? They work. Actually, I have. They're good. I love the True Doctrines by Celsus, or what we have left of it. I also just recently finished reading the writings of Julian, and I'm getting ready to read through the writings of Porphyry as well. But Julian the Heretic is another good read. Johnny Cake says, is the basic mechanism of Christianity just a psychological trick that coerces you into having to think thoughts about Jesus being real to avoid hell? I mean, kind of, Johnny, you know, like the point behind Christianity is you need to believe it because otherwise you suffer. And well, why would God make you suffer? Oh, obviously because you're evil and you need to suffer. It's just Stockholm syndrome. Jay says, have you run into members of your former congregation from your days as a pastor since you deconstructed? Jay, good question. And I haven't. I don't actually live over there anymore, but I'm sure when I go back to visit, I will. They probably already know. If I had to guess, I'm sure half of them are watching my channel. Some of them think it's fun, and some of them probably hate me. Marduk, thank you for the $4.99. Super thanks. I appreciate that, Marduk. And the Godless Simeon says, hey, what would you say to people who say, I believe in God, but it's not a religion? I think it's the same thing. Well, yeah, I mean, if you just tell them to look up the definition of religion and ask, do I fit that definition? The reality is they do. The definition of religion is a devotion to a god or a system of worship. And Texas Panhandler says, if Christians believe God gives us an inherent desire to know him and inherent knowledge of objective morality, how can they also claim God values free will over anything else? Such a good point, because in the Bible, basically, Paul is making the case that God has put eternity in our hearts. Well, if God has put eternity in our hearts, then we didn't have free will to choose the eternity. Ad hoc Warlock says, you're a pseudo-intellectual. Well, okay, bye. Yeah, I know, right? Phil Bros, they really want to pretend like they're smart. McDubbin says, here's what I heard from Nat. Shut up and let us evangelize unchallenged atheists. I know, right? They're so butthurt that we exist. Cheese says, Tag insists only Christianity or classical theism can ground morality or logic, yet Japan thrives without either. Their success exposes the argument's emptiness. I agree. The fact that non-Christian worldviews end in the same moralistic world tells you it's not necessary. Skeptics, great to see your friend. Thank you for the super chat. It says, I, a lowly human, can program software code and know exactly what it's going to do without seeing the future. God could easily do that when programming nature. So supernatural foresight required. No supernatural. This is a good point, skeptics. I didn't think about that, but you're right. Even if God doesn't know the future, he should know the consequences of his design. If he doesn't, then he's negligent. And now he's just an idiot. He's a bumbling idiot. And Banging Out West, thank you for the $10 super chat. So if I pick my house with dudes banging while wearing mixed fabric and eating shellfish on every square inch, every nook and cranny, would that block God from being able to enter my home? I mean, according to Christians, kind of. I mean, it's super possible. I'm going to grab 2 more super chats and we'll get right on to our next guest. Dr. Joe, great to see you, my friend. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Dr. Joe says, if Josh came to me for help with deconstruction, I'd ask about the utility of his belief, decisions, relationships, purpose, and teach neurobeneficial science-based habits. I missed your content this summer. Well, Dr. Joe, I missed you as well. Sorry, my schedules have been crazy this summer, but I appreciate you being here and joining us tonight. And guys, if you do need to talk to an actual professional about your deconstruction or even recovering from addiction, I highly recommend seeing our friend Dr. Joe. And last one from our friend John Warnock. Great to see you, friend. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, how about we market salted Christian pretzels twisted into impossible shapes? We need to listen in the gift shop on the channel now. I do have coffee mugs and t-shirts and other things with Doug's Pretzel Shop logo on it. Welcome back, Martin.
Hey, I think I'm here. Sorry.
All right. Thank you for being patient.
Oh, no, thank you. Thanks for trying again. I'm so sorry about the first couple times.
No, it's okay. So, Martin, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. What would be the most compelling evidence or argument for the God that you believe in? Maybe start by telling me what God you believe in.
It's complicated. I want to say, like, I've met. Never mind. This is going to sound horrible, but so I believe I've met Prometheus and Epimetheus and Ishtar, basically, or Gilgamesh and Enkidu and Ishtar, basically. They have a lot of different names, so I believe I've met them, and I believe they've shown me some stuff. And to be honest, I don't want to know this stuff. This stuff is actually really scary and more scary now that I know it than not knowing it. It's not like a comfort thing. Like, it's not something that comforts me, you know.
Why do you think that you've visited these people or these entities?
Basically, because do you remember substitute king rituals from the ancient Samaria?
Yeah.
Basically, I believe every religion has come from sun worship, and even now we have black body radiation in science, and it's the knowledge of the sun, basically, of how everything works. The whole universe is all. We wouldn't have technology or the atom bomb without black body radiation. We wouldn't have any of the stuff that we know of. Black body radiation. This is what Einstein and radiation. It's what Einstein and Planck studied. But
black body radiation refers to the electromagnetic radiation emitted by an idealized object called a black body, which absorbs all incident electromagnetic radiation and emits radiation based solely on its temperature. This emitted radiation, called black body radiation, has a characteristic frequency distribution dependent on temperature. It says, while perfect black bodies don't exist, materials like graphite and lamp black can approximate them. So what does this have to do with Marduk and Ishtar?
Because this knowledge was in ancient Sumerian texts. Everything was hidden in steganography. So like you know, Da Vinci kind of hid stuff in his paintings.
No, I don't think I don't think he did. I think those are like.
Well, okay, you don't have to believe that. Then we don't have to go down that road. But okay, so what they were basically I don't know if you know the Gilgamesh story, but he dove deep to grab that twig or whatever.
Yeah,
it's similar to the
dives into water of death.
The tree of life.
Yeah, to get to the plant of immortality.
Okay, so what's that? That's representing the chakras from the sea used to be known as wine dark. So that's
why
like
would
an
I think
ultraviolet
that?
color.
Why would I think this has anything to do with ultraviolet
this is
light?
Steganography. It's steganography, which is in all of our movies.
Stenography?
Yeah, it's like hitting.
What do you think
code.
stenography is?
Steganography. I'm sorry. But okay, so
why? So you think it's just
a
hidden code? I'm asking you why that is the case. Why do you think it's a hidden code?
because it was kind of in plain sight. Have you ever heard that like the devil has to like kind of foretell or tell what he's doing, but I can't remember how it's told, but like they basically have to tell you, but they don't have to tell you what. They can mix up so much information that it makes it really confusing for anyone to see the truth, basically. So it's kind of like almost like those pictures where you look at a picture and you focus and you can see the picture behind the picture. It's like all fuzzy, and then it comes in. I can't remember what that is called, but that's basically what they've done with the truth. Like, and it was hidden in every religion. Some of them actually told the truth, not
Right.
many.
No, you keep telling me what you believe. I want to know the evidence for what you believe.
Okay, so basically, okay, so our light spectrum, this is going to get crazy. Okay, so the first two of the primary three colors of light is blue and red, and blue diamonds glow red when basically in the future we're coded right now on diamonds. Is long story short, we are already in a supercomputer. And I can basically
We're living in a supercomputer.
Yes, I can prove.
With Gilgamesh.
I can prove it. They take physical form in here, but none of this stuff's real. Like it's basically
Is
like
Gilgamesh
the Matrix.
inside or outside of the computer?
I don't know if it's just like a program or what it is exactly, but basically you can see this stuff being done in real time.
When
like
Inanna descended into the underworld, did she leave the computer? Or is the underworld part of the computer?
Is the underworld part of the computer? So everything's a part of the computer that we are in right now. So we are kind of trapped. Well, basically what they did was they sacrificed one soul, which is all of us, to power a quantum computer. Basically, the computer, technology is taken over.
Who's they?
A qubit. Well, technology. A qubit is being split, and that's us, like Humpty Dumpty, an egg being split.
That's again, who is they?
Basically. I don't know if you've seen Neil deGrasse Tyson's time loop thing.
No.
Okay, well, I don't know if you know, but if you Google if E equals MC squared proves that we're in that matter and energy is one in the same spectrum, we basically live in a spectrum, and a spectrum is one thing.
That's not what
it is.
He certainly did not say that.
Wait, I'm sorry. What's that?
Energy and matter are not in the same spectrum. Spectrum doesn't even mean what you think it does.
Energy and matter can convert. They're both the same. They can convert back and forth. This is why we have chemical equilibrium.
I don't think that is the case. Energy is a property of matter.
You can Google it.
I have Googled it. Energy is a property of matter. It's not a thing that exists independent of matter. Unless you think quantum fields are full of energy.
But there's no matter without energy, and there's no energy without frequency.
There's no energy without matter. You got it backwards.
Wait, say that again.
There's no energy without the material universe. It's a measure. Energy is a measure of the material universe.
Well, they can convert back and forth. E equals MC squared proves that I'm not joking. Like. Anyway, okay, so you're not going to believe that. But basically, look at Neil deGrasse Tyson's time loop. But we are in a spectrum. This is why...
But I think you're in a loop.
This is why, like, stars with enough energy collapse to form black holes, to form more space-time, because you can't form more space-time going out. You have to go in. You have to go smaller and deeper. This is why everyone thinks that they need to look out.
But I think you've gone way too deep. I think you don't know any of these words you're using. No, I think what you should do before you get on these live streams to try to convince people of this nonsense, I would encourage you to just take like a physics course at a local like community college and at least learn how these words are used properly.
You can Google what I'm saying is accurate.
I can Google and show that they're silly.
Google this. Google.
You're not saying anything coherent.
Does just ask this to Google? Does E equals MC squared prove that matter and energy are one in the same spectrum? That's all you have to do.
What do you think a spectrum is?
it's two opposites. So every spectrum has an opposite, and it can't exist without, because it's
What do you
one
think
thing.
a spectrum is?
Every element is
All right.
has spectral
Okay. All right, Martin.
energy, and all right.
All right. You're too far gone, buddy. Good luck. Jeez, oh Pete. This guy's crazy. All right. Crucifix Me. It says Christians are so obsessed about being in someone, I think you mean. And you're right. They really spend a lot of time worrying about what you're doing inside of other people. TM says Hitchens says this is a fight against the ultimate evil and stupidity, and it's a battle of our time. Thanks for fighting the good fight, Justin. Well, thank you, TM, for supporting the fight, and I agree with him. Actually, I think Hitchens is right. And Adele, great to see you today. It says it's for the polar shift. Thank you. I will be storing this in my bag to prepare for the polar shift, or the pole shift. Sorry, the pole shift. Tom, thank you for the $10 super thanks. I really appreciate that, friend. And McDubbin says, don't do drugs, find Jesus, kids. Wait, don't do drugs and the find Jesus. I don't know what you mean. But like, I don't think you need either. I don't think you should be doing either of those things. Also, Tudor, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, are you reading Christian Fathers? I am, actually. Wondering, is there any apologist argument that you have ever heard that hasn't already been debunked from Justin Martyr to the time of Thomas Aquinas? Well, that's a pretty broad range. I don't know what to tell you. I'm not familiar with all of the arguments over the span of like 800 years. That being said, Justin Martyr, I think, is a bit of a loon. I don't find him to be very intelligent. Aquinas, on the other hand, is intelligent, but I'm not familiar with all of his arguments. Not even most of them. Yoda, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, I guess we do have free will. The Holy Spirit was clearly trying to Martin with the connection issues, but Martin chose to go against him. Now he's having caviar conversations with McDonald's knowledge. Actually, that's such a good way to say it. I love that. Yes, Martin was having a caviar conversation with McDonald's. He basically is putting ketchup on his filet mignon. All right, let's get our next guest in here. We're going to grab Juliet. How you doing, Juliet?
Hey, I'm doing good. How are you?
Doing good. Thanks for asking. Juliet, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes, I'm 18 and I'm a believer in the one and only true God.
Which is who?
Jesus Christ.
Gotcha. What would be the best evidence or argument for Jesus Christ being the real God?
My best evidence for it?
Yeah.
I can't really give you evidence, and I think that's where we keep hitting the brick wall, because we're trying to box God into a rational box when he's a spiritual being. So we're never going to agree.
Well, I could just say the same thing about Hindu.
But
you should
you
believe
did-
in the Hindu gods without evidence and don't question it because you can't put the Hindu gods into a box.
Yes, that's true. And I
Right.
also do believe that every religion is a demonic religion.
Well, they would say yours
Talk about
is.
free will.
They could just say that yours is manifestation of jinn. Like, these aren't. Like, at some point you would have to like bring up an argument for why one is more true than the other.
Okay.
Right.
Yes.
And it doesn't have to be evidence. It could be just a really good argument where the only logical conclusion is that your God is real. It doesn't have to be physical, tangible evidence.
Okay. All right. So you did touch on free will, and I did want to speak on that.
Okay. Is it a free will based argument, or am I misunderstanding
Yes.
you? Okay.
A free will based argument. Yep.
Go for it.
So I believe that since God has given us free will, he is bound by his own law. So if someone chooses to do something bad, he will not directly intervene because of that law. So his hands are tied. This is also why he says that we should intervene and pray on other people's behalves, because we are exercising our free will to intercede and allow God's hands to be unbound and move in that situation.
Okay, so God
Then,
won't violate our free will unless we ask him to.
yes,
So God will violate your free will if I ask him to?
no, your free will override it because
No. Like, so I want to make sure you understand what I just said. Like, if say your child has bone cancer and you pray for God to heal your child, now God is intervening theoretically with your child's life. Or we can even make it more linear. We can say, listen, you're praying that your son has a good job interview and gets the job or whatever, right? Well, in order for that prayer to come true, God has to intervene on the free will of your child. You understand that, right?
yes, that's true.
So he's not bound by free will according to the Bible.
But my free will of asking for his help is allowing him to move
But
because
yeah,
he views everyone's free will as equal.
but no, if you can
To my free
pray,
will,
if you can pray that he intervenes on somebody else's free will, then it's still meaningless. Because they're not willing for it to happen, you are. So you're just like kicking the can down the road. You haven't fixed it.
but they're also not asking for him not to fix it.
So what?
They're not asking God, "Oh, do not let me have this cancer." If they did say, "Oh, I want this cancer," then maybe God will not be able to move. But if I go and pray on that person's behalf, he will honor my free will.
Why does God need you to pray to violate somebody else's free will? Why is that a necessary thing?
It's not about violating someone else's free will. It's about he's bound by the law of free will.
Yeah,
So he's
I
only
don't think
allowed
he
to
is,
move
though.
and intercede.
He hardened the hearts of lots of people in the Bible, both positively and negatively. Even the people in the land of Canaan. It says in Joshua that God hardened their hearts and caused them to come out and wage war.
Yes, I do believe in that too.
Is that not a violation of free will?
There's stipulations. I believe there's stipulations to the law
Where?
because it's not like a blatant law. There's stipulations to it because God is all-knowing. So he
Stipulations
knows
or loopholes? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you say it again.
I guess you could call it a loophole, but it's like a stipulation, I believe.
Well, I think it's a loophole. For example, I'm going to put Joshua on the screen real quick. This is Joshua 11. Says concerning the war, right? Says there was not a town that made peace with the Israelites except for the Hivites, the inhabitants of Gibeon. All were taken in battle, for it was the Lord's doing to harden their hearts so that they would come against Israel in battle in order that they might be utterly destroyed. So God can definitely violate people's free will. He does it all the time.
The stipulation there was he already knew that, like you said, is our God all-knowing? He is. He's the Alpha, the Omega. He knows the beginning from the end. So he knew those people were never going to repent. So yes, he hardened their hearts so that way they would be destroyed because he knew if going to change anyway.
Why would you harden somebody's heart if you already know what they're going to do? So, like, for example, if I knew, like, if I said, listen, Juliet, I want you to go to the grocery store, and if I knew for a fact that you weren't going to go to the grocery store, why would I harden your heart to prevent you from going to the grocery store? I already know you're not going.
This is where the free will comes in because the Israelites were praying about that battle. So God intervened by allowing those people to get hardened hearts.
You're not following, Julia. Just slow down for a second. Stop thinking about your next talking point and listen to my question. Okay.
Okay.
If God knew what they were going to do, right? Let's say the thing that they were going to do was oppose God and make war with Israel, right? If God knew that's what they were going to do, then he doesn't have to harden their heart. They're already going to do it.
Okay.
Am I right?
They were not. No, they were not going to go to war with Israel.
So they
He
weren't
had,
going to
that's
go to
why he
war with
hardened.
Israel. Okay, so God
No,
hardened their heart in order to change their behavior.
in order for them to go to war and be destroyed. God
Right,
knew
okay.
that they wouldn't repent and turn back to him.
Okay, so God will only harden your heart if he wants to harm you. Right?
The purpose of this life is to either go to heaven or we're going to hell.
Right. But
regardless,
will God
they were going to go
only,
to hell anyway.
Juliet, just listen. I know you like you keep trying to jump to new talking points. I want you to listen to my questions. So like when you ask me questions, I'm responding to what you're saying. When I ask you questions, I want you to respond to what I'm saying. That's how a two-way conversation works, right? So I asked you, does God only violate people's free will when he wants to go and fuck them up?
No.
Okay, when else does he violate people's free will?
He violated the Egypt.
We're losing you, Juliet. Your connection's breaking up. Yeah, can you connect to the Wi-Fi?
Okay, can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Okay, so he hardened Pharaoh's heart.
Mm-hmm.
The reason why he did that was to save the people of Egypt.
But he didn't have to.
Because he wanted... No, but there was a purpose for it.
Right, but he could have saved the people of Egypt without hardening Pharaoh's heart. You know that, right? I mean, if you don't believe that, then you just don't believe God's all-powerful.
Because he's bound by free will.
No, he's not bound by free will. He just violated Pharaoh's free will. He does it all the time. Remember the story of Balaam? Remember when Balak calls Balaam the seer to go utter a curse against Israel? God directly intervenes with Balaam's activity and forces him to utter a blessing instead of a curse.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yes, I do. And
plus,
okay. And you're changing my view on that, where
right.
He's not bound completely because he is all powerful. So he can step in at times.
He can do anything he wants to. He's God.
Yes, but for the most part, he tries to honor our free will, and that is why he doesn't step in.
I actually don't know if that's the case. I don't know why anyone would believe that, because the Bible explicitly tells you the opposite. The Bible says that you were chosen before the foundation of the world, before you were even born. Romans chapter 9 says that it's not of human will or exertion, but only by the will of the Lord and by his grace.
Yes, I also believe that we are chosen beforehand. And that is because he knows the beginning from the end. So he already knows who his chosen ones are going to be. He already knows who the disobedient people are going to be.
Yeah, in Isaiah, he says, I declare the beginning. I'm sorry, I declare the end from the beginning. So here he declares it. He makes it so. In fact, Genesis 45:5, remember when Joseph is sold into Egypt? Well, it sounds like a horrible story, but the Bible says God did it. It says, do not be distressed or angry with yourselves because you sold me here, for God sent me before you to preserve your life. Like God's intervening on people's free will all the time. In fact, when Peter, was it Peter? Shit, now I got to remember if it was Peter or Paul. I think it was when Paul was imprisoned. And remember, shit, it's probably Peter. Anyways, when one of the P's was imprisoned, remember God freed them from prison and like blinded the guards so that they were no more the wiser of the escape. Like God's all the time like every miracle is an intervention on free will.
But was Paul praying for freedom? Because then that would free him to intervene.
But again, we've already covered this. It doesn't matter if you're praying. Like somebody praying for somebody else's free will to be violated is just a weird loophole. Like it doesn't fix the problem. Like why does me praying for God to violate your free will now automatically grant him access to violate your free will?
I don't think it automatically does. That's why there's certain stipulations.
Mhm.
If the person is bound and blinded, and okay, that's another topic is sin. The reason for sin is because it opens doors for demonic entities. And you spoke about how the Holy Spirit works within us to help us do God's work. When we sin, we are opening up our vessels to demonic entities to influence us. And you already told us
Why?
how Satan is able to do that.
Why
To
did God
influence
create
us, right?
demonic entities?
He didn't. Satan was in heaven as Lucifer, and when he fell and was casted down with the 1/3 of the angels, they became demons.
Why? Why didn't God lock them up?
Because it was a part of the free will.
So,
He didn't want us to be robots.
but he locked up the
So
angels
Satan was a
that
part of
slept
his
with the
plan.
women. That's in Jude and Second Peter. That says that the angels that slept with the women in Genesis chapter 6 got locked up and bound in chains. They're waiting down in the fiery pit for judgment. Why didn't he lock up all the other sinful angels?
Because they violated another law. Those angels,
So
okay.
what?
So Satan is called the prince of the air, right? Air is
Well, who
all
made him
around us,
that?
but
Who
we
made him
can't
the
see
prince?
it. God, because he gave us free will. So in
No.
order
Who
for us to
made
have a
him the
choice
prince? Who made Satan the prince?
Satan became the prince because what is a prince? He has a kingdom. He's ruling over all of the fallen angels.
Yeah, who let him do that?
He's able to roam amongst us.
Yeah,
Because
I know, but who let
he's
him do
there
that?
to
That's what I'm
test
asking.
us. God allowed him to.
Right, which is nonsense, because in Jude 6, when it talks about the angels that slept with the women, it says the angels who did not keep their own position but deserted their proper dwelling, he has kept in eternal chains in the deepest darkness for the judgment of the great day. So like when divine entities sin, he could just lock them up. He ain't got to let them come down to the earth and fuck everything up here.
So I was going to explain deeper into that. So Satan is the prince of the air with the demons. We cannot see them. They're like the air, right?
Did you hear what I said, Juliet?
Anywho, whether you, yes, I'm going to explain on that. Those specific angels,
We're losing you, Juliet. Your
they
connection's really
violated a
bad. We didn't
specific.
hear anything you just said.
Okay. So, can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. Don't move.
Okay. So the specific angels that locked up, they were locked up because they violated a specific law.
I can't. When no one can hear
Satan
you,
and the demons.
God does not want you to have this conversation. Connect to your Wi-Fi.
Okay. Hello?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The demons that told me
Still
to
can't hear you,
say it.
Juliet.
See? Okay. So the angels that were locked up because they violated a specific law.
So God has
Satan
different
and the
punishments for
other.
different laws? Lost her again.
Yes. Okay.
Why? Why does he have
I'm
different
gonna
punishments?
explain this fully. Satan and the angels are able to walk amongst us, but we cannot see them. They do not interact with us physically.
I'm not asking you for a function.
The
I'm asking for a
angel,
reason.
the reason why they were locked up is because those angels came in physical form. They interacted with us physically and directly. That
So
is a
what?
law that they cannot cross, and they
Why?
did. That's why they got imprisoned.
That's an arbitrary distinction.
How?
You just drew it. You just drew an arbitrary distinction. The Bible doesn't make that distinction. You drew that distinction. Why does God lock up some bad angels, but not all the bad angels?
Because the angels that came and slept with the women came in physical form. That
So
violates a law
what?
that God has.
So what? That law's not in the Bible. You're making that up now.
Not everything's in the Bible.
Right. Okay. So does God have to have that law, or did he just make that law?
Satan is bound by that law. He cannot directly intervene with
Right.
us.
But did God have to make that law, or did he decide to make that law?
If he knew that
You're breaking up, Juliet.
existed,
Juliet, you're breaking up. No one can hear you.
hello? Okay.
Juliet, listen, you've got to get better reception. I can't continue this conversation if you don't get better reception.
Okay. I
Like,
don't have any better reception, so.
We have to be able to hear what you're saying for this conversation to work, and we just can't hear what you're saying.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right, bye.
Cheers. Oh well. What a weird arbitrary distinction. God had to punish those angels because they did a specific sin that God really didn't like. But the other angels, when they sin, fuck, we'll just put them in charge. Oh yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I am the cheat says, Martin, if you don't know how to configure Wi-Fi, how can you talk so confidently about E equals MC squared? Yeah. Actually, Cheese, that's a really good point. Listen, if I can't trust you with Wi-Fi, I'm not going to trust you with Einstein. Banging Out West says, who ordered scrambled eggs? We ordered scrambled eggs, and we're going to get poached next. Skeptics says, if two people pray to the same God for the same job, what happens? Whose will does God violate and why? Yes. Great question. I almost got to that question. I almost got to that one. That was a good one, though. I appreciate that. And Martin, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Says, new to the site. Love it. Well, shit, Martin. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And welcome to the club, my friend. Welcome. We're glad that you're here. And we've got some more super chats. Daniel says, all suffering cannot be necessary because of all times when people suffer horribly and alone and then just die. That's a really good point. A lot of people suffer alone and they don't learn a damn thing from it. Some of them just die instantly. They don't learn anything if you just die instantly. When natural disasters hit, it's a whole host of suffering, all different kinds. Design says, not knowing what tornadoes would do, God really should have tested the planet for a few eons before inhabiting it with his most beloved creation. So this is such a good point, because design, you already know I'm an engineer. As an engineer, if I don't know what a design is going to do, I make a prototype. You prototype that shit ahead of time so you don't fuck it up. That's what you do. Johannes Brahms says, if God can't be around sinners because he's perfectly sinless, then he's not omnipresent. Was Jesus not sinless because he hung around sinners? Fair point, Johannes. And I made that first point. Also, too, Jesus is really funny because he'll say, like, if you've seen me, you've seen the Father. And then he'll go on and say, no man has seen God at any time. Okay, make up your fucking mind. All right, guy? John the Baptist, good to see you, buddy, says, if God is inside of me when I'm punching someone, then I would be really worried about his browser history. Actually, this is a fair point, John. If God is inside of us, then that means God is doing all the actions with us. In fact, Paul kind of makes the same argument. Paul says to flee from sexual immorality because the Holy Spirit dwells in you. So when you unite yourself, with a prostitute, you're uniting the Holy Spirit as well. So I'm just saying there's some things to think about. Butt Muffin, thank you for the 616. Hell Nero says, can you tell us the spec on your computer you built for streaming? Praise Doug. Butt Muffin, I've got a NVIDIA 5070 graphics card. It's a little overkill for what I'm doing. I've got the i9 Raptor Lake processor. I've got an Asus motherboard with Wi-Fi 7. I've got 128 gigabytes of RAM. What else? I've got a liquid cooler. I mean, I made it with the highest spec I could get because I'm only doing this shit once. I'm not going to rebuild a computer in the next 5 years. So this thing's going to last me for 10 years or until something dies completely. You know what I mean? Good question, though. Dex says, it's so sad to hear Christians say the only point to this life is to go to heaven or hell. I agree, actually, Dex. And if that's the case, if the only point of this life is to get to the next life, that means this life's kind of meaningless. God could have just made the next life and put us all there without all the blood and suffering. Douglas, thank you for the $2 super thanks. And Frank says, these conversations remind me of the Sandre Leche Shong. I don't know what that means. Two-way monologue, since your interlocutors don't seem to want to actually engage. Well, Frank, listen, I'm surprised by the amount of my interlocutors that won't actually engage. They've come to give talking points. It's the weirdest thing. I'll never understand it. Like if I went to have a conversation with somebody, I would be engaging with all the talking points. I wouldn't have a script. And just 3 more super chats. Shishi says, got kicked out of Sunday school for asking when we die, our bodies get buried here. So what burns? So this is such a good question. I've asked the same question before, which is, namely, if we die and our body goes away, what the hell is burning in hell? I think the only good answer for this is what Paul says in 1 Corinthians 15. In 1 Corinthians 15, he goes on this really dumb diatribe about how when we die, we receive different bodies. We receive a spiritual body. Let me find that real quick. And so, yeah, it's verse 44 is what we're looking for. I'll show it to you real quick. So I think this is the only way to answer that problem. It says, it is sown a physical body. It is raised up a spiritual body. If there is a physical body, there's also a spiritual body. So Paul is making the case that when we die, our physical body dies with us, but our spirit kind of lives on. But it's also a body. He doesn't tell you what it's made out of, but he tells you it's a body, right? So I don't know. If it's an immaterial body, then it's just ludicrous to think that it's burning or that it would be affected by flames. Still Attacks, great to see you. Thank you for the super chat. It says, I see how these people go way too deep into the dark hole that is the pseudoscientific internet. And it's sad and damaging themselves and people around them. I agree, Sil, which is weird to me that people go this route. I don't understand what compels people to do that. Like, because they don't have to. They could go to scholarly sources. I don't know why they go to like Reddit. Scholars are on the internet now. Oh, Discordia, thank you for the $10 super thanks. I super appreciate that, friend. All right, I'm going to grab our next guest. And it looks like our next guest has been waiting is Brandon in it's going to be Brandon, and then after that SCG Enjoyer. Let me see if Brandon is available. How you doing, Brandon?
Hey, can you hear me all right?
I can hear you. How you doing?
Awesome. It's Justin, right?
Uh-huh.
It's a pleasure to talk with you, Justin.
You as well. Brandon, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yep, absolutely. 18, at least 18, 25. And I believe in the God of the Bible.
Cool. What would be the most compelling evidence or argument for the Bible God being real?
Yeah, I'd love to get into that. At first, if you don't mind, I'd love to address the slogan you have up on the screen there. Your God is imaginary. Prove me wrong, if you don't mind.
Nah, don't do it.
Okay, well, fair enough. I guess that's the end of it.
Cool.
No, I was just going to say, as far as the prove me wrong goes, I think.
Yeah, no one cares about your burden shift. All right, we'll move on to SCG, and I'm going to grab Zach as well. Zach's a friendly. We're going to bring both of them in here. Welcome in, Zach. Great to see you, friend.
You too, man. How are you?
Great. How are you?
I'm doing well. I wanted to just come and say hi. We recently connected. I'm just so grateful for you, man. Seriously, your everything you've been doing and your content has been very helpful to me. I'm newly deconstructing, and it's been quite an experience and a journey. And you're one of the people who I had heard before and made my blood boil. And I'm like, oh my God, I just so agree with like everything that you're saying. And it's been so great. Yeah. So I'm so grateful you reached out to me, and it warmed my heart. And I was like, man, I want to make myself known and just be around, be in the community.
Yeah. So Zach actually, like me, went to seminary and deconstructed through seminary. Mm-hmm. And it sounds like you're still kind of in the middle of the deconstruction process, right?
Yeah, well, the only reason why I say it like that, it's been a number of years. I went to Southern Seminary and studied. My focus was textual criticism, and that was early teens, so
that'll do
2014. Yep, yeah, right. You start to dig into it, And in the last probably 5 or 6 years, I've really just changed my life, transformed everything, focused on things that really impassioned my heart. I've become a full-time voice actor and actor, and just loving my family and loving life. And as I've pursued truth, I'm just realizing, oh my gosh, I've believed so many lies. I was fed a bill of goods that were just false. Like the scripture is historically reliable, and it comports with archaeology and history and science, and the more that I examined those things, because I thought, okay, well then it should be able to stand up under the most severe scrutiny. And as I've pursued that, as you know, it just all kinds of starts to fall apart. And the only reason I say I'm still in that deconstructing process is because I'm very newly speaking out about it. I haven't ever, I just kept it to myself, and I felt scared and worried about my family and community. I'm the oldest of 8 kids. My parents are very deeply in this world still, and it would just destroy them for me to, go, hey, this is what I think. And I've just kind of dipped my toe in that water a little bit, talking about things like the flood or the age of the earth. And that just was met with some pretty severe, reactions. And so I'm trying to preserve as much as I can peace in my larger family while still holding to actual truth.
Well, we'll help any way possible. Zach, I'm going to get SCG into the discussion. You're welcome to join us. While we're getting going, everyone, if you're not following Zach, do me a favor and make sure you drop him a follow. Zach's pretty good wealth of information. I've heard him already talk on other live streams, so I know he's legit. So I would definitely recommend dropping him a follow.
Thank you so much.
SCG, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Welcome in. SCG, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes, I'm 23 and I'm Eastern Orthodox Christian.
Yeah, fair enough. So what would you think is the best evidence or argument for the Eastern Orthodox version of the Christian God being true, keeping in mind that tag is the weakest argument ever invented?
Tag is like fine-tuning argument, right? If I'm not mistaken.
It's kind of a God of the gaps. I don't know if I would call that tag, but go ahead, give me your best argument.
So I would generally say it's a long time to say Eastern Orthodoxy is true, but first you have to go from the presupposition that God exists. So I'm not gonna go with the presupposition. I'm going to rest my argument on the about the existence of God Himself. So
Sure.
I'm going to give an argument.
I love it.
I would
what's
say
the argument that ends in God existing?
Well, basically, I would say the chain of causality.
Oh, boy.
It goes for an uncaused cause. It does not specify God, but it goes for an either infinite regress or an uncaused cause, right?
Yeah. So I believe that the universe has always existed in one way or another. I don't see any evidence to the contrary. Do you think there's evidence that would point towards the universe not existing at one point?
Entropy.
Explain.
If entropy is constantly rising, that would have to mean that there was a point in time of minimal entropy, right?
Who said that entropy is constantly rising? And when you refer to entropy, are we referring to actual thermodynamics or just entropy as in a disarray?
As in thermodynamics and the disarray, it's
okay. Why would you think that this applies to the universe?
Well, it would mean that the universe had a beginning. It would mean that there was a moment in time which we could refer to, as t = 0.
Yeah, I would disagree with that because the thermodynamics law doesn't say that entropy is always going to increase. It just says that inside of a closed system, entropy cannot decrease, which is different than saying it always increases. In fact, in a closed system, you would imagine it can't increase because there's no way for entropy to cause it. You would need a energy source for it to increase.
Yeah, sure, but you can look at universe as if universe is everything that exists, and closed system is something, a system that does not have outside influence. You could say that the universe itself is a closed system in a way. So
okay, so if the universe is a closed system, and listen, I don't know if closed is the best description of the universe, but I agree with you that for the sake of the discussion, we can say that it's closed if we agree that the universe is not infinite. Now, I don't know if the universe is infinite or not. That to me, that's out. I don't know the answer to that, but I can agree with you that if it's not infinite, then indeed it would operate similar to a closed system, because there'd be like, if the universe is this big, right? Then the amount of energy inside of this system isn't going to change. There's nothing outside of it causing it to increase or decrease, right? So that being said, if the universe is theoretically closed, or isolated would be a better way to say it. If the universe is isolated, then the amount of energy in the universe is neither going to decrease or increase.
Well, yeah, but it would move from like kinetic to potential energy, right? You know, it would have to go to you know, to a state where, you know, with a minimal kinetic and maximum potential energy, right? For the in order for the Big Bang to happen, to have happened, you know, it would have to be in that state.
In what state?
Where kinetic energy is minimal and potential energy is maximal.
Why?
You need. You agree that you need potential energy in order to have kinetic energy, right?
Not in my worldview. So, like, if you believe the universe is eternal, which I do, then you have kinetic and potential energy all the time existing.
Well, yeah, but like, your car cannot move without an engine, you know, and the engine in that case.
But SCG, I want to make sure I know the argument that you're using, but the argument only works if you believe in like a Big Bang model where like something came from nothing. It doesn't work in an infinite or eternal universe.
Well, you know, the eternal universe, you know, I don't like the idea of eternal universe. I think it's more of like fan fiction, you know, science-based fan fiction than you know, the actual science.
Well, that's why I asked you, what evidence is there that once the universe didn't exist? Because, like, for example, if you believe in a Big Bang, Big Crunch model, which is one particular version of the eternal universe, then the amount of energy within the universe is always the same. It's just changing forms.
Yeah, it's changing forms, but entropy is rising, or better say, it's never decreasing. It's always either
staying the same.
Or, well, you know, you could go back to a point in time where it's the same, and it's never lower than that. You know, you can't go back more back in time. You know, if you go to like the minimal era of entropy, you know, that means that basically nothing's happening, and therefore there's no measurement of time, and therefore there's no time, because something needs to happen in order to have time.
I have literally no idea what you just said. So at no point does a minimal amount of entropy dictate that there would be no time. How do you get that?
Well, you know,
what do you think a minimum amount is?
I don't know what the minimum amount is. You know, it could be zero. It could be zero. Maybe negative. Don't hold me for that. You know, but I think, you know, zero or some constant.
Okay. So I want to make sure that you and I are kind of discussing the same thing, because I think sometimes when we get on like these entropy arguments, I think one of the problems with these arguments quite often is that like what you think entropy is and what I think entropy is are sometimes two different things, right? Oh, hold on. I gotta erase my drawing board real quick. I got a drawing pad here. How do I erase this fucker? Okay, there. I don't know what's happening anymore. There. I just want to delete you. Go away.
Try praying.
That's what I'm missing. Okay, it won't let me delete it. How do I get rid of this? Okay, there we go. Now we figured it out. Okay, I gotta click on the arrow object. Sorry. Oh, there we go. There we go. All right, I'm going to show you my screen here. All right, and I think this will help explain what I'm talking about. So you and I are talking about the same thing. All right. So let me do this. All right. So let's imagine this is. Oh fuck. Try again. There we go. Let's imagine this is the universe, right? Now, the amount of entropy in the universe, so in thermodynamics, when we talk about entropy, we're typically talking about like the excitation of the individual molecules, right? The more excited the molecules are, the more entropy we say that they have, right? The more, what's the word I'm looking for?
Disorder.
Disorder. Thank you. Yes. They call it disorder. But really what they're referring to is they say when the molecules heat up, they're no longer crystalline. They're doing this shit. They're disorderly, right? So when I'm talking about thermodynamics, I'm talking about the individual molecules inside of a thing or the individual units inside of a thing having energy. And the more energy they have in the form of heat, the more disorderly they're going to be, right? But that being said, if we make that about the universe, well, then the molecules you would just say are like pockets of items in the universe. Like we'd have a pocket here, a pocket here, pocket here. And it might be that this pocket has a different amount of entropy as this pocket, right? That could be the case. But if this is an isolated system, the whole universe, then the amount of entropy within this bubble can never change. Like the individual parts inside of the universe, those levels of entropy should be able to change. But the universe as a whole, the numerical number of the amount of the energy within the universe would have to be the same number once you totaled it all up, no matter what form it took. Now, that's my take on it. I'm not a cosmologist, but that's my understanding. I could be wrong.
So you're referring basically to the law of the conservation of energy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that point. But I think you would agree that the universe isn't a typical isolated system. Like it is an isolated system because there's no outside influence on it because it's everything. But like with the cosmic radiation background, we see that it's expanding. That the space itself is expanding. So that's another thing that we have to account for in the calculations. So basically, and like with the I think entropy is generally referring to the kinetic energy, right?
Yeah,
of the molecules.
As far as I'm aware, yeah. Like we would say entropy is the amount of kinetic energy as opposed to potential energy. So there's that.
Yeah, and kinetic energy is, to simply put it, it's realized potential energy.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah. So I mean, if potential moves to, if potential moves to kinetic, then it's realized. Or I think some people would say actualized, but I think realized and actualized, as far as I can tell, means the same thing here.
Yeah, I think actualize is like more of a philosophical term.
Yeah, I know, and I try not to use philosophical terms because, like, the reality is we're not in a philosophy classroom, and I don't know half those words anyways, and I want everybody here to be able to follow the conversation.
Yeah, side note, like aside from like basic logic and something here and there, I'm not really that into philosophy. I'm more into physics and stuff.
You just need logic. If you have good logic, you could do everything that the philosophy bros can do, but you can do it being a normal person. So
I'm trying my best.
So in my worldview, I'm going to explain to you why the God model doesn't work, right? Because as far as I can tell, all the data we have suggests that the universe always existed. I can't see a reason to believe that it didn't. This seems to be confirmed on different models, right? Roger Penrose had a model of the eternal universe that wasn't Big Bang, Big Crunch, but also like Sean Carroll, he's got a good model of the universe for Big Bang, Big Crunch. And there are others. And some people would go different. They would say, well, it's not a Big Bang, Big Crunch, but all the material universe one day would go back into like a quantum state. And then the quantum state would cause another beginning of the universe, just like the first quantum state, right? So like there's lots of ways to explain how we would get to an eternal universe. I can't find a good, compelling argument that would make me believe that the universe just didn't exist at all.
Yeah, I see where you're going with it, but you know, all the things that you said are basically hypotheses. You know, they're not really. You know, they're worked on. You know, it's still time for them to be proven or disproven. But like the Big Bang theory is basically like, correct me if I'm wrong, but you know, as far as I know, like when something becomes a theory is like, oh yeah, this is like not yet disproven and it's practical enough to be worked on, to be used as a model on which we will work. You know, like
So
Newton's theory of gravity was, you know, used a lot until we got Einstein's, you know, theory of relativity that's more precise. But you know, for all intents and purposes, Newton's was like the best that we had, and you know, it was, you know, the main theory until Einstein arrived.
right. So, but my usage of the word theory is just that it's an explanation. So, for example, we would say germ theory is an explanation for how germs work, or
Yeah, and I'm saying, okay, sorry. I'm
electrical
just saying, you
theory.
know, there's a difference between a theory and a hypothesis, you know?
Well, I agree. I think the difference between
Yeah.
a theory and a hypothesis typically is that one's been had some testing, and one not so much. Like so, when I was taking like early science classes and we were learning about the scientific method, they would start with what's your hypothesis, and then what can you do to test your hypothesis, and then once you've started to develop methods for testing your hypothesis, you can develop a working theory of whatever model that you're working on, right? So I agree
Yeah.
that there's some daylight between hypothesis and theory, but I don't think I don't think that the Big Bang model has anything to say about what was before the Big Bang. I think the Big Bang model is just telling you from the expansion till now, this is what happened.
Yeah, and you know, like the main hypothesis, you know, I'm not sure if it's a theory yet, but you know, the singularity case, you know, like before the Big Bang, there was a singularity, you know, like all of the matter as we know it was concentrated into a small spot, you know,
Well,
and then, you know, it started
and
expanding.
I think that's another belief that I don't think is widely held today in physics. And so the singularity, as far as I know, is an outdated model that wasn't widely accepted even to begin with. My understanding of singularity, and I'll explain it from my background, right? So, in fact, I'll use my now. I already got my drawing pad open, and I think for everyone who likes pictures, you can follow along. So I work in robotics, and so like imagine if you've got a robot and it's got multiple axes, right? And then let's
Can I
imagine,
just ask you one thing? Sorry, a side note, not really that much. Are you an electrical engineer?
yeah,
Oh, colleagues. Nice.
yeah, yeah, we're brothers in arms here. Okay,
I work with energy.
so you and I like energy talks. So
Yeah.
imagine for a second that you've got like the end of a robotic arm and it twists, but then it can also flex up and down, left and right. So you've got three axes at the wrist. Well, the problem is, in order to coordinate motion through the air, eventually the three axes here, you're going to get to a mathematical position where you are forced to divide by 0. And you can't fucking do that. It's mathematically impossible to calculate your position because it requires you to divide by 0. So that's the point where the math breaks down. And in robotics, we call this singularity. Now, my understanding with physics is it's the same thing. The singularity is just a point where the math breaks down at one point in the Big Bang. As far as I can tell, the idea of a singularity is not that a singularity existed. It's just as far back as we can trace mathematically.
So again, correct me if I'm wrong, but with like the robotic singularity, you just work with limits there, right? Where
Yes.
you're not actually dividing by 0, you're dividing by like x, and x is very close to 0.
So what we actually do in robotics is when you get close, like you'll calculate your singularity all the way up to the point of whatever your maximum resolution is. And then what you'll do is you'll make your next position on the other side of the singularity. And so that's why sometimes you'll see the robot traveling smoothly, and then it'll just jerk as it's traveling, because you had to move one of the axes to avoid the singularity as you're moving. So you just avoid it altogether by moving into a different position. But the point is, as far as I know from science, the ideal of a singularity is just a point where the math breaks down. I don't think what they're saying is that this thing does actually exist. This is just as far back as we can go mathematically before the math stops working.
But can I ask you this, and you tell me if it's off topic? Under your view, so universe would be eternal, right? So there's infinite amount of time, right?
Well, so I think that begs a question, which is like, what is time? And sometimes I don't know. So, for example, my understanding from talking to Dr. Blitz and others is that time is a property of the material universe. So, like, if the only thing that existed was a quantum field, there would be a different time. They have quantum time. It's somehow different than our time, which is why in a quantum state, you can have an effect precede the cause. It's really weird how it works, right? But in the material universe, we have a time that is a property of material, right? So if there's no material, we would say that we don't have the time that you and I are thinking of. That being said, if time is actually a property of the material universe, then you could actually say something akin to like time is more of an illusion than a force. But I'm not a physicist. I'm not the right person to like go into like what exactly is time. I can only tell you, I can repeat things that other people have said that that I've heard, but like I don't have the skill set to explain what time is.
Can I just say, by the way, I'm really glad to talk to another electrical engineer, because we are not astrophysicists, but you do have a lot of knowledge of physics. Let's be real, you really do have it. So maybe not as Dr. Blitz, but we both have enough to at least enter the basic conversation of it. So yeah, but like with different models of time, I've done a quantum physics course, but what I've come to think of it is like that quantum physics is mostly like shut up and calculate. It's like like not that much. So the math says this, but we will work with it, and like the Schrodinger equation and all that stuff, and the Schrodinger cat explanation. I think it's like the worst possible explanation for like the best possible equation.
Right.
Like like it's not like that the cat is itself both dead and alive at the same time. It's just that we presuppose it's just that the way that we work with the math with it.
My understanding is the Schrodinger equation has to do about uncertainty, not about not about being in two states at once. But let me ask you a couple questions. Let's say, for example, let me grab something real quick. Because I want to get the conversation onto something that I think everyone can sink their teeth into. Thank you for the corgi. I appreciate that. If I held this up, I said, this is Sharon Stone. She is the grounding of all reality. Praise Sharon Stone, right? Why would someone believe in Christianity rather than Sharon Stone?
I see your point there.
She's pretty awesome.
Oh yeah, I mean, she looks awesome. She's got a smile, right? Or it's just
and googly eyes.
Where your fingers are.
Yeah,
you're covering the smile. Yeah. So I would say we can see that it's wood and eyes glued onto it. So I would say it's a created object. So I would say created object does not have the capacity of creating the universe. It would have to be something uncreated.
So God can't manifest materially.
God can manifest materially.
Oh. Can God manifest as petrified wood with googly eyes?
I really don't. I never thought about it. A burning bush. He manifested as that, but I don't think like I would say, like petrified wood with googly eyes. Like it does not have any real, not energy, but like any real capability. So, like
So what?
you can.
How do you know what its capabilities are? This is your first time meeting God.
I mean, you can test it out. Like what does Sharon do for you? Like,
Actually,
nothing.
Sharon does everything for me that Jesus does. So Sharon brings me comfort. Sharon, I feel the presence of Sharon with me all the time. I'm never lonely. When I pray to Sharon, my prayers get answered at the same statistical rate as when I used to pray to Jesus. So as far as I can tell, everything Jesus used to do for me as a Christian, Sharon does for me now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I see where you're going with it. I see your argument, but like, um,
But keep in mind, I'm not asking you to believe in Sharon. I'm just asking you, why would somebody believe in Jesus rather than Sharon? Because you know Sharon exists. You've seen her right here.
Yeah. Okay, I would say, like basically, Sharon doesn't fulfill any prophecies. Sharon does not have a real institution. Like, yeah, you could say, oh, my followers believe in Sharon, all that, but like both you and I know, like Sharon is just a piece of wood. Like Jesus was a real person who had real teachings, while Sharon does not have its own teachings. Sharon is
That's
like
not
your
true.
object, and you're speaking for it.
No. We've got a bunch of prophets of Doug and Sharon on our Discord server, and we've got a book. We've got a book of Doug and Sharon. So we do have actual revelation from Doug and Sharon. So there's one thing. But I actually don't think that Jesus fulfilled any prophecies. Like what do you think he fulfilled? Because the Bible does give lots of predictions about the Messiah. It says lots of things the Messiah is going to do, but Jesus didn't do any of them.
Well, it says in Psalm, which was it? 102. Yeah, that one, but the virgin shall give birth, or is it Isaiah?
That's Isaiah.
I'm not sure.
Isaiah 7, and SEG, maybe read this with me. Tell me what you think, because my guess is you've probably read the New Testament, but you haven't done a deep dive on the Old Testament. So it might be helpful to look at chapter 7 with some context. So in the beginning of chapter 7, we're told that Ahaz, the king of the Judean kingdom, is in a war, right? In fact, give me 1 second. I got to move something on one of these screens so that everyone can read
I haven't read Isaiah yet.
What's happening here? 1 second.
You were right.
There we go. Okay, so Isaiah says, in the days of Ahaz, son of Jotham, son of Uzziah, king of Judah, King Rezin of Aram, and King Pekah, son of Remaliah of Israel, went up to attack Jerusalem, but could not conquer it. When the house of David heard that Aram had allied itself with Ephraim, the heart of Ahaz and the heart of his people shook as the trees of the forest shake before the wind. So the context is kind of set for us, which is that King Ahaz is under attack. And like he's petrified, much like Sharon. And he's scared that his kingdom's going to fall because the alliance between the northern Israelites and the Arameans, they want to take him out and put somebody else on the throne that's more favorable to their alliance. So God sends the prophet Isaiah to give him a prophecy of hope. And he ends the first prophecy by saying, if you do not stand firm in faith, you shall not stand at all. So that's the end of the first prophecy. The second prophecy is the part that's quoted in Matthew chapter 1, where it says, again, the Lord spoke to Ahaz, saying, ask a sign of the Lord your God, and let it be as deep as Sheol or as high as heaven. But Ahaz said, I will not ask, and I will not put the Lord to the test. Then Isaiah said, hear then, O house of David, is it too little for you to weary mortals, that you weary my God also? Therefore, the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child, and shall bear a son, and shall name him Emmanuel. He shall eat curds and honey by the time he knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good. For, this is the important part, for before the child knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good, the land before whose two kings you are in dread will be deserted. And he goes on to tell you he's going to wipe them out using the king of Assyria. So the prophecy is to King Ahaz in the middle of the war. And the prophecy is about a child born during the reign of King Ahaz. And he says, before that child knows right from wrong, God's going to wipe out these two kingdoms. He's going to deal with them. He's going to bring Assyria down, and he's going to beat them up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I see. Great point there. I'm gonna go back to the Eastern Orthodoxy in question and how we interpret the Bible. So, the prophecies, in the Bible can be viewed as in many times as in the prototypes of Christ, so to speak, like prototypes, as in some kind of, hints for Christ in the meaning of figures that appear in the Old Testament. So, for example, when the Israelites worship the golden calf and Moses is negotiating with the God, and he offers himself, he says, God, Lord, if you do not forgive them, erase me from the book of life. We would say in that case, Moses is like a kind of a prototype for Christ, the same way that Christ, gave himself up for the sins of the world. Moses is like offering himself, as a sort of, not victim. Can you help me with the word? Like the sacrifice,
Yeah.
for the Israelites. So also like Joseph, I think Joseph is one of better examples for Christ. With him when he interprets dreams, and the cupbearer and the baker. Now I forgot which is which, and it says, he says to one like you will die, and the other you will survive.
Right.
And one was spared by the king, and it says the other one wasn't, and he didn't remember Joseph on that day, and to me, it sounds, like Christ and two thieves, one.
It's really easy to look back and kind of impute your ideas of Christ into stories in the Old Testament, and there's issues with the back on track with the prophecies, in particular the virgin birth, because in Isaiah 7:14 it uses the word alma in the Hebrew, which is just young woman. There's a different word that's used when it's supposed to be for virgin, but the Greek Septuagint, which is what the New Testament authors were referencing, the word was parthenos, which is the word that is used for virgin. And so there could be a strong case to be made that the whole idea of the virgin birth was just a fabrication to try to give more credibility to the gospel narrative.
Well,
that's a major problem with the prophecies.
Yeah.
It might be Zach, you ever heard the old saying, never attribute to malice what can be better explained by incompetence?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Actually, that's how I'm reading it. And listen, at this point, we're speculating, right? But I think, so I went through the usages of Parthenos in the Septuagint and then in other Greek literature. And it turns out both in Genesis and in some writings of Homer, they use Parthenos to refer to a young woman who's already had sex. It seems
interesting
that the strict use of Parthenos in the ancient world just meant somebody who hadn't yet had a baby yet, not someone who was literally never had sex.
I did not know that. That's awesome.
But get this. There are instances where it's used of married women who have had sex and already had baby. It's rare, but it happens, right? It seems to be that what Matthew did, because by the time, so just like English changed, like not that long ago, the word gay meant something completely different than what we're using it for now. Well, the word Parthenos used to be a little more vague. By the time of Matthew, it really mostly only got applied to like unmarried, unsexed women. So that being the case, Matthew was reading this older Greek text. He didn't know the Hebrew. He was reading an old Greek text, and he was interpreting it through, well, this is what it means to me today. And then he made a blunder because he doesn't even, not only does he not know Hebrew, he also doesn't even understand the ancient Greek.
Right.
He's just a goof.
That's really good. I like that, rather than trying to say, oh, this was malicious, this had malicious intent, just to say, hey, he was just incompetent. And that's strong. Yeah.
And one of the Greek dictionaries or Greek lexicons that points this out, so if you read the Thayer's Greek lexicon, they list at least one or two instances where it's used of a non-virgin. As far as I don't think it's in the BDAG lexicon. They don't go through the trouble of listing non-virginal uses of it.
That's the one that I have.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's a great lexicon. It just didn't list it.
Totally.
Okay, so anyways, so SEG, when we
Mhm.
get to Isaiah 7, I hear what you're saying, right? You're saying that it is like a typology, right?
Mhm.
But listen, because I think Zach is bringing up a good point too, which is if Isaiah 7 is a typology, it still doesn't match what Jesus did, right? Because it doesn't. Nothing in
Mhm.
Isaiah 7 is about a virgin birth or anything like that, right? So I still don't understand how you can get from Isaiah 7 to a virgin birth even using typology.
So yeah, but it focuses in the Orthodox Church again. We generally rely more on the Septuagint rather than the Masoretic text. That's why we have a wider canon. We actually have a bigger canon than the Catholics do. You know, Catholics have 73 books. We have 76
Right.
because they are found in the Septuagint. So you know, with the problem of Parthenos, which is like we are at an impasse now. Like when did the word Parthenos evolve? So generally it's accepted that the Septuagint was translated around 2nd or 3rd centuries BC.
Yeah,
Maybe 4th, maybe, but
I
it's a
think it
big
depends on
maybe.
which part, right? It seems pretty apparent that the Torah was translated first, and then later we had other
Mhm,
translations of like the prophets and the history. Um, but like at the time, like so in Genesis, right? Genesis 34, we
mhm,
see Parthenos being used to describe Dinah after she's already been raped by Shechem.
mhm,
So at the time the Torah was being translated, it seems that Parthenos could be used of somebody who wasn't strictly a virgin. So like
mhm.
I think that being the case, I think between the Torah and the Septuagint being initially translated, I just think that there was a shift in the culture and how they used the word, which is why Matthew doesn't know that Parthenos could be applied to somebody who's not a virgin.
Yeah, I see. And again, how we interpret even the word virgin, you know, it can mean, you know, somebody who hasn't had, you know, sexual relations, or it can be somebody who hasn't had consensual sexual relations. Now we always, you know, pray it's always the same case, but not necessarily. There are some Orthodox saints, women who were canonized, who have been essayed, uh, who are, you know, who have the title, you know, of like dying, you know, like still counted as virgins.
Well, I think one of the points is that it just at least seriously calls into question the idea of the virgin birth being a
Yeah, I
prophecy
see.
at all.
Yeah, I see your point.
Right.
I see your point there.
Which is the other
So,
thing to Zach's point. Like if we're saying that it's a typology, well,
mhm.
it would seem that the typology should be that Jesus is going to defeat Israel's enemies, because the actual context of the prophecy has nothing to do with the Messiah being born. The context of the prophecy is about God dealing with Israel's enemies, or
Well, yeah, I
Judah's
mean,
enemies,
mhm.
technically.
Yeah. I mean, you could say, you know, defeat their enemies, or you could say, you know, lead them to some kind of salvation as well. So, you know, you could say, basically make the nation of Israel winning, make them win, so to speak,
Yes,
right?
you could. So if you said this is well, first of all, I don't believe in typologies. We can get to that next. But like,
Mhm.
if you said this was a typological prophecy about Jesus coming and like defeating the enemies of his people, which you certainly would want that to be included, because that seems to be the case. In fact,
Mhm.
Luke, if you read the beginning of Luke in chapter 1, when there's a prophecy over John the Baptist and then another prophecy given over Jesus, Luke seems to be under the opinion that that's the appropriate reading of the Hebrew scriptures as well. So Luke says, is recorded, "Blessed be the Lord God of Israel, for he has looked favorably upon his people and has redeemed them. He has raised up a mighty Savior for us in the house of his child David, as he spoke through the mouth of his holy prophets from old, that we would be saved from our enemies and from the hand of all who hate us," which obviously
Mhm.
at this time would have been Rome, right? So even Luke was expecting Jesus to come and free the Israelites from their servitude, their vassalage from Rome, but he didn't do it. The fuck
Yeah.
just happened? Something just fell over in my room.
That sounded
We're okay,
freaky.
man.
That was something in my refrigerator just broke.
Oh no. Hey, I hate to do this, but I actually have to jump, Justin. Oh, go handle that. Sorry.
Sorry, no, I had some cans of pop or some cans of soda in there that were too close to the ice maker, and one of them froze and exploded. So
That'll jar you.
Hey.
I hate to leave right now. I wish that I could stay longer. I just wanted to not leave without saying bye and thank you so much for bringing me up. Seriously, so great to be here. And SCG, enjoy talking to you as well. Thank you so much, guys.
Yeah, I enjoyed talking. It was the same good experience too, man.
Great to hear from you,
Love it.
Zach.
Yeah, man. We'll talk soon. Thank you so much. Much love.
Cheers, buddy.
Have a great day, man.
You too.
W. Zach, good guy. Sorry about that. I'm gonna have a mess in my hands after the live stream, apparently. But let's. Where were we?
Oh, Luke and how Zechariah interprets it and how Luke interprets it.
Right.
So, again, that begs and you might say that I'm hard on the interpretation, but like Jesus comes and reinterprets many things in the Bible. I forgot in which book was it said, like, was it Malachi, I think, or what's the last one in the Old Testament? Yeah, Malachi, where it says, I think, Elijah will reappear.
Yeah.
In a sense, he does reappear at the transfiguration.
When? The problem with that is if you go to, sorry to interrupt, if you go to the prophecy, Lone Dro, thank you for the crane in the hat. If you go to the prophecy in Malachi 3 or 4, I always forget. I think it's Malachi. I
think it's 4.
Yeah, give me 1 second. Because he says he's sending the messenger in 3, and 4 is labeled as John the Baptist, right? So, yeah. Or not John the Baptist, I mean Elijah, who eventually is labeled as John the Baptist. So it says, see, I will send you the prophet Elijah before the great and terrible day of the Lord comes. He will turn the hearts of their parents to their children and the hearts of the children to their parents, so that I will not come and strike the land with a curse. Now, as far as I can tell, this didn't come true. Like, not only do I think this wasn't fulfilled in John the Baptist, I just don't think it was fulfilled at all, because the hearts of the children in regards to their relationship to their parents, I can't see how that relationship has changed, in the last 2,000 years. And if 70 AD means anything, I would imagine what happened in 70 AD could be considered cursing the land with a curse, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I see that, but I would say that's the reference to it would be when Jesus says, "I have not come to bring peace, but a sword."
Yes.
Yeah. So it says the way it's phrased is not so clear. So you could maybe say, oh, it means all children and all parents, but what Jesus is referencing would be more kind of like children being persecuted by their parents for accepting Jesus, right? There are cases like that, there were cases like that, there will be cases like that.
So I hear what you're saying, yeah, but what I'm hearing is a contradiction, right? If Malachi 4 says that Elijah is going to turn the hearts of the children to their parents and vice versa, in order that God won't bring a curse on the land. And Jesus said the opposite. He says, I come to bring a sword and division and to turn the children against the parents, so on and so forth. It seems like he's saying the opposite is true.
Okay, wait. Can you just put it back again, Malachi 4?
Yeah, so in Malachi 4, what it says, he will turn the hearts of the parents to their children and the hearts of children to their parents, so that I will not come and strike the land with the curse.
Yeah, no, we could. Maybe I missed. Okay, maybe I missed, but still could be true. I maybe. So could be meaning, what does it mean? To turn the heart to their, probably positive. Like generally, yeah. Like yeah, with it being not specific always, you could say like, yeah, there were cases of like, not generalizing. So there were cases of that being true. There were cases of the opposite being true. Family by family case. So yeah, maybe maybe I messed up a little. Sorry, I have to reconcentrate.
It's okay. I mean, you're probably thinking through some of these issues for the first time, and that's okay. But like, so like all the supposed prophecies about the Messiah, like all the ones that are listed in the New Testament, at best you can say that they're typological, because he didn't fulfill any of the prophecies in the original context of the prophecy. But when I go to a prophecy that's clearly about the Messiah, because there are prophecies that really are about the Messiah. When I go to those prophecies, I'm always told that, well, he'll do that when he comes back. Well, isn't that like convenient? Like all the prophecies that are clearly about the Messiah, he couldn't have done those. He's only going to do that when he comes back. Then I say, well, what did he actually do then? And they have to point me to things that half of them they're not even prophecies, for the most part. And the ones that are prophecies have nothing to do with him. You have to make some sort of a vague typological reference. But like I could do the same thing for myself. Like I've ridden a donkey. I've had a nail pierce my hand and my foot. I fulfilled Isaiah 65:9 by bringing forth descendants. Like I can go to all these prophecies and verses in the Old Testament and put myself in there the same way Jesus is. So like I feel like if I can fulfill all these typological prophecies the same way Jesus did, then I'm just not impressed by saying that Jesus fulfilled these typological prophecies.
Well, yeah, I mean, probably the go-to passage for like fulfillment of the messianic prophecies, again, probably would be Isaiah 53. Like in the case of dying, and now about the case of rising up, yeah, it's more of a typological thing, Jesus saying there will be the sign of Jonah, and Jonah being 3 days in a fish and Jesus being 3 days in a tomb. That's typological, but like the go-to messianic prophecy would probably be Isaiah 53.
So before we get into 53, I would say a couple things. Like if you read the Dead Sea Scrolls, there's a bunch of people who suffered, even became martyrs, and they consider themselves to be the fulfillment of Isaiah 53. We can even include the Messiah that came after Jesus, Simon Bar Kokhba. He was killed by the Romans. He could have died and been the fulfillment of Isaiah 53, because Isaiah 53 doesn't say anything about dying and rising. It just talks about something or somebody dying. So like personally, I think it's about Israel, the righteous remnant of Israel. I don't think it's about the Messiah. But even if I did take a messianic angle at Isaiah 53, there's so many other candidates I would put first. I think Simon Bar Kokhba comes way closer. Simon Bar Kokhba was actually a leader. He was actually a prince within Israel. In fact, during the Bar Kokhba rebellion, for a period of about 3.5 years, they minted coins with Simon's name on them, calling him the Prince of Israel. And so, like, if we're just labeling, okay, who fits the mold of Isaiah 53 that fulfilled most of the prophecies or any prophecies in the original context, I think Simon Bar Kokhba comes way closer than Jesus.
Yeah, I see. The difference is, with my opinion, I would say, he was a great hero, all of that, and he died in battle, right? I think so. I'm not sure. So, the context of his death is more of a, like, it's not sacrificial. And if I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong, I think, the context of Isaiah 53 is like the Messiah being offered up as a sacrifice for his people.
Well, get this, because if you think Zechariah 12, if you think, or 10, I always forget which one. If you think Zechariah 12, I think it's Zechariah 12. Hold on. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, Zechariah 12. If you think Zechariah 12 is about the Messiah, then this would fit Simon Bar Kokhba as well. So like,
would you just mind putting it on the screen, Zechariah 12, if it's not a problem?
Yeah. 1 second. So Zechariah 12 is a classic passage where he says, I will pour out a spirit of compassion and supplication on the house of David. This is after a great war, by the way, on the house of David and the inhabitants of Jerusalem, so that when they look on the one whom they pierced, they shall mourn for him as one mourns for an only child, and weep bitterly over him as one weeps for the firstborn. And of course, this would fit Simon Bar Kokhba better because it's presumed that this person was pierced in war. The whole chapter talks about the war in Israel and then talks about one being pierced, presumably in war, which you could assign to Simon Bar Kokhba falling in battle.
Can you just let me 10 seconds so I reread it?
Right.
And I will put a lot of compare. Again, sorry if I'm wrong, but doesn't this imply that when they look on the one whom they have pierced, is more of like not pierced by the enemy but by his own people, right?
Well, we don't know. That's the problem with really Hebrew and Greek, right? So they don't have a rigid way for us to know the way that they worded the sentence who they is.
Yeah, there's no distinction in third person telling.
Right.
Yeah. So just by the context, and again, I have read Zechariah. I have read the 12 minor prophets, but like long time ago, and I haven't really read commentaries on them. So and it's my opinion. So to me, with the context, it seems that it's speaking about a figure that is unalived by the Israelites or by the Jews.
Right, but
as for Zechariah 12.
During a battle, though. The whole chapter is about the battle.
Yeah, I'll have to reread it, man. I'll have to reread it.
Okay, so
I cannot give you like a 100% positive answer.
Right.
So yeah,
that's fair. So SG, I've been kind of having a little bit of fun with this prophetic fulfillment thing, but I think we should talk about Isaiah 53 because I think the appropriate way to interpret Isaiah 53 is that it's about the nation of Israel. I don't think it's actually about a human being. And I actually don't think that Zechariah 12 is about the Messiah either. I was just running with your interpretation for a little bit. So Isaiah 53, as far as we can tell, seems to be about the righteous remnant of Israel. And I'm going to give you a couple reasons why I think that is the case. Are you on a computer or a hardback Bible?
I have both.
Okay, I'll put the verses on the screen so that you don't have to flip the pages.
Yeah.
So in 2nd Isaiah, that's chapter 40 all the way to 55, there's like a really clear theme. And the theme is that it's time to leave Babylon. Your time of punishment is over. You've received double for your sins. Let's get out of there. And then there's lots of stuff added to that, right? But it starts out pretty clearly naming who the servant is. It says, but you, Israel, my servant, Jacob, whom I've chosen, the offspring of Abraham, my friend, you who I took from the ends of the earth and called you from its furthest corners, saying, you are my servant. Okay, cool. So at the beginning of 2nd Isaiah, God just tells you, it seems like the Israelites are the servant. And then in 43, he says the same thing. You are my witnesses. That's plural, right? You are my witnesses, says the Lord, and my servant, whom I have chosen. Okay, cool. So the nation of Israel is still the servant here. 44, he says, hear now, O Jacob, my servant, Israel, whom I've chosen. Thus saith the Lord who made you, who formed you in the womb, and will help you. Do not fear, O Jacob, my servant, Jeshurun, whom I've chosen. Cool. And then same thing in 44:21. Remember these things, O Jacob and Israel, you are my servant. And then he says the same thing in 45:4. And then my favorite is 48:20. So as we're building in 2nd Isaiah, the closer you get to the end of 2nd Isaiah is the closer you get to the exiles being released. So in 48:20, he says, go out from Babylon, flee from Chaldea, declare this with a shout of joy, proclaim it, send it forth to the ends of the earth. Say the Lord has redeemed his servant Jacob. So I'm looking at the context of 2nd Isaiah, and I'm saying to myself, it really looks like what he's talking about is the nation of Israel suffering as God's special instrument, and they suffer partly for their own sins, and then also for the sins of the nations. Because if you read the rest of Second Isaiah and even Third Isaiah, the prophet tells you that one of the reasons why they had to serve there is so that when God comes to liberate them with a mighty and outstretched arm, the nations will look and be amazed. They'll be astonished. And then all the nations will come and say, who's this motherfucker that just did all this stuff? This is crazy. We need to know who this God is, right? And so that's how I'm interpreting Isaiah 53. And I know if you read chapter 53 in isolation, I totally get why you would think it's about Jesus. But I think if you read it in context, it makes more sense that it's the nation of Israel. And the last thing I'll say, and then I want you to say some stuff, but the reason why I think this is the best interpretation also is because it matches what the other prophets say. So the other prophets say roughly the same thing. Like Zechariah chapter 8 talks about roughly the same thing. Other parts of Isaiah, Jeremiah, everybody, Ezekiel says that God is going to restore Israel. And when he exalts Israel and glorifies Israel, that's when all the nations are going to flock to Israel and be like, the God's with these people. We need to be with these people and worship their God because he's the strong guy. He's the mighty one. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I see where you're going with it. You know, but and yeah, I see that, you know, as you know, with the presupposition that the idea of a servant is a fixed one and not a moving one. But you know, it also does describe the servant as being sinless, you know, and that's the thing that you know, because you know, generally no other person is sinless, you know, except what we believe Jesus and Mary. So you know, there's one thing to be righteous and there's the other thing to be sinless, you know. Like Abraham was righteous, but he wasn't sinless. He lied 2 times, you know, about Sarah, for example. So again, you know, with the righteous remnant, you still couldn't say sinless. So I wouldn't say that there was a remnant of Israel being sinless.
I don't think I would say that the righteous remnant of Israel were completely sinless. And I'm not sure Isaiah 53 says sinless. I mean,
I think somewhere in Isaiah it said, I'll double check it. But sure, go ahead. Sorry, did I interrupt?
I think the idea of the righteous sufferer or the servant in Isaiah 53 is not that they're sinless, just that they're righteous. And in the Old Testament, the idea that somebody would be righteous doesn't mean that they've never sinned. It just means that they've made the appropriate atonement for those sins, you know, utilizing the sacrificial system.
Yeah, but the other thing, so I need to wait, just let me, because I have Bible in Serbian, so I have to pull up the English verses. Sorry for the wait.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, just a second. Sure. Can you pull up to Isaiah 49?
Oh, 49. Yeah. This should be fun. So Isaiah 49, I don't think is referring to the same people or the same person.
Yeah.
There's 2 references here. Let's go through it.
You know, it speaks of an individual. It really more speaks of an individual. The 49:5, you know. And the Lord says, he who formed me in the womb to be his servant, to bring Jacob back to him and gather Israel to himself. So, you know, here we have a distinction between the servant and the rest of Israel. And, you know, it says he formed me in the womb, not, you know, like us. So, you know, it would be, generally speaking, of an individual figure.
Well, no, because he says the same thing of Israel earlier, right? If you go to, one second. blah, blah, blah. There you go. Isaiah 44, he says, "But hear now, O Jacob, my servant, Israel, whom I've chosen. The Lord says, thus saith the Lord who made you, who formed you in the womb and will help you." Right, so he says the same thing about Israel.
Oh, well, yeah, but it doesn't say, with the 49:5, it says to lead Jacob. It speaks of Jacob as an individual, still as an individual, but
Right.
makes
So-
a distinction between himself and the Jacob.
Right. So I agree. So that's why I said there's a different servant in 49. And my interpretation is that the different servant in 49 is going to be the prophet himself who's giving the message to Israel. And we see the same thing in the book of Amos. God says he doesn't do anything. Amos chapter 3, I believe. Or 6 now is irrelevant. It's in Amos. He says God doesn't do anything without revealing it to his servants, the prophets. And then we get the same thing in Jeremiah. God refers to the prophets as servants because that's their job.
Yeah.
They're servants, right? So this is like the one instance where I think the prophet himself is identifying himself as bringing the message to the Israelites. He says, "You are my servant." This is why I say there's two earlier. It said, he said to me, "You are my servant Israel, in whom I will be glorified," which is a weird thing to say, unless he's speaking of two different servants here, to Israel or to the prophet. So we can say verses 3 and 4, you could attribute to the nation of Israel. And verse 5, you could attribute to the prophet. And now the Lord says, so different prophecy, "Who formed me in the womb to be his servant," the same thing we read about Jeremiah, "to bring Jacob back to him, that Israel might be gathered to him. For I am honored in the sight of the Lord, and my God has become my strength," so on and so forth. "Is it too light a thing that you should be my servant to raise up the tribes of Jacob and to restore the survivors of Israel? I will give you as a light to the nations. My salvation shall reach to the ends of the earth." So I'm reading this as an in context reference about the prophet himself being sent to the people.
Yeah, I see. There's one thing that's really tricky here. It's that the original Hebrew and Greek do not have the quotation marks and commas. So, it was translator's choice. So, like, whether I see that he put comma at the beginning of the verse 9. Now,
At 9?
it's pretty unclear. So, it
You mean verse
moves,
5?
verse 5.
Right. Well, the comment marks off the quote, right? It says, "He says."
Can you scroll up if you can.
Mhm.
So after and now the Lord says,
Right.
no, and then comma
Well, yeah.
on the word. Yeah.
That's how you mark
Yeah,
off
so-
sayings.
Yeah, so maybe the quotation marks could have been put behind who.
So you think it's
like that's the beginning.
you think it's
yeah.
a question?
No, maybe the more it would be like quotation marks and then "he who formed me in the womb to be." You get what I'm saying?
Well, I don't think who is in the text. So who is Hebrew for he in this instance? But that's not there, right? It says, "And now the Lord says," and you would expect either one, a comma or a quote, right? But it's not abnormal in Hebrew to say "the Lord says" and then to make a comment about the Lord before you say what he says, right?
Yeah.
Especially because you got to remember second Isaiah. I think second Isaiah is a little bit different than first Isaiah, but second Isaiah, a lot of what we find in second Isaiah is written in poetic meter. There's a bunch of words that are used in second Isaiah specifically to make sure that the poetry meter works. And so a scholar named John D. Watts did a lot of work on detailing the actual meter of every line of poetry in second Isaiah. It's really phenomenal what he did. So I'm looking at some of the weird wording that you find in the text, and I'm looking at some of this and saying, well, part of it's just because He needed to make it sound the right way. But the meaning is still there. You know, the meaning is that God is speaking through the prophet, right?
Yeah.
And the message that he's giving to the prophet is not just for Israel, it's for the entire earth, right? Because the entire earth is going to be saved theoretically once God delivers Israel from captivity. You got to remember, everything in the second Isaiah is about the Babylonian captivity. So this is where I think context comes in helpful, because like if every chapter in second Isaiah is like Babylonian captivity, Babylonian captivity, Babylonian captivity, and then we have just one verse, Isaiah 53, or one half chapter, and we're like, well, that's not about the Babylonian captivity. Wait, what would compel me to think such a thing?
Yeah, I see where you're going with it, and I have to say, I'm arguing with what I've got, I've read something from Isaiah, so I'm basically improvising here. I hope you don't mind that. So, I hope the
No, I
audience
think you're
forgives me.
I think you're having a good faith conversation, and I think you're doing the best with what you've been given, because like, so I grew up thinking that Jesus fulfilled a bunch of prophecies in the actual original context, but he turns out he didn't, right? Now, I can tell you what scholars do with this. I think most scholars of the Old Testament know that this was originally about the Babylonian exiles being freed, right? However, in order to get to Jesus, you can do the same thing that you said elsewhere, which is that, well, it's typological, right? It was initially about the Babylonian exile, but secondarily, it's about Jesus, you see?
Yeah.
But at
So,
that point, I'm sorry, go ahead.
no, go ahead. I'll say later.
So I'm just saying, at that point, if you go to Isaiah 53 and then you classify it as another dual fulfillment or another typological prophecy, well, then we're kind of back where we started, which is that I don't see a good reason to believe in typological prophecies, being that they can be applied kind of willy-nilly to anybody and anything.
So yeah, I mean, I'm gonna say, Isaiah's a pretty long book. It's pretty complex, so I will have to study it further. But with the commentaries, with all of that, with whatever I will find. But when one thing that comes to mind when speaking of Israel, and it's speaking like not necessarily only about the near future. It's speaking about the near future and from then on, and saying, the other nations will come to you and worship your God, and Israel will be blessed. They will want to join you. I'd see that being, as fulfilled, as in like 2.5 billion Christians worshiping the God of Israel, and even when Paul says, the true Israel are the believers. They are that believe, for the seed of Abraham is not necessarily the biological one, but by the one by faith. So I would say, that type. I would say, when I read that, that's the first thing comes to mind. Like Christianity.
Right, but the problem is it doesn't fix the problem that the prophecy didn't come true. The prophecy, he says that he's going to exalt the nation of Israel and rebuild and restore their land, right? In fact, he says of the nation of Israel in chapter 60, verse 11, it says, the nations will bring you their wealth with kings leading the procession. And then he says earlier, back in like chapter 54, so right after chapter 53, if you go all the way back, to right after they're free from captivity. He says, just like the days of Noah to me, just as I swore that the waters of Noah would never again go over the earth, so I have sworn to you that I will not be angry with you and I will not rebuke you. But he does. He goes on and rebukes the fuck out of Israel, right? So like, there's a bunch of stuff in here that it mirrors what all the rest of the prophecies are saying, that God's going to restore Israel. He's not going to be mad at them anymore. And the reality is, because it didn't come true, the Jews did one of two things. They said, okay, well, this isn't true. Like, there are a lot of Jews that didn't accept the prophets. They said, no, this is all bullshit. It's only the Torah only. Those are the Sadducees. And then there was a bunch of Jews that said, no, we believe the prophecies. The prophecies can't fail. So now we have to reinterpret these prophecies, which is how you get to Christianity. You get to Christianity and the Christians are like, okay, They didn't come true with what they were actually saying. So they must mean something else. And as an atheist, I'm saying, well, the correct thing to do is just to admit that they failed rather than saying we should reinterpret them and then divorce them from the original context.
Yeah, and I see your perspective. I get it, but again, sorry for all the waits.
No, it's okay.
Thinking on the air. So I mean, I don't know, like what exactly to say to that. Generally, as if if Jesus can reinterpret things, maybe we can too. And I see why you wouldn't believe it, but I right now I don't see the argument to make you believe it. I see both why you could and couldn't, but nothing comes on my mind to say, well, yeah, you have to do to believe this.
Right. Now,
So yeah.
Right. And the thing of it is, let's say, for example, that Jesus, let's say that he fulfilled 10 really good prophecies in the original context, right? Let's imagine that happened. Then I might give you some leeway and say, listen, he fulfilled 10 really solid prophecies. Maybe we can credit him some of the typological prophecies. But I wouldn't do that, right? Until Jesus fulfills at least one prophecy within its original context, I'm not willing to grant him typological prophecies. And you wouldn't for me either, right? If I said, listen,
Yeah.
I'm the Messiah, follow me. And you're like, well, why would I believe that you're the Messiah? I said, because I've fulfilled all these prophecies. And then if you said, okay, well, show me how you fulfilled the prophecies, and it turns out they're all just typological types and shadows, you'd be like, that's bullshit. Get out of here with that.
Yeah.
Right? So like,
Yeah.
I'm applying the same critical thinking to Jesus that you would apply to like me or to Joseph Smith.
Yeah, I see. I'll have to go into a deeper dive on that. I've read much of the Bible, but I'll have to reread much of it. Read the commentaries, read all of that. So yeah, I unless you have another topic, I think I'm done. So yeah.
Well, SG, I don't usually have conversations this long, but like you're really pleasant to talk to. I think you're having an honest conversation. So I appreciate you staying up here with me so long. I know I probably took a big chunk of your time, but like big W for coming up and having a great conversation.
Yeah, thank you. It was a mutual feeling. It was great talking to you.
Hey, cheers, buddy.
I hope I'll hop on, some of the next times.
Yeah, coming back.
So yeah.
All right,
Have a
cheers.
great day.
Big W. When I first started streaming, I thought there'd be more of those conversations and less of the hostile ones. I was wrong. All right, I'm going to grab a couple super chats, friends, and then we're going to get our next guest in here. Yoda, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, if God knew before creation they wouldn't repent, he made them for hell. Yes, I agree. If God knit you in your mother's womb and he knew before you even existed that you wouldn't repent, then he made you that way. By claiming free will, she argues against herself. Yeah, Juliet. His prior knowledge removes all real choice. How can they not understand this? Well, they haven't thought through it, which is the problem, Yoda. I think that's the problem. But we'll do what we can. Cheese, in response to Juliet, says, I can somehow claim to have a spiritual experience and be wrong about it being spiritual, i.e. delusion. How can someone know different? I agree, Cheese. Listen, if you have a mystical or spiritual experience and you don't have a methodology to test it to know if it's a delusion or not, then I think it's improper to say that it's truly a spiritual experience. Helping Mega, thank you for the super chat, says 128 gigabytes. Praise Doug and Sharon for the Saturday barbecue. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, I've got 128 gigabytes of RAM on this beast because I was like, RAM's not even expensive. Let me add it to the computer and we'll make sure it's got everything it needs. Dr. Pizza says, do they ever give a reason for an infinite regress being impossible, or do they just parrot low bar Bill? Praise Doug and his infinite existence. Dr. Pizza, they never do. So Aquinas had an argument for infinite regress why it couldn't be possible, but it's a bad argument. And every Christian we've ever had up here, none of them, not a single one, has ever been able to give a rational reason why, in fact, you can't have an infinite regress. Also, if time is a property of matter, and matter comes from quantum fields, then like it would be true that quantum fields existed with a different type of time before our time was created, or at some kind of time. I don't know how quantum time works. TM says Christian faith is invalid. It's given under threat. Actually, I agree. That's why the Anabaptists were like, fuck that. Skeptics and scoundrels, great to see you. SCG should call the line with Dr. Aaron Adair. When Dr. Aaron Adair is, I actually agree. He's phenomenally smart. I'm not the quantum physics guy. John says, what's the proper PPE for these lives? Great question. The personal protective equipment that you need for these lives is probably just a good pair of headphones and some comfortable shorts in the summertime or sweats in the wintertime to watch it in. That's what I would recommend. And Hank says, tag bro, I just want a good faith conversation. Okay, so don't run tag, you absolute melon. Yeah, listen, nobody running tag ever wanted a good faith conversation. The goal of tag is to burden shift and declare victory after you've shifted the burden rather than defending your faith. She's coming in again. Thank you so much, friend. It says, what do you think about Porphyry, his scholarly analysis of prophecies and takedown of the book of Daniel being written in Hasmonean period was so ahead of his time? It's fascinating. So I have not read the arguments of Porphyry since seminary. That's why I said that's next on my reading list. But I agree. The prophecies of Daniel were 1,000,000% written during the Hasmonean period or during the Maccabean period for sure. I think that's demonstrable. So they're not even prophecies. And Bob says, Hail Nero, given YouTube's cut. Thank you. Appreciate that. Question. What's a Jewish woman's greatest fear at Passover? Answer, thrush. Huh. Why? I guess I'm confused. Isn't thrush when your throat gets really sore? Isn't that something that babies get? Let me see. Thrush refers to two distinct, or is an oral condition, a fungal infection in the mouth. Okay. Yes, what's up? I guess I don't understand what the Passover has to do with thrush. You're not drinking the blood. You don't have any yeast in the house. I'm confused. Anyways, thank you, Bob. Listen, I'm sure that's a really good joke that I'm too dumb to get, but I appreciate it. Thank you for the $9.99 Aussie dollars. And skeptical. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, every time Julia answered Justin's challenge with God gave us free will, I picture Nigel Tufnell saying, these go to 11. That's a good one, actually. Oh. And the hem says, how did the chicken cross the road? The pole shifted. I feel like we're gonna end up with a pole shift meme. That has to happen. And Forum, thank you for $10 super chat, says moderator Tenebrus Sint is posting jokes about Gazan children being murdered in Gaza. He has blocked me for telling him to stop. Thank you for letting me know, Forum. And this is going to be on 1 second. We'll just take care of this right now. Let's see. You're on which stream? Let me double check. It looks to me like you're on the vertical stream. So I'm just going to go over to the vertical account real quick, and I'll just go into community. Let's see. No, that's not what I want. Customization, settings, community moderation, and let's see. What was the name of this jokester? Tenebrus Sint. Let's see if I can find a Tenebrus Sint here. I see him. Okay. Gone. No jokes about Gazans being murdered. Not into that. JMR, welcome to the Kraken crew, and thank you for gifting out 5 DZ memberships. Super appreciate that, friend. And also, I just got a couple more super chats. Abel, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, hey, Justin, not a religious question. How do you balance empathy with callers who seem unwell? The last guy sounded like he needed real help. Yeah, the guy who was into conspiracy theories. Okay, so here's the deal. That's hard to tell because I think some people are really into conspiracy theories and I don't think they're mentally unstable. I think sometimes people are genuinely just not bright. It's hard to tell. And to be fair, he could have been mentally unstable, and my radar is not off. So unfortunately, I don't have a good mechanism for always sussing out who's mentally unstable and who's not. But I have had episodes where it seemed clear that somebody was mentally unstable, and well, you've seen how those go. But if they're nice and mentally unstable, I usually cut them loose. Design says God also confirms to some that generations of their offspring will be heaven bound. Where's the free will in that? Obviously not. In fact, if he punishes people for the crimes of their parents, that means he's revoking their free will to do certain things. Like you aren't allowed into the assembly of the Lord into the 10th generation if you're a bastard child. Well, he's removing your free will to enter into the congregation of the Lord based on something you never did. The Kern says that's actually fascinating to listen to an ideology fighting for survival in real time. Feel sad for Julia. Yeah, she was struggling. She was struggling hard. And Ehud the Leftist, great to see you today. Thank you so much for sending out 5DZ gifted memberships. An argument from Motion says if natural disasters are due to man's sin, then why are there hurricanes on Jupiter? Yes, actually, that's it. And asteroids that impact the moon. Natural disasters exist on all the planets. They seem to be produced by nature. Griffin says, do you think going to seminary, even if you don't believe, is a good idea just for the information, or is there a better place to study the Bible? Well, I think it's a good idea. Like if you want to be in this space, like if you want to be in the debate space and you want to have the most information, yeah, go to seminary. A lot of people, there's people in seminary that aren't religious. Typically, they don't do the MDiv. They'll do a master's of theology, but they won't do a master's of divinity. So you can take the theology courses without the divinity courses. The divinity courses is an extra year added on to your deeper studies for pastoral training. So seminary technically is 2 years of study, 1 year of pastoral training. And if you don't do divinity, it's just the 2 years of the academic training. 88 says currently donating plasma in Doug's name. Hell yeah. He's the bedrock of my beliefs. May my platelets please your rock, Lord. Well, I'm sure it does. And thank you for doing a good thing. That's really helpful to donate blood. I'm going to do 3 more super chats. Thank you so much, Rock Hard for Doug, for the $20 super chat. I really appreciate that. Says, I'm also researching the early Jesus movements and wonder about your thoughts on if current Christian theology are because of political leaders. Constantine Theodosius gave tax and monetary benefits to those in line with them. Yes, I think that the modern current beliefs have a lot to do with coercion and not so much to do with what the tradition was. If you look at like a lot of the writings of Paul, some of those show up in Christian beliefs, but not so much the beliefs of Jesus. His theology is entirely different, you know? But yeah, when you issue edicts like against the Arians and you are killing heretics, yeah, you're going to change your belief system pretty quick. Solo, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, just saw a video of that POS that called your son that name. My brother has autism, and when I heard him say that, I almost threw my phone. Give that boy a big hug from everyone in this community. Well, thank you, Solo. I really appreciate that. And thank you for being a member of this community. Really do appreciate that. And yeah, it's amazing to me that a Christian can come out and say that kind of stuff about somebody with special needs. It's insane. Monkey says, I didn't know I would like the engineering talk more than the theology talk. Monkey, it's a weird one, isn't it? Engineering's not for everybody, but hey, if you're nerdy like me, it's for you, you know? I do love some engineering talk. I wish my engineering talk could go deeper, but I've been out of school so long, you know, you forget that shit. All right, I'm gonna grab somebody from we've had people waiting in our YouTube queue for a while, but I'm also gonna bring in 2 friends of mine. First, well, one of them, there we go. One of them's connected. Both of them are connected now. How you doing, Joyful? How you doing, Joel?
Hey, pretty good. I haven't really come up here to talk much about Christianity or atheism, but I just wanted to say that, like, if you could talk to the Christians about having people come into our lives, like Natalie, for instance, who are incoherent and won't define words and just are like lousy Christians to talk to. If there's a way that you could like communicate to the Christians to also not complain about people who are like perfectly polite to them, but maybe just like a little impatient because they won't even define what the fucking word objective means, then that would be really appreciated. Justin, could you do that for me?
I can definitely do that for you, Joel. I got your back on this one. I'm sorry that you're being prosecuted.
Yeah, I don't know what that.
Sorry, that's a joyful joke. Or no, not joyful. Skits used to say that. Sorry.
Prosecuted. Yeah. Skits loves God. Yeah. But yeah, that's what I came up for, because Natalie was well, just what's the word? Just like not infuriating, just like annoying. That's the
Yeah. The tone policing is a little much.
yeah. I thought it was funny that she came up earlier and ratted me out to you.
It's weird that to get these people, they jump around from live stream to live stream, and it's like they don't they can't handle the fact that we exist. It's the weirdest thing.
Insufferable was definitely the word that I was going for, but yeah,
they're compelled to make us not exist by their God, so they have to. That's why I say never go to Christian live streams. Why are you doing that? They have to come to us. Their God demands it.
Right. Exactly.
What are you doing? You guys are welcome to hang out with me. I'm going to bring in the next guest.
I do like when Daniel Green goes into Christian lives, though. That's always a good thing in the morning to listen to.
It is fun to watch Daniel come in and agitate Jason. I do like that.
Yes. Yeah, that's a good one.
I'm going to bring in our next guest, which is Isaac. Did I say that right?
Isaac.
That's a different spelling of Isaac. Gotcha. Sorry about that. So Isaac, are you at least 18, and are you a believer?
I don't believe in God. I know God. I don't need to believe in something that I know.
Okay, so yes, you do believe in God.
Yeah, from what you're saying, yeah.
Cool. And which God do you believe in?
The definition that best fits my beliefs is Spinoza's God. So not
also, no nips allowed on TikTok. You got to put a shirt on. I know you want to like make the women cream here, but this ain't the place to do it.
For the women, you know, I had my top off in it. I was training.
He's making me cream.
I mean, I don't blame you.
My nipples aren't in it now.
Okay. So, I'm sorry, which God do you believe in?
You could say Spinoza's God. I just believe God is everything.
Oh, so you don't believe in God. Cool.
No, I do. So I believe that religious people experience God, but their different religions are different paths to the one true God.
What's
the reason they experience God is because everything is energy. All energy vibrates at frequency. And these are religious people. I've been in mosque, I've been in church, and I felt the high vibrational energy. And I think that when they lead certain lives, when they lead good lives, when they do charity, and they help people, and they improve themselves, and they work hard, I think they become high vibrational beings. So I think that in the religious sense, I don't believe in their God, how they see God, but I think that what their religion teaches causes them to become more high vibrational. And so, do you disagree?
Yeah. So if I think good thoughts, can I translate the vibration energy into this ball?
You would have to, that would be very difficult, but it's possible.
Yeah. How do I do it?
I'm not sure, my friend. I haven't figured that one out yet.
Well, like you're the one that are talking about these vibrations, right? So if I've got vibrational energy leaving me,
I don't say it. Science is it. Nikola Tesla says
science
it.
absolutely doesn't say this. So if I've got vibrational energy leaving my body, then literally me just walking in the room should heat this ball up. It should be absorbing heat.
It does a little bit, yeah. Of course.
Not for me just not for me just
scale.
walking by it.
Of course, on a very, very small scale, of course. If you ask ChatGPT right now, is the following statement true, : and you say what I just said, everything is energy and all energy vibrates at a frequency. And
Well,
geometry
everything is not energy because energy is a property of stuff. It's not a thing.
energy can either be created nor destroyed. It can only be transferred.
Yeah, exactly. It transfers because it's a property of stuff.
Right. For example, if I was to die, my body would decompose, and it would transfer into energy into the soil.
It would not.
That for example.
The individual particles that make up your body would go into the soil. Energy is a property of matter.
It would break down into soil. It would transfer into soil.
Just listen carefully. Energy is not a thing that exists independently. It is a property of matter. It's a property of the material world. So energy is a description of material things moving. So like when an atom is moving, it's changing position and velocity. The amount of position and velocity that it changes is how we calculate the energy. The energy is describing what the matter is doing.
I'm not following.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna get the sketch pad open again. All right, so
can you see my point though?
No. So let's say we've got two things. We got thing one, and we've got thing two. Okay.
They're tits, right? They're going to be tits, right? I thought you said no nipples.
All right. I thing one, thing two. Don't worry about these things over here yet. Okay, so we got thing one and thing two, right? And let's say thing two, we're just gonna call this.
Hold on, Justin. Hey, you can't do that on screen. It will get his live taken down.
Do what on screen?
Oh,
yep, he just got it. Yeah, he just got violated. Says AZAC's live content contains themes that some find uncomfortable. If they remain in your live will be unavailable to some audiences. Oh well. Sorry, Zach. He didn't have an argument anyways. It was quantum woo. Or the equivalent of quantum woo. Oh well.
I was going to ask him if God is in poop. And, some people will like do a number two and then they'll do a number one on the number two. So are they pissing on God essentially? It's a little strange when you think of it that way.
It seems to be the case, right? If God is everything, then God is indistinguishable from a giant pile of steaming dog poo, right?
Right.
That's just
which, it's so beautiful and kind of romanticizes this idea of God until you like go, oh, well, then he's got to be a pile of dog shit. Like that's.
Yeah. Sounds like a shitty God
magic
to me.
out of it. Absolutely.
All right. I'm going to grab our next guest. Unfortunately, you guys can't talk to the next guest, but I think we're going to have a lot of fun.
I'm at work, so I'm going to drop anyway, but I'm going to come up some other time when I can hang out longer.
Come back, buddy.
All right. See you later.
All right, cheers. Guys, make sure you're following Joe before he goes. Joyful.
I love you.
Love you too, buddy. Guys, Joyful's another good friend of mine. I'm going to be on Joyful's show in August on the 28th, if I remember correctly.
Yep. It'll be the 28th.
Right. All right. I'm going to bring in Bible Warrior Bronson. How you doing, Bible Warrior?
I'm doing pretty good. How you doing?
Doing good.
I'm doing pretty good. How you doing?
Listen, Bible Warrior, can you get some Wi-Fi? Because I don't think you've got enough Wi-Fi to do battle yet.
Oh, like actually debate. The title of the stream says.
No one gives a shit. Okay, I guess we'll just move on to the next guest then. Let's bring in Pumpkin. How you doing, Pumpkin?
Good.
Pumpkin, are you at least 18?
Yes.
Awesome. And do you believe in God?
I'm kind of on my way out, but
Okay.
yeah. So the only comparable argument I could really give for God at this point, considering the contradictions, the obvious contradictions and wrongs that are in the Bible, I'm Christian, by the way, is that God is just a human being on a cosmic scale,
Like
that
a
God is
superhuman.
flawed. Well, not quite super, because he seems to act the same way we do, but that God is generally flawed. God is generally not always right, but maybe God could be a creator. I don't know. It's a big maybe.
Okay. So let me ask you a couple questions. Like what would lead somebody to are you an ex-Christian?
I'm not ex quite yet. I wasn't raised in a super evangelical or hyper abusive church. I'm a Presbyterian. So I was also I'm also Black. So I was raised in, the Black church, which puts a lot of emphasis on service. And so God and church was always very positive to me, but it seems not to be doing that anymore. I think mostly because of the American evangelical movement that's kind of pushed me further out of the church.
Right. Yeah. So okay. So it seems like you're not really in the evangelical Christian framework anymore. So do you still believe that the Bible is true at all, or are you starting to kind of discard the Bible and go with your instincts? Like what are you using right now to kind of form your theological opinions?
Well, I think that as Christians, and I had a discussion with my pastor about this, and he sort of agreed. As Christians, we've sort of abandoned praying for revelation. And if you're a Christian, that would be the only way to come up with something that made sense. Obviously, this was wrong. The people who translated it or wrote it for you were seeking some sort of alternate power. So I pray for the revelation to get what is true. If you're not wrapped up in your own pride, that's what you need to do, because it's obviously not correct.
So what's the vehicle that you're currently using to get to your current theological view, I guess is what I'm trying to figure out.
I do engage in prayer, and I do engage in a lot of service. I've always done that. Other than those two things, I don't see what I could really do. But like I said, I also
you don't have
want to. I would say not, unless I'm misunderstanding what you're saying. Can you clarify?
Okay, so you used to be a Christian. It seems like you're deconstructing.
I still go to church every Sunday.
Right.
And Bible study and do the church sign and stuff. So.
But you don't believe in all the Bible, right?
It can't be correct. If God's word is infallible, it can't be correct.
Exactly. Well, yeah, like so one of two things is true in your worldview. Either the Bible is completely correct or it's not, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right, and you don't believe it's completely correct.
No, so it can't be God's word.
Right. So if the Bible is not God's word, right, then I guess what I'm trying to figure out is what tool are you currently using to determine what God is or isn't if you're not using the Bible?
I guess I would say that since either God is deeply flawed, meaning makes evil decisions from time to time, or the version of God that I'm being either God is deeply flawed or I don't know God at all. So I would have to pray for revelation to get to that.
Okay, so what you're relying on is revelation from God then.
I would say you would have to rely on it because the book is so there's no truth in it, it seems. Aside from, one could say, the commandments, which a lot of those rules occur in ancient societies,
Yes.
all over the world. So
Yeah, they do. Okay, so then if the source of your belief comes from personal revelation, right? Then
Mhm.
if I ask you, say, you believe through your own personal revelation that the Christian God is real, although you have maybe a slightly different conception of the Christian God, but somebody else says, well, I have personal revelation that in fact Vishnu and Shiva are real, right? So then what's the methodology we would use for determining that the Christian revelation was real, but the Hindu revelation wasn't real?
See, I guess this is the problem with like Presbyterians. I was never taught that their revelation was not real, nor was I taught that their revelation was not necessarily godly. It was just godly in a different way.
Well, I
So
guess
I mean, that's a little weird, but
so let me frame this a different way. Like, so you're saying I believe in a God. It's theoretically the Christian God, and I believe in the Christian God because of my personal revelation. So I'm an outsider
well, not
now.
necessarily. I haven't gotten it yet.
So you don't have personal revelation.
Not as of yet. I haven't gotten anything new.
So then what are you basing your belief on then?
One could say I'm basing my belief. One could say I'm out of the belief, since I believe there's no way the Bible could be the truth, and I don't believe that God as described in the Bible could be possible. I guess I'm mainly getting my belief from like service, like literally like volunteering, helping people, that kind of thing. So more of a human-based belief. Like if you're in the presence of God, or you maybe think that something other than you exists, you'll be more willing to do good things. But that has also been proven untrue because of the current president's election and who elected him, because they're mainly doing bad things. So
That is the case, actually. We agree there. Okay, but like, couldn't you get the same system using like the basic tenets of Buddhism?
I could. Another reason why I kind of believe I'm straying away from all religion is because all religion seems to have an affinity for writing a guidebook on how to abuse women.
Yes, I mean the Bible
which
is
which could never be godly.
no, of course
And
not.
as a Black woman, I just have to be honest. I think like Christianity, in a weird way, is one of the worst things to happen to my community.
Yeah.
Ever. So that and high fructose corn syrup and like television. But anyway, so I am hanging on by like an absolute thread, but I still thank God every time I get like a great parking spot, or my plane lands safely, or like someone's out of the hospital, or someone's in the hospital, or someone asks me to pray for them, or something. So
You
it's
think it's
very Mhm.
sorry. Do you think it's possible that there is a God, but it's not the Christian God?
Oh yeah. I mean, Christianity isn't necessarily so important to me.
Mhm.
So the doctrines aren't necessarily that important, and I don't necessarily think that if, I'll say, a mature God existed, they would necessarily demand worship. I think they would more demand service and action.
If there was a God that was all-knowing, all-powerful, and all good, I cannot conceive of a world where they would desire worship, because when you desire something, it indicates that there's something that you lack, right? You're not perfect. But if God is perfect, that means he doesn't need anything. He doesn't need us to stroke his ego.
No, I mean, God sounds perfect in the way that like ancient men thought they were perfect.
Yeah.
It's very reminiscent of that.
I agree.
So I mean, it's very reminiscent of this. If you read, like, for example, a book like Guns, Germs, and Steel, and you kind of get like a mini lesson on ancient societies, it's very reminiscent of the gender hierarchy of that time. It's sort of like if someone found a Bible from, I don't know, today's day and age, and it said something like women shall not be on screens.
Right.
Why specifically screens? Because screens are the prevalent method of, I guess you could say, communication. So it's very relevant to that day. It kind of can't be taken out of that context in a weird way.
Yeah. So I'm going to ask you like one or two questions, and then I think I'm going to move on to somebody who wants to debate. But I would encourage you to join the Discord. We'd love to, discuss this stuff with you offline. But it seems to me like you're looking at the world around you, and you're analyzing the world and the data that you have available to you, and you're making a kind of a God concept that fits the reality that you're able to observe. And certainly, I would applaud that. But the God that you're describing right now, to me, sounds not much different than if the God didn't exist. So, like, let's imagine a thought experiment. Let's say tonight at midnight, the clock strikes midnight, your God dies, he's gone, doesn't exist anymore. What changes, and how would you know?
Well, I mean, my mother is very disappointed, but um, my father is also incredibly disappointed.
Well, how would they know?
They wouldn't know, but I also wouldn't lie to them. So the
No,
next
no.
morning, I would,
How would you know?
So,
What I'm saying is, he's not telling it. The God's not telling anybody. It's just at midnight, poof, he's gone. No one's been told. No one's been warned. They're just gone, right? What would be different?
I don't know what would be different. Probably, I mean, I know I should say probably nothing, because my like smart lady brain is telling me nothing.
Yeah.
But like my church lady brain is afraid that, like, when she brings pound cake to people who are sick and shut in, like, I might be rejected from their home. So I don't know.
Right.
But
So, like, we've done studies on prayer too, which is, prayer works for people versus people praying versus people not praying has the exact same statistical outcomes. So, like, even you would say, some people would say, well, if God disappeared, nobody would be answering prayer. I'm like, well, statistically, there's no difference already, right? So, if in fact it turns out that there's no functional or discernible difference between the God existing and the God not existing, then I would go with the simpler worldview, which is that the God doesn't exist, because the God not existing kind of solves a lot of problems. It explains why babies have cancer. It explains why we have natural disasters. It explains why science, every time we learn something new, all it does is push God further and further out. Because the reality is, if our universe is a product of, chaos, it kind of solves all these issues that we would put on God. Because if you put these on God, now you have to do a lot of explaining for why God would like cause this amount of havoc. And part of that explanation would be like, well, he's a dunce. But like, why would we believe in a dunce God?
yeah, I mean, that all of that is very true. Thank you for that. I just have one more question. In the discussion about morality, when people say that morality is objective, especially like the Christian God's morality, I don't quite understand how you could say that, because if I was 100% gung ho, 100% Christian, God's morality would have to be subjective, and quote unquote, like, colloquial free will would depend on subjectivity, because with objectivity you would have no choice. Like, you have no choice but to look in the sky and see a sun. So why would, I don't understand that. Do they mean objective as in necessary and subjective
No.
as an unnecessary, or?
No, I think you nailed it. So when people refer to objective morality, they just haven't thought through it, right? They think that there's objective morals, but if they believe in the Christian God, they don't believe in objective morals. I can tell you the answer to though. So if morals come from God, then they're inherently subject. They're subject to the mind of God. They're not objective. If they're objective, that means God is subject to them. And they don't want to say that. God can't be subject to them. He's all powerful. So I think the fix that most Christians would use, like if you've actually read theology, is that they don't exist outside of God. They proceed from the nature of God. They're like a product of God. But this is kind of silly. Like, it doesn't make any, not, I mean, I could just say it's a product of rocks existing. Like, once you just inventing natures, to explain things, it doesn't make any sense. The reality is we have no evidence of objective morals. All the morals we've ever seen appear to be from a mind. And if all morals come from a mind somewhere, even if it's God's mind, it's not objective.
Yeah.
So you nailed that one.
Okay. I was kind of, so is that just like a pride thing? The whole objective morals thing? Because it doesn't make any sense.
I don't think it's a pride thing. I think Christians have been indoctrinated by thinkers who use objective morals to argue for God's existence through, I don't want to call them bad faith arguments, but I'll show you why they're bad faith. I don't think people are doing it intentionally in bad faith, but the argument
can I
itself,
give you like well, I mean, like if you committed the sin of gluttony and like a black hole opened up and swallowed you, then yeah, they'd be objective, but.
Yeah, so I think the reason why Christians want to cling to objective morals is because they want to be able to say, listen, if somebody does something bad, we have to know that they've done something bad, and so there has to be a standard. Otherwise, everything is just somebody else's opinion, right? And so somebody, I think the most famous for the dumb objective morality argument in modern times is C.S. Lewis. He makes a big deal out of this objective moral argument. Basically, the idea is that if objective morals don't exist, then you can't tell me I've done something wrong. That's just your opinion. And that can sound like a good argument, but it doesn't actually solve any problems. The root of that argument is I don't like subjective morals. It does nothing to prove whether or not subjective or objective morals exist.
Yeah.
But
it's just, it's very odd. But, yeah, but okay, I'll leave.
Pumpkin, it's great to hear from you, friend.
Okay, thanks for answering.
Joyful, did you have something to say?
Hold on one second. Yeah, Pumpkin, do you know who Thinker is?
Thinker?
Yes.
Like the statue?
No, it's a person on this app.
Oh, okay.
And she's actually live right now. She would be a great resource for you. Somebody to talk to.
She's wicked smart.
She's amazing. She has like an I don't even know like what her profile picture is. It's like an avatar cat, some sort. But it's just Thinker, and she's live right now, and that would be somebody great to talk to for you. Just putting that out there.
All right, thank you so much.
Yeah, she's pretty cool.
Thank you both. Have a great night.
Hey, thanks, Pumpkin. Have a great one. She's a smart cat. Like she's thinking through it. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, she's definitely taking the time to use that brain.
She really is. All right, I'm gonna grab just a couple of super chats. I'll get our next guest in here, friends. Matthew says, "Hey Justin, I'm in OTR trucker, and currently hauling a load of crushed rock. Hail, Doug, the Rock of Salvation. Listen, today it looks like you're getting paid by Doug. I hope I hope we have a great load." And Matthew coming in says, "May the Dougley Pebbly apostles de-Christianize Jacksonville, Florida." I'm hoping for it. Florida's a tough nut to crack, but if anyone can crack a nut, it's the hardness of Doug. And Flanker, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, "At the Last Supper, Jesus lifted the bread and spoke, 'This is my body.' He then lifted the wine and said, 'This is my blood.' He lifted a jar of mayo. Peter interrupted. Okay, that's enough. I think we know what he is about to ask people to consume." I don't think I've heard that one yet. That's pretty good. That's like a Mel Brooks joke. Meg says, "Who is this heretic who claims Sharon is simply petrified wood with drawn-on smile? You know what happens to heretics." Well, unfortunately, Meg, we don't burn heretics here. Sharon is a goddess of grace, huge grace, you might even say. And so Sharon always forgives. But yes, Sharon is much more than petrified wood with googly eyes. And rock hard for Doug, the consort, says, spoiler alert, bring Doug into the convo and these Christians crumble into rubble. Let's go. Rock hard for Doug. Hey, thank you so much. I appreciate that. And you're right. Since you bring Doug into the Philbro conversations, it changes pretty quickly. So I was glad we were to move it onto the Bible. Bob says, is there a potato heaven in Doug religion? Listen, I know for sure one thing is true. All dogs go to heaven. And I'm inclined to believe that everyone goes to heaven in Doug's world. That's my understanding. I'll pray for revelation. Can Beth, thank you so much for the $27.99, friend. Thank you very much. It says, oh, wow, an old, unreliable, and awful book says a thing. So must see it as a guide to how the universe works. Well, that's the difference between religion and a cult. Religion is your parents' cult. You know, once it's got a little bit of age, a little bit of legs, then it becomes a religion. Beep boop. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, DZ, have some of my gambling winnings. Much love and rock hard for Doug. Well, shit, yeah. Thank you so much for your gambling earnings. Definitely rock hard for some gambling wins. I can't gamble. I don't have the character for it. I like break out in sweat thinking about like the fact that the numbers are against me. It's like the same reason why I won't go on shaky like roller coasters as an engineer, because I'm like looking at all the controls. I'm like, that's fucking wrong. That wire's got bad insulation. I'm not getting on this thing. Jag says, wanted to support your channel. Well, thank you, Jag, for the $10 super chat support. It says, thanks for helping to expose the harm religion causes to the mind. Keep up the good work. I like your style. It's exactly how I would do things. Well, thank you, Jag. I really appreciate that. And I appreciate you supporting the channel. All right. And with that, I've got one more super chat, and then we are going to get on to the next guest. Germs says, I'm a computer engineer with a strong physics and math background. Would even never consider coming up here and explaining advanced physics to people. Dunning-Kruger is real. Actually, Germ. So here's the funny thing is like, you know, I get up here and I'm forced to talk about science from time to time because my guests are bringing up science. But the reality is when I talk about these scientific concepts, I know people with actual training that think I sound like a toddler because that's the reality. My level of training in physics is like the same person, like a person who like bought their first electric vehicle talking to an electrical engineer. That's how I sound to a physicist. That's how I stack up. So it's just, but it, you know, when you're talking to other people who don't know anything, you can sound smart. All right, let's get Dave into the guest box.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. How you doing, Dave?
What's up?
Dave, are you at least 18 and are you a believer in some kind of a God?
62 and yes.
Cool. And which God do you believe in?
Omnipotence.
Anything else?
That's what I like to call it. In a discussion, you know, as far as you get into religion, it kind of closes off the concept of, I don't even like to call it God. I like to call it omnipotence.
Sure. Is it a mind that created the universe?
Is it a what?
A mind, a thinking agent that created the universe?
Omnipotence is whatever it wants to be.
Does it
It's not
have
necessarily a mind. It could be a
thinking
mind.
capacities?
Yeah, I would assume.
Great. Did it create the universe?
You know, that's one of the things that me and my aunt really get into is, you know, as far as like the Big Bang and the expansion and the scientists trying to figure out actually what caused the instant expansion that defied the now laws of physics.
Instant. Well, first of all, it doesn't defy the law of physics, and it's certainly not instant. It's still banging right now.
No, it was in an instant.
No, it's still expanding. The universe is still expanding.
I didn't say that. I said it happened in an instant. Instant.
What do you think an instance is?
Immediate?
It did not. It's been expanding for billions of years.
I didn't say that. I said at some point instantaneously it started expanding.
Well, yeah, the start of the
At the
expansion
speed.
might be an instance in
Right.
time, yes, but the
Yeah, that's what
expansion
I'm
event
saying.
has been going on
There
for
was a
billions of
time.
years. Yeah,
You just said an instance
it was
in
once not
time.
expanding and then it became expanding. Yes, that's what happens when things do things.
Well, it defies the laws of physics in that
Oh yeah, which
it
law?
cannot be. Excuse me?
Which law of physics does it defy?
Can I finish before you interrupt me, please?
Well, I'm just
What
trying
I'm
to
saying.
get clarification. You said that it
No,
defies
no,
a law of
please.
physics, and I want to know which one.
Can you please not interrupt me because I cannot finish the sentence?
Okay, so but I'll let you finish, but just so you know, when you finish your sentence, I'm going to ask you the exact same question. So go ahead.
I only get a sentence, as far
Buddy,
as
you can say
communicating
whatever
with
you need to. All I'm telling you is that when you're done saying what you're about to say, I'm going to ask you the exact same question. So go ahead.
the laws of physics in general cannot explain everything that exists was in a condensed state smaller than can be conceived. It's unconceivable for the human mind and science to perceive that everything, and it cannot be explained scientifically that everything was condensed into the micro. I don't know what the word beyond micro is. Okay. Go ahead.
Well, you're
Yeah.
wrong. Science doesn't teach that there was a condensed universe that was beyond all conception, not even close. In fact, some scientists will even tell you roughly how big they think it is. But that doesn't answer my question, which is what law of physics is broken in the Big Bang?
Which law? I couldn't tell you. All I've done in studying the Big Bang is that the general way to understand it in a simplified context for most people to understand is that everything was condensed into a minute, micro, however small, everything was condensed and instantly started expanding. And something that to start expanding, which is unknown.
Yeah, no one's disagreeing that it wasn't condensed. We all agree that it was condensed. Right? I'm trying to figure out why you think it was condensed into some magical form.
Well,
in fact,
nothing expanded. There was nothing existed.
That's not the case. No. Why would you think that there was nothing before the Big Bang?
Well, existence happened instantaneously.
I disagree.
I don't. So we'll have a dichotomy there.
Well, the Big Bang doesn't say that there was nothing before the Big Bang. In fact, I'm reading an article right now that says the universe was about 100,000 light years in diameter. It's a lot smaller than it is today.
And how big was it? Everything, the universe. There you go.
But no one knows doesn't equate to it didn't exist. Right? I'm asking you give me a reason why I would believe that the universe just did not exist prior to the Big Bang. Why would I believe that?
You just answered your own question. No one knows.
Well, you made the claim. You said before the Big Bang was nothing.
I don't know. Just like you, it could have, it could not have. We don't know.
Okay.
However, though, something caused this expansion that's still.
Yeah.
When it goes
chemical
back,
reactions.
Chemical reactions?
Yeah, quantum fields, chemical reactions, gravity, black hole bounce. There's a lot of stuff happening.
Knows. Nobody knows. Science doesn't know.
Science has a lot of really good theories, and none of them include God. Right? I'm trying to figure out why I would include God to the equation, because you're up here saying nobody knows, but then in the same breath you're saying, well, my God did it, right? So how would you know that?
I don't know. It can be faith.
Okay. Do you think faith is a reliable pathway to truth?
Personal truths can happen. Personal, you ask prove you wrong on imaginary God. There is no scientific proof, of course. People that have common sense know that there's not any scientific proof of God. However, though, people can have personal experiences that prove God to them.
If I
Personal
have faith
experiences.
that you're actually one of those weirdos that likes to like get naked in public because it brings you like a really weird thrill, is that a well-founded faith to have? Like, do you run
That's
around the
kind
grocery
of, I
market
don't
naked?
know about that. I don't even understand where you're going with that or what it has to do with
But
anything.
I'm trying to demonstrate that having faith in something has literally nothing to do with whether or not it's true, because I assume you don't run around the supermarket naked, do you?
Not anymore.
Not anymore? You got over it?
Well, I had to have therapy for the ice cream aisle.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah, you walk into that freezer and things shrink up real fast. You told your loved ones
Well,
about the shrinkage though ahead of time, right?
it was the excitement from the Haagen-Dazs coffee
I don't
that
blame you.
caused the trip down.
I do not
At
blame
least
you.
you got a
Did you American pie the coffee ice cream?
No, but I did take a brisket home.
Yeah, all right. Oh yeah, sounds like a good time. All right, listen,
Let
Dave.
me
It
ask you a question.
sounds like we don't have much substance to talk about then.
Well,
If
I've got a
your God
couple
is
more things.
unprovable, okay?
Let me ask you a question.
Mhm.
Okay, I have 100% proof, and listen to me on exactly what I say, that there can be life after death.
Love to hear about it. Also, it
What are you
doesn't prove
doing right
God being
now?
real, though. Go ahead.
I'm kind of going in another direction just because
Mhm.
it's an interesting place to do it.
Mhm.
What are you doing right now?
Talking to you.
In general. Yeah, you're talking to me, but what in general are you doing?
Having a live stream?
Live is close. You're alive.
Turns out, yes. The thing that I
Okay.
am doing right now is activities that living people do.
Right, that you're alive. So you are living. There's life right now. So if life happened now once, it can happen again. You
I
living
agree.
is proof. Okay? So people get into that, and I'm like,
In the what?
there can be life after death because if something's happened once, that's proof it can happen again. And we don't know how in a different context it would be. It could be, and I'll go into this where I'm going off on
Right,
this.
but
Is
Dave,
I had a
the question isn't whether or
I
not
had
life
a
can arise again. The question whether or not this particular arrangement of atoms will have like a mental capacity outside of my body, right? That's like the afterlife, right?
yeah, and this is where I was going with it. I had an NDE.
So
So I was alive somewhere else.
yeah, you hallucinated. A lot of people do it.
I wasn't an hallucination. I can tell you about it. So I
Sure
was
was.
in 1996. I was snow skiing. Okay, I went snow
Mhm.
skiing. Well, generally 2 weeks later, I woke up from a coma that I had been in. Well, when I was at the side, this was, I never wore helmets snow skiing. Should have. It was kind of before everybody did. Well, I was below a cat track, and a guy came off and caught the side of my head and took it out, and I actually had gray matter showing. And I don't remember getting hit. I don't even remember getting up that morning. All I remember is getting to Vail on a Wednesday, and 2 weeks later, I woke up. Point being is, during all I remember is that next day is I looked down and I was in a color that does not exist on Earth. And that I can't describe what color it was, but it wasn't purple, green, blue, or whatever. I was in a different color. And I had a euphoria. Like I'm used to party, you know, I've done all kinds of substances with extreme euphoria. But all I can tell you is there was a power that I felt around me and a euphoria 1,000,000,000 times greater than any drug I'd ever done.
Yeah, it's called DMT,
And
buddy. That's what happens when your brain releases DMT.
okay, so I was looking down at the ski patrol and the medics working on my body.
Yeah, you
And I
hallucinated. That's what I said.
no, I watched them. I watched myself. It was not a hallucination.
It
I
was a
was looking
hallucination.
down. How do you know that?
Because we've done studies on this. So we know what happens during near-death experiences, right? So we've actually had doctors set up laboratory settings, and then what they did is they retrofitted 25 different hospitals with items that you could only see if you had left your body. And they did the study for a period of 8 years. Then they did a follow-up study for another 8 years. It's called the AWARE Project. And they quizzed people after their supposed near-death experiences to see if they could ever verify leaving their body and seeing something outside of the body. And despite people claiming that they left their body, nobody could verify it. And then we've done similar things where we've given people deep brain stimulation and we've given them DMT or psilocybin, and we've triggered these out-of-body experiences. And before they trigger the OBE, they give them instructions. You know, when you leave your body, this is what you need to do. You need to do X, Y, and Z to confirm that you actually did leave your body. And as you might have guessed, nobody ever can. They can never confirm that they're having a legit OBE because they're not.
It wasn't a tie. It was like I told you, as far as proof of God, not necessarily proof of an afterlife. I know because it was not a hallucination. I was in this color, okay, that doesn't exist. I've done a lot of substances, hallucinations, but I was in a color that I cannot tell you or describe what it was. There's no way to. And I watched them work on my body, and they told me I didn't have a sense of time, okay? But I watched them and told them everything that they did. I watched them put my brain back together. I watched them give me CPR.
But again, that's a hallucination. That's what I keep telling you. Because we've done real studies to determine if people are hallucinating or whether or not they're having legitimate experiences.
So I'm gonna just
every study that we've ever done demonstrates that people are not leaving their body. They are in fact hallucinating.
I beg to differ simply because hallucination would not be by happenstance. Me, all of a sudden, I'm not breathing, my heart's not pounding, and I'm watching these people, ski patrol, work on me like that. I'm just going to happen to hallucinate that?
Yeah,
that makes no sense.
Yep,
that makes no sense whatsoever. Well, that makes no sense that you would hallucinate.
We've studied it. We know it happens.
It makes no sense to me.
Well, it makes sense to like people with rational thinking capacities.
No, because if I was going to hallucinate, who knows what I would hallucinate? I wouldn't hallucinate and watch them and tell them and know exactly what they did to my brain and how they revived me. I told them, we talked about it. We talked about exactly, I told them what they did and explained what all I saw before they told me. I walked in, I talked to one of the medics and one of the ski patrol. And I said, I had an NDE, and I told them everything that they did. And they were tripping out. They were like, how would you know that? And I said, I just watched you.
Because your brain isn't shut down during an NDE. Your brain is still active. You're still able to perceive the sounds and other things happening around you. You're going to have some awareness of what's happening to you, even if it's just on the subconscious level. And these NDEs have been reported a lot. That's why there are studies on them. And we cannot reproduce anything discernible through NDEs or out of body experiences. The only thing we've ever been able to confirm is that people believe that they're leaving their body. Not a single person, not once, in any type of study or laboratory setting has ever been able to validate it. If this was a thing that happened normally, it would be validated by now. And I've been dead twice and it was nothing, right? Because it's a hallucination, it's not a reality.
I beg to differ from my experience.
But I would beg to differ from my experience. That's why personal experience isn't really good evidence.
Right. And that's why I'm saying that there's faith and then there's also personal proof to people. I have what's called divine synchronicities that happen.
You certainly do not.
Often. Oh, I beg to differ. They happen often.
I would beg to differ. They
Things
don't.
that happen beyond happenstance.
That's your imagination. It sounds like you have an active imagination.
Dave, can I ask you one question?
Sure.
If you were to hallucinate, would you know what you were going to hallucinate?
No, when I've hallucinated before, I've never known what I was going to hallucinate.
Yeah, so would it be possible that you would hallucinate exactly what you told the doctors happened?
No.
Okay, if you don't know what you would hallucinate, how could you possibly know that?
I've hallucinated on all kinds. This was not like a hallucination that I've ever had. I mean, I've actually done DMT, psilocybin, mescaline, anything, LSD. It was nothing like that type of hallucination.
Well, there's different types. So, well, listen, Dave, like personal experience is never going to be compelling evidence until we can reproduce it in a laboratory setting and actually study it, which we haven't been able to do. So I don't think this is actually like, if this is the only evidence you have is like you hallucinated, I don't think this is great evidence. Do you have anything else?
Well, let me ask you this. So, as far as
my question was, did you
life,
have anything else or was it just your NDE?
No, my NDE, and then also personal divine synchronicities that I tell people these experiences, and they're way beyond happenstance.
Oh yeah, can you give us one? Can you give us a prophecy?
It's not a prophecy. I'll just tell you an NDE that happened.
No. I don't want to hear your story about something in the past that I can't verify. Give me something for the future that I can verify.
I never said that I was a prophet.
Oh, because as it turned out, we've got really good scientific explanations for what you're calling synchronicities. Some people might call them premonitions. And there are already really good neurological explanations for why people get premonitions. The reality is people's brains are hallucinating. And so what I would suggest is maybe get checked out.
I'm not talking about a premonition.
Okay. Well, listen, Dave, I don't think you have any evidence for us if you can't tell us something that we can test. So we're going to move on to somebody with some substance, okay?
Well, I got a quick question. As far as you keep doing this?
Okay.
I do have a question. I mean, did have a friend that went to the third heavens. So I mean, this has been happening for a millennia. You know, this is something that strains back 2,000 years.
Oh, yeah.
Gives it some credibility. Gives it credibility, Justin.
There are ancient Babylonians and Greeks that wrote about it. In fact, there's a famous writing from Plato where he talks about somebody who died and saw the afterlife. What the hell was the name of that? It was the I think it was, what the fuck do they call that thing? The myth of Ur. There we go. The myth of Ur.
Yeah. Nope.
But
I bet you he saw the I bet he saw the color of a bell ringing, is what it was.
That's what it was. Yeah. Saw the color of a bell. He heard the sound of blue. All right, let me grab a couple of super chats, friends. We'll get our next guest in here. Santa Bark says if we could keep religion away from people until they're 21, like we do with alcohol, if only we could. Yeah, actually, I think that'd be a good. I'd be down for that actually, because most people only believe because they were indoctrinated. And Icy says in response to Foreskin, or response to something, Foreskin cereal from a previous stream. How about Kitty O's or the Pope's favorite pedos? That I don't know if you want to take a spoonful of those, but certainly that would work for some. And Patrick, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says she sounds sweet. Actually, she was sweet. All religions seem to want to write a guidebook against women. Just isn't true. Not all religions, but certainly it seems like the Abrahamic religions and the ancient religions. I hope she learns more about world religions. Shinto and Taoism are good non-Christian religions. So some of the Eastern religions were good to women. In fact, there were women that were revered in some ancient Palestinian, like Ugaritic religions. Adam says, Isaiah 53 in my Serbian Bible is about Marshal Tito. Who's Marshal Tito? I don't even know that name. What the fuck? Let me see. Marshal. I'm sure I'm just like the fuddy-duddy who doesn't know who this is. Marshal Tito, the former president of the Socialist Federation of Yugoslavia. Would not have guessed that. Okay. Cool. I'll have to work on that thesis later. Nightman Cometh says, you could quite literally run any game you wanted on your rig. I'm very jealous. Oh, well, thank you, Nightman. And you're right. My rig could probably run just about anything. And I think that was the goal. I didn't want to leave anything to chance. I did not want to live stream fucking up in the middle of the live stream. Not at all interested in that. Not even remotely interested in that. And Dr. Joe sent a message, says, Malcolm Gladwell's book, Blink, gives scientific reasons for premonitions. Yeah, that is true. Dr. Joe actually knows a little bit about this topic. I would definitely recommend getting in contact with her on it. JMR, thank you for sending out 5 Deconstruction Zone memberships. I appreciate that, friend. And Johannes says, high vibrations. What's the optimal number of hertz? I don't know. 69 maybe. Jay says, apologies for off topic, but I just wanted to say that at least as far back as my chat log goes, that Sint guy didn't make any Gaza jokes at all. Rock hard for Doug. Well, listen, Jay, if they did or did not, I don't know. And I've seen this happening lately, where I've had a lot of disgruntled people in my moderator groups complaining about other mods, and I'm getting to a point where I might just wipe out literally all of the mods and start over again with just Benny. Because like I don't know, I'm not witnessing what's happening in the comments, and if like one mod says another mod did something shitty, I have no way of knowing. I'm just trusting my mods, you know. JMR says, Mr. Bible third nipple shame. Is Mr. Bible third nipple shaming? I am not. I affirm all nipple expressions, all of them. All right, let me grab 4 more chats. We'll get our next guest in here. Bryce Aroni, my friend, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, as a black former Christian, I understand Pumpkin's desire to remain affiliated with the Christianity due to its cultural ties with the black community. It's almost like a JW trying to deconstruct. So that is the case, right? Because like if you're in a community where everybody's doing it, and this is a community you want to remain a part of, at some level, you still have to identify with that community somehow, right? And so a lot of people kind of just stay in it tangentially. Jay Chula says, I love that deconstructing Christians are safe here. They are safe here, actually. I'm not here to cook people in good faith. I'm here to cook the assholes. Still attacks a bit, says, dad joke. I love it already. Thank you for that. Billy Joel was released from prison. Turns out he didn't start the fire. He's an innocent man. He was in there for the longest time. It might be a lunatic they're looking for. Good use of Billy Joel lyrics. I do appreciate that. But no one forget Billy Joel's absolute masterpiece. The best work he ever did was writing the music for All Dogs Go to Heaven. That's it. He can't get any better than that. Although I do love the song Only the Good Die Young. That's a great anti-religious song. It's about people misunderstand it. The song is about how the good, like Christians, right? They don't get to have fun, right? They never get their youth, right? Because they're stuck in this church nonsense. So only the good die young, meaning they never actually get to live. It's a really cool song when you think about it. But sorry about the detour. Rainbow Wolf says Christian organizations such as Collective Shout, Exodus Cry, Nikos Pressure, CC processors such as MasterCard to censor art they don't like under the guise of to protect children. They just attack queer art. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, the Christians are doing everything they can to censor things that they deem anti-Christian. And it's going to get worse. The Trump administration is giving people the authority to do it. He's got a task force now trying to root this out. So it's going to get worse before it gets better. Let me grab our next guest. It looks like it's going to be somebody without a name. It's going to be tinyurl.com/DZ guest, which happens to be the name of the link to guest up, but I think you pasted the link twice. I think you pasted it into your browser and then also into your screen name when you came in. So I'll just call you Tiny. How you doing, Tiny?
Hey, Justin, I'm going to drop down, man.
All right, I'm guessing that's me.
Yeah, thanks so much, Joyful. It's great to hear from you, buddy. Cheers.
Yeah.
Guys, make sure you're following Joyful.
See you guys.
Can you hear me?
Buddy. Tiny, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Am I hearable?
I can hear you, Tiny. Can you hear me?
Okay, yeah, I can. Yeah, I'm supposed to have the name Flowmax too. I don't know what's going on there.
Yeah.
But yeah, I used your link to actually get in here.
Yeah. So, I mean, your connection's pretty shoddy right now. Can you get to Wi-Fi at all, or?
Yeah, I'm on Wi-Fi 6, fiber optic. So I don't exactly know what's going on, but I am using a Samsung phone in a phone case.
Might
That's the only way.
Might just be your hardware. Might just be your hardware. Okay, we'll go with it, see what happens. So, are you at least 18, and are you a believer?
33, and I would classify myself as a Christian.
Cool. What would be the most convincing evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
Sadly, I can't provide any. I know it's a complete logical. It doesn't make sense, so I can't. What I'm more interested in is a unique way to reconcile some things, like God is the bad guy, and the Book of Enoch is my foundation for a lot of, I guess, realizations I had.
Right. So we're debating the existence of God right now, and if there's no evidence or argument for the existence of God, I guess we're not really debating then, right?
I guess I could say prophecy. It talks of specific time in the Bible where his word, his actual word, is going to be pretty thin across the entire world, and I believe it's logic that leads up to that, or
I don't know at all what you're talking about. Can you quote the verse for me?
Specifically where it says that the world is going to be thirsty is a prophecy.
I didn't hear what you said because your connection broke on me.
Is it that bad to my phone?
Yeah.
Oh man. Yeah, I'm using a Galaxy S24 Ultra, so it's a little annoying, I guess. It's just not cooperating.
Yeah.
But I'll see if I can hold you closer and from to my mouth. But yeah, I guess I'll have to rely on you to look up these verses to put the context up for everyone else. But we're specifically looking for a verse that talks about how the word of the Father is like going to be nowhere to be found on the earth. Like the world's going to be spiritually thirsty of the Father's word.
I assume you're referring to Amos, right? When God told Amos that he's going to send you a famine, but not of food, but of my words.
Yeah, I guess that's more to the point. I feel that that is the actual prophecy.
Let me find the
And
verse
then,
for you because I'm pretty sure it's in Amos. Hold on. All right, hold on. I got it. The time is surely coming, says the Lord God, when I will send a famine on the land, not a famine of bread or a thirst for water, but of hearing the words of the Lord. So, but this is for the 8th century. This is a prophecy about the Assyrian invasion and then the post-Assyrian invasion. This is not about our time period.
I believe there is a reformation of the Assyrian army currently right now that's actually taking place, and you can go and validate that because I looked
The
it up.
Assyrians still exist? Where are they?
It's go and Google Assyrian army reformation. They
No,
are
not
literally.
just to be clear, you're not talking about the Syrians, are you?
They want to revive the ancient city of Nimrud. Not that's not spelled Nimrod. They spell it Nimrud. I'm just trying to put pieces together here. But
the Syrians don't exist anymore.
The people have always been the same. That's my argument. They've always been the same people.
They
You
don't.
rebrand before, change your name.
I mean, there are people living where the Assyrians used to live, but the Assyrians don't exist. The Assyrians would encompass like 3 different people groups, maybe 4 different people groups now.
Iraq, Turkey, Iran, all these modern day nations are renamed nations that have existed. What I'm trying to set the foundation is these people or these groups have always been the same people throughout history. And a lot of biblical focus is on a particular group of people, no matter what you want to call them.
But
My
God said in the Bible he was going to wipe out the Assyrians altogether.
That's probably going to happen later. And
he said he was going to do it like back then.
But the Bible also shows that it's they're going to be the troubles in a day ahead too. The same people. It's always the same group of people.
Not.
And then let's see. You got problems with Babylonian titles in the Bible.
I don't see any problems with Babylonian titles other than the fact that they get some of the lineages wrong. Like it says that Belshazzar is a child of Nebuchadnezzar when he never was.
I'm talking about misinterpretations propagated by the church. Queen of Heaven, for instance, there is a very literal Queen of Heaven.
Sure.
And Ashura is one. Ashura is another rebranding.
No, not Bashira. Asherah.
If you want to take it further back, I would argue that
Asherah.
I'd say Inanna is who they're actually talking to.
Well, it depends on if they're worshiping Ishtar or Asherah. Ishtar and Asherah are 2 different deities. Like the Northern Israelites would have been more familiar with Asherah, but certainly the ones who were, worshiping Dumuzid, if you were in the cult of Dumuzid, then yeah, you would be worshiping Inanna.
Yeah, Dumuzid seems like the same figure as Tammuz.
It is.
They're different names. That's what I'm trying to imply. Different cultures name the exact same thing, different names, but the name is the same. The entity behind the name is always the same, no matter what name you give it. And that's one of the things that started to kind of hit me as I'm looking, because if I see a Babylonian title, I want to go and look up more about the
prophecy that I wanted to bring to your attention while you were talking about things that aren't actually in the Bible is from Zephaniah. I think Zephaniah is a good demonstration of what I'm talking about. Where he says, he will stretch out his hand against the north and destroy Assyria, and he will make Nineveh a desolation, a dry waste like the desert. So God promises to destroy Nineveh completely destroy Nineveh, right? Everyone who passes by it hisses and shakes its fist. A desolation, right? Now, when do you think this is supposed to happen according to Zephaniah?
In a way distant future.
Nope. Zephaniah says that this is happening imminently.
Mm-hmm.
It says the great day of the Lord is near and hastening fast.
Mm-hmm.
So the prophecy of Zephaniah was imminent. It wasn't for the distant future. It was near and hastening.
No, I guess what I'm trying to say is history likes to repeat itself in a kind of like a cycle, and the same events that
Okay, so
transpired
Nineveh
happening.
and the Assyrians were wiped out, and then they weren't wiped out.
I believe those people were never fully wiped out. And
Okay, then the prophecy of Zephaniah didn't come true. In fact, my contention with Zephaniah is not a single prophecy in this book has come true. In fact, of all the biblical prophecies in the Bible, Zephaniah has a 0 win record. Not a single prediction he made came true.
yeah, I see. I don't really see prophecies kind of in that regard. I see them more as foreshadowing. A little bit easier to reconcile with foreshadowing than prophecy on some things.
Okay. Well, listen, I'm not sure you've got a firm grasp on the Bible because you keep saying things that aren't really in the Bible. So I'm going to move on to the next guest with a better connection, okay?
All right, thank you.
Cheers, man. That guy has not read the book. He has not. All right, let me grab the next guest. We'll keep on moving. By Bry says, I'm a mechanical engineer. I never noticed the wires. Oh, Bry, man. Well, I mean, sometimes, typically if it's an outdoor roller coaster, the wire is usually in some sort of seal-tight conduit or even rigid conduit. But you can see on like the sensors, usually the sensors on the roller coasters, sometimes they'll have exposed wires because they didn't install it properly. And it's nerve wracking. It makes me a little nervous to get on these roller coasters. And Dan, my friend, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, it's going to be good when the guest refuses to identify what they believe. I know. When they use vague terms like my God is omnipotent. Okay. I see what we're doing now. Pillow says, definition of a cult. That other guy's church across the street. Yes. The cult is always the religion that you don't believe in. Everyone else's religion is a cult. Yours is the true one. And Philo says, whatever he's smoking, I want some. Trust me, he was on something. If that guy wasn't medicated, he sounds like he needs to be, but I think he already is. And then also Adele, again, thank you so much, Adele, for the $10 super chat. It says, Rock Hard for Doug has been watching a lot of Bible studies and has questions about the many times it comes up that it's my sister, not my wife. 3 times, actually. Is there a reason for them claiming this? Yes, Adele, great question. The reason why you have a triplet between twice with Abraham and once with Isaac saying that this is not my wife, this is my sister, is because this was probably a story that happened once. And as the story morphed between different communities and different people groups, they take on changes because mythologies change. And when the people groups aren't the same people group, they're isolated people groups. Well, what happens is eventually they'll come back together and they'll say, well, here's a story. And if the story changed enough over the course of time, then you end up with 3 stories that sound similar. And a lot of people aren't willing to get rid of them because they're like, well, I know my story is true. And he's like, well, I know my story is true. The reality is probably none of them are actually true. There probably was a kernel of truth behind all 3 stories. It probably was just one story. But if you play telephone long enough, the story gets changed, So I would look into the documentary hypothesis. It's got a good answer for this. I would read like the writings from Richard Elliott Freeman or Joel Baden. Insane Glory says, as an autistic father with an autistic son, the caller the other day completely pissed me off. That's totally out of bounds. Wish we could find him. Well, he is on TikTok. He goes on TikTok as the Conundrum Zero. I linked his TikTok profile in the description of the video. So he's findable. And also, Crispy Heretic says, today I learned there's an actual real life immortal jellyfish. I did learn about that recently. Isn't that wild to think about? It's crazy. If God exists, Why the fuck would he give immortality to jellyfish? Those little assholes. And 55445, thank you for the $20 super chat, my friend. It says, have you considered confronting Christians with what you are going to have to do in Revelations? Jesus coming back and demanding they drag the non-believers to his feet to be butchered. What if that's their own child? Yes, exactly. And even in Luke 19, when Jesus gives the parable of the king who goes away, he says, those who did not want me to be king over them, bring them before me and butcher them or kill them in my very presence. And so, yeah, I mean, the vision for Jesus when he returns is he's going to fuck everybody up who didn't want him, which is a crazy thing to think about, that Christians are okay with that. Argument for Motion says, Dave sounds like he has he disappoints his golden retriever the same way he's been disappointing his wife throughout their marriage. Oh, yeah, I think you're right, actually. I think you're 100% right. I don't think that dude's pleasing anyone. And our argument says again, Dave, hey, Justin, what color undies do you got? I was not going to stick around for his questions. Another question for Dave. Hey, Justin, I'll raise your BDE with my NDE. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. That's a good one. Johanna, great to see you tonight. Thank you for sending out 5 deconstruction zone memberships. I appreciate that. And Marduk says, I was in a coma for 18 hours, didn't see shit. Woke up in the hospital and didn't know where I was. Yeah, that was the case with me, Marduk. I just woke up later. I didn't have no visions. But yeah, a lot of people die and there's nothing because either your brain hallucinates or it doesn't. Okay, last one from our friend Rock Hard for Doug. Thank you so much, buddy, for the $10 super chat. Says, that which is hateful to you, do not do to others. All the rest is commentary. Now go and learn. Oh, from, yeah, Rabbi Hillel, 0C, 0C. Way better than Jesus. I agree. So people don't realize this. Most of what Jesus taught, you can already find in the writings of the rabbis. Like, he wasn't inventing anything new. All right, we're going to grab Jacob from the queue. Jacob, can you hear me?
Hello? Sorry about that.
Welcome in, Jacob. Jacob, are you at least 18? And are you
Yes.
a believer in some kind of a God?
Yes.
Oh, excuse me. I didn't swallow that correctly. Okay. And what kind of a God, or what God do you believe in?
I believe in the Christian God,
And
the Holy Trinity.
why would you do that?
Based off of my compilations of going through Buddhism, just other religions like Islamic religion, I kind of would take pieces of how I felt about these religions, and it's purely based off of opinion. But I find that what I see in the Bible, I see take place in real life, and my explanations that I come up with from my own kind of mind kind of lead me to wanting to follow the Bible and its teachings.
Sure. What in the Bible is coming true in real life?
Well, for instance, they say, let's see. Sorry for a moment. Well, a big thing that I've been kind of having to deal with as of recent because of a passing of really close relatives of mine, I had to kind of think about death, and I don't want to kind of say anything too extreme, but like those kind of thoughts kind of made me go a little crazy, if that makes sense, in the sense of I wasn't feeling myself and I kind of needed an answer. So I kind of fabricated my own answer of like what I thought what was supposed to be like death. Like it was just an empty void. But I find that I kind of see the similarities in every single person that I meet. Where
Those, Jacob,
like
those are certainly words, but that didn't answer my question. My question is, what in the Bible is happening in real life? I assume you're saying that the Bible says something will happen and then it happens?
oh, okay. So if we can talk about Jesus specifically, the things that he says, they do come true.
Like
What he
what?
says about the heart. For instance, there's a saying he says where what proceeds from the mouth comes from the heart. So
Yeah,
when I
we
think
all
about that verse,
well,
I can see exactly what he means by that.
well.
It's
First,
deeper than just an
first of all,
understanding of what
he's
I'm
not the
looking at.
first one who's ever said that. Like that's not unique at all. And also, nothing we say comes from our heart. But back in Jesus' time, he literally thought that people thought that our thoughts came from the heart. They thought this is where our thoughts and emotions were stored, not here. So, like, even Jesus had literally no idea what was going on.
Yes, but in the Bible, it's constantly in reference of things or other things, and it's the understandings behind it. That's what the point of the heart is. I don't think thoughts come from your heart, and I think they only really notice or have examples of thoughts just based off of brain activity, correct?
Right. But what I'm saying is that the most important part here is that Jesus saying what comes out of your mouth comes from within you. It's not really what he said, anyways. But if he did say that, you're referring to Mark chapter 7, which says something different. But that wouldn't be unique. Like, everybody in the ancient world knew that your thoughts came from within inside of you. So what he says in Mark chapter 7 is he says it's not what goes into your mouth that defiles you, but what comes out of you. He's saying that,
Can you repeat that last part? That last 4 words that you said?
yeah, he says it's not what goes into your mouth that defiles you. It's what comes out of your mouth that defiles you, because that comes from your heart. So it's what he's saying is it's your thoughts, actions, and behaviors that make you defiled, not the
I
food.
think it's the opposite of what he's trying to actually get across, though. It's that you're going to say something, and where that comes from is coming from your heart. As like thinking as the heart as a piece of you, not just like a piece of the brain. It has its part. The heart is playing a part, and I think this is something like how the Holy Spirit works.
But
So
I
divine
think you're having
revelation
trouble
kind of
staying
rolls
on
through that.
topic. Like, you keep jumping
Okay, I don't mean
around.
to do that. I'm sorry.
Okay.
How can we just like kind of come back on topic? I don't mean to do that because
Okay.
let's see.
So
Do you? Sorry,
what he says in the passage, I'll pull the passage up. What he says when they're questioning why he doesn't wash his hands before they eat with the disciples, he says, you do not see that whatever goes into a person from the outside cannot defile, since it enters not the heart but the stomach and goes out into the sewer. Right? That's why he's saying it's not what goes into you that defiles you. He says it's what comes out of a person, verse 20, that defiles the person. For it is from within, from the human heart, that evil intentions come, so on and so forth, right? So what he's saying is that the things that defile you are the evils that are inside of you already, not the germs that you're going to put in your mouth because you don't wash your hands, which, crazy enough, is actually bad advice, because if you don't wash your hands before eating, you literally will defile yourself and increase your odds of getting sick. Like, he was literally wrong.
But I don't think he's saying that washing your hands, like you shouldn't do that. He's not recommending that. He's kind of just saying that what proceeds from your heart, there's like that distinction where I feel like you're taking it more literally.
We'll start at the beginning. Okay. It says, now when the Pharisees and some of the scribes who had come from Jerusalem gathered around him, they noticed that some of the disciples were eating with defiled hands, that is, without washing them. For the Pharisees and all the Jews do not eat unless they wash their hands, thus observing the tradition of the elders. And they do not eat anything from the market unless they wash their hands. And there are also many other traditions that they observe, the washing of cups, pots, bronze, kettles, and beds. So the Pharisees and the scribes asked him, why do your disciples not walk according to the tradition of the elders, but eat with defiled hands? And then he lectures them. And then he ends the lecture by saying, it's not what goes into your mouth that defiles you, but what comes out of your mouth. But the reality is, eating with defiled hands will literally defile you. It will make you sick.
Okay, I think I got you there. Not meaning that I found something out there. I'm not trying to be any like egotistical at all. I'm very passionate about this, but so the defilement of hands in the religion, what they would practice is if you somehow committed a sin, you are now defiled. And it's not that you're dirty with bacteria, You are literally just, your spirit is defiled. So now in midday, you have to wait a certain period, and then you would wash your hands. They were hungry, so they couldn't wait that long. They probably had clean hands, and they were probably asking, wait a minute, I didn't see you go cleanse your spirit.
It wasn't a one-time event. The Pharisees are asking them why they're not washing their physical hands. And Jesus' answer was that, hey, it's not what goes into your mouth that defiles you.
Okay, I do see. Okay, I see what you're saying. I got you. Okay.
Like if you came in dirty from outside and you didn't wash your hands, I'm like, listen, why didn't you wash your hands according to our customs? And you're like, it doesn't defile you when you put things in your mouth, only when things come out of your mouth. Well, that would just be wrong. You literally are defiling yourself. And remember, like cleanliness and sinfulness was the same thing. Like they treated sinfulness and impurities of cleanliness the same way in the time of the Hebrews, the Jews. They were roughly synonymous. That's why when you look at the rituals for like how to get rid of unclean spirits, they typically involve cleaning your house.
Right, right.
Right.
I never figured that distinction before. That's kind of crazy that you're saying that now that I think about it.
Yeah. And it's weird too. They had other like crazy beliefs too, which is that like your sinfulness could spread to inanimate objects. Like for example, that's why they had to purify the temple on the in Leviticus 16 on the Day of Atonement. They have to purify the sanctuary because the sinfulness of the people can spread to the physical objects inside of the sanctuary, which is crazy and obviously silly.
That does sound pretty silly. Kind of sticking back to like with the defilement. I kind of want to bring this up because I feel like you have you clearly you know your shit. So I'm gonna say, um, with Jesus being the Son of Man, or the Son of God, I mean, if that was actually true and he came down here, would that change the laws of the times that they were trying to apply? Because, or would he have to be obliged to follow the laws of what they all followed? Because you're right, the Pharisees were constantly trying to get him on things, and then he would lecture them and teach them things that he was trying to teach. So, like,
Yeah,
you
so
see what I'm saying?
the disagreement that he's having with the Pharisees is between the written law and the oral law. There's the written law of Moses, we have the copy of that. And then there was the oral law. Now in the gospel, it refers to the oral law as the tradition of the fathers. If you go to the Talmud and read Pirkei Avot, it'll tell you how the tradition of the elders developed, like where it came from and why people follow it, right? So they were like, hey, how come this guy doesn't follow the tradition of the elders? And he was making a very clear distinction every time he was challenged on it, which is namely, I follow the law of Moses. Why I don't follow this tradition of man. And so that's why the Pharisees and Jesus are in disagreement. Same thing in Mark 3 when they're plucking the heads of grain and they're mad at him. That's not against the law of Moses. In fact, there's no washing of hands in the law of Moses before you eat either. These are all traditions made by the rabbis after Moses. And so Jesus is just having a disagreement on like, hey, which law do we actually need to follow?
So you're saying the Pharisees were trying to enforce a law that they had created over time, that was not from the laws of Moses, and Jesus was saying, because this is
Yeah.
your laws, I'm going to teach you what's the actual law?
Yeah, basically.
Well, see, that's where I find like my indifference a little bit, because I've battled with it, like, is it real or not? But with Jesus and like the things that he's done, like I don't see a better example or more proof of a difference or a different God. That's why I think this is an interesting discussion, because do you not believe in any God?
No, but like if we're just taking good people to model our life after, I mean, you could do Buddha. There's a lot of people that were like really good people. So like I don't, and Jesus himself, I don't think was all that great. Like Jesus is going to come back and murder everybody. It's like Jesus came to bring a sword and division, not to bring peace. Jesus, in the same chapter we're reading in chapter 7 of Mark, he chastises the Pharisees for not killing the children that cursed their mother and father, because in Exodus 21 and Exodus 31 too, it says that the children that curse their father and mother will be put to death, right? So, and Jesus is telling them that you're hypocrites because you don't do this. And that is in the law of Moses. They should be following the law of Moses, right? So I don't see Jesus as the same moral teacher that you see Jesus, because Jesus himself in Matthew 5, 17 through 19 says to follow the law of Moses until heaven and earth pass away. And the law of Moses allows you to take slaves. It allows you to kidnap women in war. It allows you to commit genocide. You know?
That is a good point, because I do need to research the laws of Moses a lot more in depth. It's a lot of reading, but
It is a lot, actually. But I would say this, I had to read the laws of Moses in depth for the first time. Shit, it'd be 20 years ago now. But the first time I did, right? The first time you go all the way through Exodus, all the way through Leviticus, all the way through Deuteronomy. Numbers you can go through too, but there's not as many laws there. First time you go through all those laws, man, it's going to open your eyes to some shit you never thought was in the Bible. There's a lot of stuff in there, and some of it's pretty bad.
see, even some of the more I feel like more commonly accepted things, like the sacrificing of a perfect like animal, or like the first son of a lamb, all those things, like I always kind of thought those were very weird and wrong, but the explanation of Jesus being the answer kind of always curved me from that. It's
Well,
like
so I mean, that's the Christian perspective, right? Which is this weird sacrificial system that God put in place was only there to be like a foreshadowing of Jesus. But the reality is everybody was already doing it. And people have been doing it for 4,000 years before the Bible recorded it, right? They weren't doing anything different. Like if you read, there's a bunch of texts from ancient Assyria and from ancient Anatolia from the Hittites that describe the same rituals. Like even the scapegoat ritual where you put all the sins onto an animal and then you take the animal out to the desert to die, that ritual already exists in the Hittite literature. It already exists in the Assyrian literature. Like these are just things that people were already doing. So like the Bible's not even unique. It's just that they're putting their God into the context of what was already happening.
that's interesting.
Right.
That always kind of begged the question, is like, why the suffering then? What is the point of that if it's all fake? If it was fake, then why would they do so much to end their lives, other people's lives, and live in such a turmoil?
Exactly. So, and this is another good question, and I guess this would be the last thing we talk about because I got more guests waiting to get in. But
All right.
if you think like if you're a believer and you say, listen, the sacrificial system was set up in order to point people towards Jesus. Okay, well you can believe that, but think about the ramification of that idea. The idea is that God commanded senseless suffering, just absolute barbarian behavior, slaughtering animals alive, smearing their blood all over physical objects, sprinkling people with the blood of dead animals, all the horrors of the sacrificial system, like hundreds and hundreds of times a year, just so later God can be like, oh yeah, I'm going to kill my son for you. Like what? Like you don't need to do all that. We would have got it. Like you didn't need to. That's just weird, And like when you read the sacrificial laws, like it's pretty damn clear that they thought they were doing what the other ancient people were doing, namely feeding God. Like if you go to Numbers near the like 31st chapter, the way God is demanding the daily offerings is identical to the daily feedings of the ancient people. They were fed twice a day on schedule, and you had a drink, and then you had your meal, so on and so forth. And it even refers to it as the food of Yahweh, right? So like the ancient worship obviously was just mirroring what everybody else in the ancient world was doing, namely taking care of and feeding your particular God. It wasn't until later that we get to like the Greco-Roman people, Greco-Roman period, and like the Christians are like, this weird system doesn't make a lot of sense to me. You don't have to feed gods. Like what's happening over here? And then they have to make up this whole theology of like, well, this had to happen so you would understand what's going on with Jesus. But I think people are smarter than that. I don't think they need 2,000 years of the sacrificial horror show to know that God sacrificing his son for you is like a huge thing.
I agree with you, and I also agree with you that people aren't dumb. They're capable of putting two and two together. They can be like put under and not know things, but eventually, given the right materials that or tools, like they can figure things out. That's why I always kind of question things. Like they always say like you're not supposed to just, or at least what I've been taught by like my parents and people that I've gone to school with. They've always taught me like you're not supposed to just understand the Bible. You're only supposed to believe the Bible. You just have to believe it.
Right.
Like that's all. That's where like your faith comes into play. And I always kind of thought that was weird and manipulative. But this is like the last thing I'll kind of wrap it up so someone else can talk here. But like my main thing that I've always been so passionate about is that when Jesus was doing his miracles and like people witnessed them, if I saw a miracle happen in front of me, an unexplainable thing happen, I think I'd be pretty convinced of a religion. You know, if even if it was like an Islamic person, like if you just came, like Muhammad just walks through my door right now and he does like a miracle or something, like I'd be like, I'd be hooked, right?
I get that. Yeah,
like,
personal experience is powerful.
But like with these people and like their witnesses or witnesses of these miracles, he also explained that there's going to be more miracles past this. And the people who will do this are going to be evil. And he's like talking about these things. And he also explained that like, so if you are not for the side of good and God, because all things good come from God, then you are evil. You're a part of Satan and you're one of his sons. And I always kind of thought that was an explanation for why people even get the idea of wanting to kill, because they themselves don't want to. They're just kind of like they're confused, misunderstood.
Yeah, and to your point, I think that a lot of people in the ancient world didn't want to kill. I think typically it's like the ruling elites that forced it. So there's a famous saying, when the rich wage war, it's the poor that die. And the reality is that seems to be the case. Most people just want to live their life. And the problem is wealthy people in high places of power don't want that. They want they want other things, right? And so
Exactly.
like and that's why you make all these laws and you wage all these wars and then you blame it on your God. Like if you read the laws of Hammurabi, most people just read the list of laws, but there's a whole preamble to the Hammurabi law code, and he's couching all of these laws as though they have come from the gods, and because they come from the gods, you have to follow them, right? So as far back as we can trace in time, the religion has functioned as a tool of the elites to make the masses behave a particular way.
Wouldn't be far-fetched at all. I mean, it's true.
Listen,
I can't
Jacob,
say that it's not true.
I had a good time talking,
Shit's
Jacob.
happened.
I'm going to move
Definitely.
on to our next guest, but thanks for coming up and having a good conversation with us.
Definitely. Thank you. You've been very polite. Thank you. Have a good one, man.
Cheers, man. Yeah, I agree. W. Jacob, right? This has been an unprecedented night. We've had actually a lot of really polite callers, almost all of them so far. Design says, if God can wipe out people via natural disasters, why is he always asking his favorite people to do it? Oh my God, such a good question. Okay. And the Bible does say that God is in control of these things. Does calamity befall a city and it not come from the Lord? That's Amos chapter 3. And elsewhere he talks about how he controls the water and the thunder and the lightning and the rain and everything, right? So if God's in control of it, he doesn't need to kill his innocent Israelites to do war. Like when he allowed the Amalekites to die or to get killed by the Israelites, but he also allowed a bunch of Israelites to die in war. He didn't have to do all that. He could just wipe them out. He could just send a natural disaster. He could just click his fingers. Like he doesn't have to do any of that. Phil Fun says, I get here late. First thing I hear, hallucination can't be by happenstance. Doug, damn it. Cheers to deconstructing. I know, Phil. Imagine saying to yourself, no. I couldn't have hallucinated. It couldn't happen by circumstance, happenstance, or coincidence. Okay. What do you got to tell yourself? David, thank you for the super chat. Says dropping by to say hello. Have to watch later. Well, thank you so much, David. I really appreciate that, buddy. And it's been an interesting live. I think you'll see we had a lot of decent people on stream. Adam says busy day today. Hope you have a great stream. Well, thank you, Adam. I appreciate that. I appreciate you stopping by too. And Phil Fun says spiritual Assyrians. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, the real Assyrians are gone. Now we have these spiritual Assyrians. I forgot about the spiritual manifestations. And F. Dot, my friend, great to see you. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, hey, Justin, I spent 7 sleep emoji. You sent 7 sleep emojis in the chat. Now the moderators, Briley and Infrared Moses, are threatening me with bans. And I only sent a few to get treated like I'm breaking the rules. They're abusing their authority. Okay, so here's what's going to happen. I'm going to go to TikTok Studio. I'm going to open up. You're on the vertical live stream. Oops, shit! I just signed out. Oops, I didn't mean to hit that button. I meant to switch my account, not sign out. And I've been hearing not just from people during the live streams, but also people contacting me in the Discord, so on and so forth, that this has been happening. So what's going to happen is I'm going to log into my account. Let's see here. 1 second. I hate logging. I hate two-factor authentication. It's the worst shit ever invented. It never works. There we go. I have to do it 5 times to get it to log into my own fucking account. I don't need this. No one's guessing my password. Okay. Back at it. Okay. I'm going to log into my account and I'm just going to wipe out the moderators. I think we're done with this. All right. Let's see. We're going to go to account settings, community moderation. And let's see. I got a couple mods that I know for sure that I'm going to keep in, and everyone else, I'm just going to delete them. I will just definitely not them. Definitely not them. No. Let's see. We get rid of that. Sorry, mods. Unfortunately, this is one of those situations. I have no power over who's misbehaving and who's not. If I don't know you personally and you're in my my mod lineup, I gotta cut you. So that's what's happening today. Sorry about that, friends. If I didn't get so many messages about this exact topic, I wouldn't be doing this right now. I literally get messages and have been getting messages every day, every single day, from people in my community, from in this community, complaining that the moderators are banning them for dumb stuff. And I'm not about that. Guys, you don't have to ban people unless they're saying like horrific shit. Like unless they're being racist or saying something that's going to get my live taken down. You don't need to ban them. It doesn't need to happen. I'm not interested in banning people because they're saying things that other people don't like. People should be allowed to come in here and say things, so on and so forth. They can yell at me. They can curse at me. They can disagree with me. I don't care. Just don't get my live taken down. Thank you for letting me know, F. I appreciate that. Situation should be handled now. I just wiped out a shit ton of moderators. Noah's Lions 8 Dead Babies on the Ark says, today, years old, when I learned that God is a jellyfish. Also, thrush is known as a yeast infection, hence the Passover joke. Oh, well, I knew it was like a germ-based infection. I didn't know it was yeast-based. That does explain the Passover joke, and I love it. That makes a lot more sense. I appreciate the clarification. And Vara says, how to counter when Christians say Jesus is moral and lovely when he himself said cruel stuff? Any reference where he said to tie a stone to kill people? Well, he does say, well, Mark we just covered that. Mark chapter 7, he says horrific stuff. Luke chapter 19, he says horrific stuff. So I mean, Matthew chapter 5 verses 17 through 19, he says horrific stuff. So there's some. We could do more. That's just off the top of my head. And last one for now, X a million. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, to fix my spell check failure from yesterday, Prophet Justin, is true that when Doug gets stimulated just right, struck with a rod, that he comes in quartz. They recover Doug. Yes, actually. I see the wordplay that you've done now, and it's good. Yes. When you stimulate Doug, he will come in quartz. Oh, that's good. All right. We're going to grab our friend Joe.
Hey, Justin. How's it going?
Welcome back, Joe.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Great.
The room is a little more echoey than your previous room, but we can hear you okay.
Okay.
Your
I'm
microphone.
not sure how to fix that.
No, I think your microphone is just working very well, and sometimes when you're in some rooms, they just echo more than others. But you sound okay to me. So I already know you're a Christian. I already know you're over the age of 18. So what is on your mind tonight?
Yeah, so I wanted to try and wrap up our last conversation about the incoherency of the covenants and the law, I should say. You said that the law says it's eternal in the Old Testament, and then you're interested in the interaction between Jesus and Paul. Well, how do we say that the law has been abolished, but it's eternal? And so, do you remember that conversation?
Vaguely. I remember having the same conversation with multiple people in one day.
Oh, okay.
But go ahead.
Yeah, so basically it works like this, that the law of Moses is eternal.
But do you have to follow it?
Say that again?
But do you have to follow it?
Okay. So the law of Moses is eternal, but we all know that laws only apply to people who are alive.
We covered this. Maybe we didn't cover this, but I covered this in the exact same conversation with somebody else during that live stream.
Okay.
So I'm just going to fast forward the conversation.
Yeah. Go ahead.
The law is useless if it doesn't actually apply to people. It is as good as abolished.
No, because we find in 1 Timothy that it's profitable for teaching, for reproof, for correction, for training in righteousness.
Nope, not if you don't have to follow it.
Well, so we do follow it.
Do you?
I do follow the law of Moses.
I doubt that.
Everything that has not been completely fulfilled in Jesus. Jesus was the completion of the covenant made with Moses.
Okay,
with regards
so
to sacrifices and the purification.
So you would stone a woman if she didn't bleed on her wedding night?
No.
But that's part of the law of Moses, and it has nothing to do with the sacrificial system.
Right, but Jesus came and he spoke to that situation. Well, not that exact situation, but a woman caught in adultery. And he basically brought in the fulfillment of the law, which is love.
That's not the
And
fulfillment
in the
of the law.
fulfillment of that law is Jesus Christ actually giving his life in the place of someone who deserves to die.
Okay, so you don't have to follow the law then.
No, I do not have to follow the law. I do follow the law.
So the law's been abolished.
No, it's not been abolished. Yeah, so this is the circle that we went in last time.
Yeah, it's gonna happen at the same time, no matter how many times you try it. You're just gonna be on the endless carousel of contradiction.
No, so you're familiar with what the Bible teaches about substitution, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So you know that if a righteous man, well, you know what Jesus did on the cross, according to the Bible, according to Christians, is he died to take the place of people who deserved to die, correct?
No, I don't think so. That's what Christians think. I think he died because he's an idiot.
Okay. Well, I said according to the scriptures. According to the scriptures, he clearly died to take the place of sinners who deserve to die. And so since he took my place on death row,
Yeah, you don't have to follow the law anymore.
since he took my place on death row, the law doesn't concern me anymore with regards to its penalties, but it does concern me with regards to its guidance and teaching me about what the law of love would require, which I'm under the law of love now. But that is spelled out in detail by the law of Moses.
It's not.
Well, it does. It the law of love needs some specification, or we're all just left to be like, well, I thought this was loving, or I thought that was loving. You've got people now who are minor attracted individuals. Is that love? Well, it wasn't yesterday,
It's
but
literally always been
tomorrow-
the case, and
tomorrow it may
and
be.
Your God,
Our culture may believe
your God
that
was
is
okay
real
with
love.
that. Just so you're
Hmm?
aware. Just so you're aware,
What's
your
that?
God was okay with that.
Minor attracted individuals.
Your God literally assisted Moses in delivering up young little virgin children to their captors in Numbers 31.
Right. Yeah, and you're reading grape into that. You're reading
Not at
pedophilia
all.
into that passage.
Want me to read you the
That
passage? Because I
is-
don't think you've heard it.
I've heard it very recently, actually.
What happens in the passage?
So it's talking about, if I'm remembering right, it's the Midianites that Israel is going against, and there was a sexual plague that broke out among Israel that seems to have been brought on by the Midianites.
There was a sexual misconduct that resulted in a plague
Okay.
because God punished them.
Yeah.
And and then what happened?
Okay, and so they're told to go in and kill everybody, except for the young women who were young enough to not have slept with a man.
It says all the little virgin children, girls.
Okay.
Okay. So all the little boys gone, right? All the little virgin children, girls, well, we keep them, and then we distribute them amongst the soldiers, and God approves of this. God tells them in the same chapter how to distribute the little girls.
Yeah. So again, a cynical reading will say, "Oh, that's definitely great," but God forbade that. I mean, he gives this whole. There's another situation with captive women. He says, if you see a pretty woman and take her to be your captive, there's this whole
Deuteronomy 31.
There's this whole
or 21
list of things that has to be done. The woman is given time to grieve for her family.
It's like 3 things.
And what's that?
It's like 3 things, and only one of them is nice.
Okay.
So it says that she has to have her head shaved, not a good thing. Has to have her nails clipped. Then she gets 30 days to mourn her dead parents, and then you can go bone her.
You may take her as your wife.
It doesn't say that.
Let's turn there. What's the passage again?
It
Deuteronomy.
says she will be. It's Deuteronomy 21. It says she will be your woman after you go into her. And keep in mind, we're still on Numbers 31. How God distributed the little virgin girls out to the warriors.
Yep.
I promise we can do Deuteronomy 21 next.
I'm not seeing it in Deuteronomy 31.
It's in Deuteronomy 21.
Okay.
So in Numbers 31, right, the little virgin girls are distributed to the warriors. What do you think the warriors are going to do with those little girls?
I think they're going to treat them honorably.
How? How honorably?
According to the other laws of Moses.
Like what?
Give me a second. I'm looking up this Deuteronomy 21.
Because the reality is they're going to become sex slaves. They're going to become concubines.
No, you said she would be your woman. In Deuteronomy 21, it says, after the period, you may go into her and be her husband, and she shall be your wife.
Wife.
But if you no longer
There's
delight in her, you shall let her go where she wants, but you shall not sell her for money, nor shall you treat her as a slave, since you have humiliated her.
there's no word for wife in Hebrew. It's just woman. It's your,
Okay.
that's what I'm saying.
Is there a word for husband?
No.
Okay, so nobody had a wife and nobody had a husband then.
They did eventually come up with different ways to say it, but in the Bible, when it refers to people getting together, this, like, you're using the word wife because you're thinking, oh, this beautiful union. God didn't say that. God said you go into her, and she is now your woman, and you are her man. But keep in mind, women are property. Of course, she's your woman.
Okay. So, I mean,
Right.
that same language is used in Song of Solomon, where it says, I am his and he is mine. And that's clearly a romantic relationship.
That is a romantic relationship. This is not. This is a captive woman. Do you think captives have consent? Just to be clear.
I'm not sure. I would guess not.
Yeah, right. Obviously not. They're captives. They're slaves. They're concubines. That's what I said. Both Numbers 31 and Deuteronomy 21 are referring to women who are being captured and made to be concubines.
Yeah, so I still believe that this is ultimately trying to tend toward and protect the women in these war situations.
By raping them?
No, by allowing these soldiers to take them as their wife.
What about the ugly ones? What about the ones who weren't virgins? What about the mothers who already had children? How come he didn't protect the women with little babies? It's weird that you think this is protecting, but for some reason they only worried about the little virgin girls.
Yeah, so what I've heard is that that would refer to basically women who were young enough to not have all of these sexually transmitted diseases that the Canaanites were known to have.
They certainly were not known for that at all. That's not even close to true
Sure
or
they
in the
were.
Bible. That's not
They
in the
were
Bible.
sexually perverse like nothing we've ever dreamed of.
That's literally not at all the case.
Yes. Okay. I'm interested in your proof. My understanding is
I'm interested
Asherah,
in your proof, Joe. You show me the proof that they were all like just having orgies.
So the worship of their god Asherah involved cult prostitution.
No.
Okay.
Cult prostitution was a Mesopotamian thing, and that followed Ishtar. He was known for cult prostitution.
It was all over the place. Almost everybody, almost all of the people in Canaan did these sexually perverse activities. Male cult prostitutes.
Prove it.
I'm not in a position to prove that.
I know.
Okay, go for it.
Go for what? I asked you for proof. You said you don't have it. That's it. So the reality is, God could have saved the women. He could have saved the children. Like all the little infant boys, they got destroyed. Every last one of them, they got completely annihilated. If God was trying to protect the children, he wouldn't have murdered all the little boys. These are women who are being made to be concubines, or they might even just become household slaves, but they are certainly not in loving relationships.
Okay, all right. I can see that they were not in loving relationships. Yep. Okay, I can see that.
Right? Do you think it's okay to take little children, virgin girls, and distribute them among the warriors to be slaves and concubines?
So the way you're framing it The way you're saying it, no.
Is there a better framing for this?
I'm trying to. Let me turn there to Numbers 31 and read it myself, fresh. Right. Yeah. So he does command them to kill everyone, but he gives them the young girls.
Mhm.
Whoever have you has killed any person, whoever has touched any slain, purify yourselves.
And they were children. The Hebrew says hataf.
Okay.
Those are children. They're little girls. 10, 11, 12.
Mm-hmm. So can you prove to me that the soldiers were going to grape them?
Well, prisoners, slaves don't have consent. Does it matter if they're 12 or 22? You don't have consent either way. That's rape. Even if you have this crazy idea, like all these battle-hardened soldiers are just going to be, suddenly they're going to turn into these upright moral figures and golly gee, not touch these little girls that have been distributed to them. You don't actually think that's the case, right? You don't think all of these soldiers were so overcome by religious fervor that they didn't rape some of these little girls?
I believe that was against the Jewish custom for going out to battle, as David mentions when he's talking to Abiathar the priest. He says, "As is customary, me and my men have kept ourselves from women."
Before
and so there
going
was this
in,
idea of sexual purity because they were going out as the people of God, oftentimes with the Ark of God, which was a symbol of his presence.
that
And
was
no, they didn't just go
before.
into battle and kill and loot and rape.
That's going
They would have.
before the battle, not
Okay.
engaging in sexual contact before you go into battle is what he's
Mm-hmm.
saying, not after. So after you're done with the battle, you can do whatever you want to. You go to your house. That's why when David, when Uriah the Hittite, he tells Uriah the Hittite to go see his wife, right? But Uriah interprets this as being the wrong move because war is still afoot. War's not over yet, right? You do that after the war, right? Well, in Numbers 31, the war's over.
Yeah, and so they would have this 30-day waiting period. But I believe the Jews. Oh boy, I'm gonna have to look this up. But I believe the Jews generally did not allow marriage. Like, there's no instance where a Hebrew is referenced as being allowed to marry anyone under like 14.
That's not in the book.
No, right, but you're making assumptions that they're taking these little girls home and graping them, sorry. And
I think it's a fair inference based on what we know from history. Almost all of history, almost all of actual recorded history demonstrates that this is the case. That men, when they kidnap women in war, they're not treated like children. They're treated like property. They become slaves. They become concubines. It doesn't matter if she's 10. That little girl's a concubine now. We have thousands of records from the ancient world showing that this is what people did.
Okay.
But again,
I mean,
even if they waited until they were in their middle teenage years, it's still rape. They're your prisoner. They're your slave.
Yeah, so I mean, I think we need to understand that the entire sexual context of the Near East was like radically different from what we understand sex to have been. I mean, Jacob on his wedding night didn't even know that he was having intercourse with a different woman.
I know.
Like, that's how
Well,
radically different the culture was.
no, that's just an implausible story. It's a nonsensical story. If someone switches out your wife that you worked 7 years for with another person, you're gonna notice it. You're gonna notice it's a different person.
Yeah, you're going to notice it if you do sex the way we do it in the 21st century and many other centuries.
You think they were doing it blindfolded?
Yeah, it says that she had her veil on. It says that she was covered with a
Blindfolded.
veil.
Blindfolded. Do you think
Oh,
he was
blindfolded?
blindfolded?
It's even that's not out of the question, because you have to ask yourself with that broken hymen example that you give. It's very strange. It's like the man who marries the woman does not know. It's specifically kept from him whether she bled or didn't bleed on the blanket, because he's not going to know. Like, nobody's going to accuse a woman of having not bled when he knows good and well that she did bleed and her parents have that cloth. So it's like that was a wild card for the man. He better have his story straight before he made that accusation, because he didn't know if the parents would have a cloth with the blood or if they didn't. And so that was kind of a wild card that could be played by the parents, in addition to the story had to be true. It went to court, and the bloody rag was one piece of the evidence. That was not the totality of the evidence that was given.
Yeah, so no one's blindfolded. The man is not blindfolded in their first sexual encounter, not even close.
I mean, why do you say that? I mean, do you have evidence for why I should believe the narrative about Jacob and Rachel is false?
It doesn't say he was blindfolded. That's nonsense.
No, it doesn't say he was blindfolded, but
why would you think he's blindfolded?
I mean, the people who received Moses' history of Jacob and Rachel and Leah would have certainly they would have questioned it, or I mean, it made sense to them that was a real story. I don't see why it shouldn't make sense to us that that in 3,500 years maybe the wedding night has changed a little.
So it doesn't even say that she was veiled. The craziest idea, you think she was veiled the whole night they were having sex. It says, Jacob said to Laban, "Give me my wife that I may go into her, for my time is completed." So Laban gathered together all the people of the place and made a feast. But in the evening he took his daughter Leah and brought her to Jacob, and he went into her. Laban gave his maid Zilpah to his daughter Leah to be her handmaid. When morning came, it was Leah. And Jacob said to Laban, "What is this you've done to me? Did I not serve you? I'm sorry, did I not serve with you for Rachel? Why then have you deceived me?" It didn't say anyone was veiled or blinded.
Yeah,
it's a silly story.
So if you'll be so good as to Google it, the AI overview says it was common practice. Veiling the bride was a standard practice in the culture of the time.
Not while they're having
and that
sex.
Completely accounts for why Jacob would not have known that it was her sister.
No.
Okay, you can say no. I've got Google AI pulled up here. I'm not going to take just an atheist's word above.
Google AI is not a source.
Right, but it pulls from source. Okay, let me pull up the source. It's quoting here. Well, it's just pulling up. Let's see what we're pulling up here. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not scholarly enough to know how to get to like an original source material. The best I can do is get to different websites written by PhDs.
Yeah. The veil wasn't kept on all night while you're doing the deed. That's ridiculous. This is just as silly as the story of Lot sleeping with his two daughters and not realizing that they were actually his daughters, even though theoretically they thought they were like the only people alive. And then also miraculously, both of them got pregnant the first time, even though he was drop dead drunk. You know enough about male anatomy to know if you drink that much wine, you're not going to be performing. And certainly your virgin daughter isn't going to know what she's doing enough to get herself pregnant. Like these stories are they're fables. They're not true. They don't have to make
They are
sense.
true, and it makes sense because his daughters, as far as I understand, were not virgins because he was trying to talk his sons-in-law into coming, and his sons-in-law would not come.
Oh, there's 4 daughters, by the way. I don't know if you know this.
Then he had 4 daughters.
Yeah, according to the ancient rabbis, debated vociferously on this particular issue whether or not there were 2 daughters or 4 daughters, because 2 daughters were engaged. Doesn't say they were married; they were engaged.
Okay.
So you have one of 2 ways of reading it. There were 2 daughters only; they were engaged, but it makes their location really weird because it seems like they're with Lot, but they're also not with Lot. So the solution is that there were 2 virgin daughters that were preserved and 2 daughters that were engaged that weren't preserved. They stay with their husbands theoretically, or their betrothed men. And that accounts for why Lot's wife had to look back as the city was burning, because her 2 other daughters that weren't with them were in the rubble.
Okay. All righty. So we'll. I don't care. I can agree that maybe they were virgins. How did we get? Let's see. I'm trying to remember how we got all the
So
way from here.
the point is that there's a lot of nonsensical stuff in the book of Genesis. The fact of the matter is, we got here because the God of the Bible doesn't give a damn about women. He treats them like property until you get out of the law of Moses. There's one passage in the law of Moses at best that is like pro woman, and that's in the book of Numbers, when the daughters of Zelophehad, I always forget his name, need to inherit property because there were no sons. That's it. But
Okay.
he tells you,
I
like,
remember how we got here in the discussion now.
Mhm.
We were talking about the law, whether we had to keep the law or not, and I've heard you talk.
There we
I've heard
go.
you say that is an internal contradiction in the scripture.
It is, yes.
And we got into that, and I gave you good internal. It was completely logical, completely rational, and then you
Completely
switched it
not.
from internal contradiction to an external critique
I did literally
of
none of
the
those
internal doctrine.
things. Not even close. What I said is that what you're saying is utter nonsense. So the book itself says 2 things. One, it says to follow the law forever. It even says during the New Covenant era in Deuteronomy 30, when God circumcises the heart of the people, that you'll be following these laws, the laws of Moses. Do you think that God circumcised the hearts of the people is the New Covenant era? Or do you think there's multiple times where God was going to do that?
I think there's multiple times when God did the circumcision of the heart.
Okay, so I'm going to show you a passage. I want you to tell me when it happened. This is Deuteronomy 30, and this is after God already gave all the blessings and cursings, like in Deuteronomy 28, when he says, if you don't follow my law, I will utterly fuck you up. And then he says, okay, after all that shit, when you come back to me, here's what's going to happen, right? It says, even if you are exiled to the ends of the world, from there the Lord God will gather you. From there he will take you back. The Lord your God will bring you into the land that your ancestors possessed, and you will possess it, and he will make you more prosperous and numerous than your ancestors. Has this happened yet?
When has it happened as of 2025?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. When did this happen?
Have they not gone back into the land?
No.
Are they not more prosperous and more numerous than ever before?
No, literally no. It says God will gather you from the ends of the earth. You could say it's happening. You can say it's starting, but certainly not complete yet. But either way,
yeah, any Jew who wants to be in Israel from the ends of the world, they've come from Russia, they've come from Germany, they've come from Africa, they've come from all over the world, and they're back in Israel.
Okay, fine. You can say it's happening now. It's not complete yet, but it's happening now. But listen to what he says next. Moreover, the Lord your God will circumcise your heart and the heart of your descendants, so that you will love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, in order that you may live. The Lord your God will put all these curses on your enemies, on the adversaries who took advantage of you. Then you shall again obey the Lord, observing all of his commandments that I'm commanding you today. So if this is happening now in our lifetime, then it's going to commence, in fact, with them following the laws of Moses.
I'm sorry, I lost your question in there.
Okay. If this prophecy is happening today, right? The ending of the prophecy, or at least this portion of it, says, then after I bring you everyone back to the land, I make you all prosperous again, right? When I circumcise your heart, that's in verse 6, right? Moreover, the Lord God will circumcise your heart and the heart of your descendants, right? Then it says, then you shall again obey the Lord, observing all his commandments that I am commanding you today. This is the book of Deuteronomy, where Moses gives all the commandments a second time, right? So if this prophecy is coming true today, then what it means is that God still wants the Israelites to follow all of these laws.
Okay, I got you. Yeah, so you're familiar with Galatians and how it deals with the law, how it says that he who lives by the law will, or he who lives by the law must keep the law.
Yeah, if you take
And
the mark of circumcision, you must follow the whole of the law.
right.
And he also
Yep.
says, if you circumcise yourself, Christ is of no use to you.
Yep.
Which is a contradiction. What I'm saying.
Okay. So what that's getting at is that if you want to live under the law and fulfill the law yourself, you are obligated to keep every last jot and tittle of the law. If you come under the federal headship of Jesus Christ, who acted as the ultimate law keeper, you are counted as having already died. So
you don't have to follow it then.
Don't have to, no.
Okay, so then God doesn't want you to follow the laws.
So the law now is the law of love, the law of liberty,
right,
and of
but,
love.
But does God want you to follow this law or not?
Insofar as it instructs you to the law of love.
But does he want you to follow the law of Moses?
Insofar as it, so Jesus said, not one jot or tittle of the law will pass away until all has been fulfilled.
Yeah,
so
until heaven and earth
came
pass
and
away.
He fulfilled everything that was typified in the sacrificial system.
Oh no, he certainly didn't.
He fulfilled everything in the entire law of Moses.
He literally did not. And also, you're misquoting Matthew 5 because he doesn't say what you said. He said something similar to it. He says, "Do not think that I have come to abolish the law or the prophets. I have not come to abolish, but to fulfill. For truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one letter, not one stroke of a letter will pass away from the law until all is accomplished." This all thing includes heaven and earth passing away.
Yeah, but so it could be either the law is abolished when heaven and earth pass away, or the law is abolished when it's all fulfilled.
Well, it certainly wasn't all fulfilled if heaven and earth hasn't passed away yet.
Right, so you're not seeing the double point of completion of the law.
He didn't complete anything. He violated the law. He violated Deuteronomy 4 verses 1 and 2.
I'm not familiar with that verse, that law, but
God says in Deuteronomy 12 and Deuteronomy 4 not to add or subtract anything to this law that I'm commanding you. Mm-hmm. Nothing. Which means if anyone comes along and says don't do it, well, don't add to it, don't subtract to it, don't change it. Well, you're wrong. You're a sinner. And Jesus did in Matthew chapter 5. He says, "You have heard it said of old, but I say to you," and then he tweaks some of these laws of Moses, which means he's in violation of Deuteronomy 4, verse 1 and 2.
Is Deuteronomy 4 directed towards sinners in Israel, or is it directed towards God himself?
It's directed towards the people who follow the laws. Okay.
So Jesus claims to be the Lord of the Sabbath, meaning he's the one that makes the laws.
No, that's not what that means.
He can yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. Being the Lord. So what he's saying is, he says, "Now you know." This is Mark chapter 2, verse like 25 through 27, right? when he's talking about the Son of Man, right? He specifically says the Son of Man. Now you know. I'll show you real quick. Hold on. Blah 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 blah. I typed the wrong person. Yeah, I got 3. I want 2. What did I type 3 for? My finger wasn't listening. Okay, I'm going to put it on the screen. It says, on the Sabbath, he was going through the grain fields, and as they made their way, his disciples began to pluck heads of grain. The Pharisees said to him, look, why are you doing what is not lawful on the Sabbath? He said to them, have you never read what David did when he and his companions were hungry and in need of food, how he entered the house of God when Abiathar was a high priest and ate the bread of presence, which is not lawful for any but the priest to eat, and he gave some to his companions. Then he said to them, the Sabbath was not made for humankind, the Sabbath was made for humankind and not humankind for the Sabbath. So the Son of Man is Lord even of the Sabbath, meaning the Son of Man has mastery even over the Sabbath. Now, the Son of Man is a messianic title. So the Son of Man is a reference to Daniel chapter 7. And remember, in Daniel chapter 7, God gives all power and authority to the Son of Man. So the question he's answering is, hey, how much fucking power do I actually have here as the Son of Man? And he's saying, I got power over the Sabbath even. But I don't think that's the same as him saying that he is Yahweh. I think he's saying that Yahweh has given me this power.
Okay.
Because remember, in Daniel 7, Yahweh is not giving himself something. He's giving somebody else power and authority. So it can't be the same person. It's the Son of Man can't be the God. God can't give himself power.
Right, but he can give the God-man something that the man has never had before.
Not
the
if it's
man
God.
who was born in Bethlehem never had the power. He was given the power and authority by Yahweh, who indwelt him in the person of the Son.
Then he's not God.
Jesus' human nature. What do you mean he's not God?
You can't be identical to God and then not have God's properties. Like if I said I am identical to Joe, that's a definitive statement. That means everything that you are, I am, right? And even what you're saying, you already quoted it once. It says the fullness of the deity dwelt in Jesus, right?
Bodily,
yeah. So if the fullness of Yahweh was in Jesus, meaning they were synonymous, he even said, if you've seen me, you've seen the Father. That means he must possess all of the same qualities and attributes as Yahweh, or else it's not 100%. He's not 100% God and 100% man if he lacks God's qualities.
So I know where you're going with this. You're kind of taking the Muslim shtick and saying that because Jesus could only be in one place at a time and God is omnipresent, therefore Jesus couldn't be God. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying there's a bunch of properties of God that Jesus doesn't possess. A bunch.
Okay, what's one that he ought to possess that he doesn't?
He's not all-knowing. He says in the Olivet Discourse that no one knows the hour except for the Father.
Yeah, we've been over this, and I'm happy to just agree to disagree with this, that was part of a father-son, prearranged surprise.
So he didn't know it?
He chose to not know it, just as God chooses to not remember our sins. The omniscient God, he's called, I mean, you can't say that the writers of the Bible said that God is not omniscient, but God claims to deliberately not remember our sins.
Okay, so if
God can choose,
we'll just try this again,
withhold or put knowledge away from himself, just as God chose to put away omniscience from himself in the person of his Son while he was dwelling in a human body.
Okay, so I'm going to put
problem.
together, I'll just formalize this argument real quick. I don't think this will take very long. Okay, so premise number 1, I think, is really easy. If you're all-knowing, you know all things. Easy enough?
Yep.
Premise number 2, Jesus did not know all things. Correct?
According to you, sure.
Well, did he or did he not?
I believe it's very similar to when family members agree, like a husband and wife agree to surprise one another with Christmas presents, and the husband and wife can easily find out, can easily know by looking on the Amazon account what the others bought, but they're deliberately going to just kind of cover their eyes to what the spouse is buying in order to be surprised. And that's the idea of Christ returning for his bride.
Okay, so he's a liar
element of
then.
surprise.
So he does know all things, but he's pretending not to.
I wouldn't say he's pretending. I would say it's a deliberate effort on his part.
But does he know? Okay, so he doesn't know all things.
I would say he knows all things in the exact same sense that the Father who chooses to forget our sins knows all things.
Obviously, you would think that's a metaphor because he's keeping a record of all your sins and they're written in the book.
Not my sins. My sins have been cast into the depth of the sea of forgetfulness.
Yeah, that's not the case at all. So you're going to be judged on every single thing according to the New Testament and even according to the book of Daniel. So the reality is Jesus didn't know all things, did he?
If you want to, I'm not going to cede that point. If you can get me something else that wasn't a father-son agreed upon secret, agreed upon surprise, then I'll consider that.
Okay, so was Jesus all powerful?
Yes.
Okay, so why in Matthew 6 or Mark chapter 6, Mark or Matthew, I think it's Mark chapter 6, he couldn't heal people because they didn't have faith.
Yeah, so faith. Yeah, so the Son of God in the person of Jesus is acting in perfect submission to the Father. Jesus says, whatever I see the Father doing, that I do also. And so the lack of faith is this principle in the Christian walk where the Father wants to do things in conjunction with people. Whenever he possibly can, he does things in conjunction with people. And so faith is, for whatever reason, God limits himself in his activity in this world to our faith.
Okay, so not all powerful.
So no, I would say it's more a situation of his economy and his will that God chooses not to act where there is no faith.
Okay, so in Mark chapter 6, and we're not done with the all-knowing bit either because there's more passages that says he didn't know things, but I'm going to pull up Mark chapter 6 as well. I think it's verse 5 we want. There we go. I'll put it on the screen, and then I'll read it to you. So in Mark chapter 6, it says, he could do no deed of power there. He could do no deed of power there, except that he lay his hands on a few sick people and cured them. He couldn't do it.
So you're saying that could or could not is relative to his power and not speaking about his desire to cooperate with man.
Didn't say anything about them having to believe for healings.
So I wouldn't say having to believe for healing. But again, it's God's choice. He chooses not to act where men do not believe in him. Trying to find an illustration of this in scripture.
I'm struggling to find an illustration of this in Scripture. I think one will come to me because it's pretty prevalent that God withholds all sorts of things. He said, okay, here you go. I mean, in Christ says, you have not because you ask not. And so God limits himself in meeting the needs of his people to what we ask for, what we believe in. And if nobody's asking for healing, if no one's believing that healing is possible, then he's not going to do it.
But it didn't say he refused to do it. It says he couldn't do it.
Okay.
Right? That's different. Refusing to do it and saying he couldn't do it is different. And then let me show you a really clear example. Thank you, Rusty, for the bounce speakers. Let me show you a really clear example of Jesus obviously not knowing something or being an irrational, insane person. Seeing in the distance a fig tree in leaf, he went to see whether perhaps he would find anything on it. When he came to it, he found nothing but leaves, for it was not the season for figs. And then he curses the fig tree. Why would he have to go check out to see if there was something on it if he knew or not?
That corresponds to other parables that he told about the fig tree. I think it's right before that he tells a parable about the not vine dresser, but the owner of a field or whatever, and he's got a servant who is advocating for a tree that's been fertilized and watered for 3 years and it's still bearing no fruit. And then the master says, dig it up. It's worthless. And so this is a picture of Christ saying, all right, I'm coming. Just as Yahweh went down to Sodom to see if there were some righteous people in Sodom.
Yeah, because he's not all knowing in Genesis either.
He absolutely is all knowing, but
he's absolutely not.
He interacts with people. He interacts with people
right,
to get their reaction, to get their response, to draw a response out from them.
There's no way you've read Genesis 18.
Jesus walking up to this tree to see if it has fruit. And again, so
not
like
even
a fig tree,
not even close to true.
We're
going to read Genesis 18 for the first time. Listen to what it says. We're going to read Genesis 18 for the first time. It says, then the Lord said, how great is the outcry against Sodom and Gomorrah, and how very grave is their sin. I must go down and see whether they have done altogether according to the outcry that has come to me, and if not, I will know. This is a dependent clause. He's saying there's something he has to go check out. Is verse 21.
18.
Yeah, 18:21. The God of Genesis is not all-knowing. You don't get an all-knowing deity until you get to the Babylonian period, at least.
We'll go down and see whether they have done altogether according to the
Joe, we've talked probably about 4 times, maybe 5 times now.
Yeah.
Here's my impression so far. I think you're a decent guy, and I think you're doing the best you can. But it seems to me like you've got a lot of opinions about the Bible that are rooted in things you've heard or read, but not rooted in the text itself.
Well, I appreciate that honest opinion.
Like if you didn't, sorry, but if you didn't know anything about the Bible, if you weren't a Christian and you just picked up this book and read it, you would read Genesis 18 and 21 and be like, oh, well, this God's not all-knowing. Like, that's it. You'd be done.
No, because the psalmist says, before a word is on my lips, you know it altogether. We have thousands of... So we harmonize the scriptures.
No, you ignore contradictions. So this is a clear contradiction where God doesn't know something, but later on in Jewish history, they have an all-knowing God. So it's just a contradiction.
So who wrote Genesis, do you believe?
Well, I think Genesis is a cobbled together text. Some of it ancient, some of it not so ancient. So I personally believe that like there are bits of Genesis that go like way back before King David, but I think unfortunately they weren't preserved very well written, which is why when you read Genesis, it's pretty chaotic, and you see that there's like doublets and triplets because they were combining ancient texts together, somewhat haphazardly at certain times.
Okay, that's interesting take on it. Yeah, so the reason I'm on here a fourth time, and I'm not afraid to encounter the scriptures that you bring up or the arguments you bring up, is that I have free time after we talk, and I can go and I can find scriptures and answers to these questions that show that you are cherry picking.
I'm certainly not.
That show that you sure it's just to say that God in the Old Testament is not all knowing.
I said God in
Is
Genesis.
refusing to read those verses within their larger context.
I've read the larger context. God says he has to go down and check it out.
You have read the larger context, but you refuse to bring it into the interpretation of Genesis 18.
You mean I refuse to lie to myself and say that it says something it doesn't say? God literally says in Genesis 18, we'll read it again. So God literally says, the words of God literally says, I must go down and see whether they have done altogether according to the outcry that has come to me. And if not, I will know. What could that possibly mean other than God needs to know something he doesn't know?
I believe it means that God does not judge us from afar. I believe it means that God is intimately.
Why didn't he just say that? Why wouldn't he just say, I refuse to judge you from afar? Because what he says is, I must go down and check it out. I got to find out.
Yeah, I think, and that motif holds true with Christ, where he comes down in time and space to walk among us,
and fulfill 0 prophecies and not have any of the properties of God.
Yeah, so I don't accept your 3rd grade reading of the Old Testament and
3rd grade. Just to be clear, between the two of us, I'm the only one with an actual proper biblical education. Just so we're clear.
Yeah, but you've flushed true knowledge down the toilet.
I literally have not. I've used actual critical thinking to analyze a text that you're deluded over. You're willing to overlook clear contradictions because you're in a cult. They've brainwashed you.
I appreciate that perspective. I believe that you approach the scriptures the same way that Jehovah's Witnesses do, which is they do not accept that God could possibly be complicated or that God could possibly be difficult to understand his ways. They think that the creator of the whole universe needs to be completely comprehended by a 10-year-old. And that's just simply not the case. God interacts with people in complex ways.
So my case is that words have meanings. You don't believe that. I think that words have meanings. In Genesis 22, when Abraham's about to execute his son because God is testing him.
Yep.
He says, do not lay your hand on the boy or do anything to him, for now I know that you fear God. Now I know. Because that's how tests work. You test somebody to know something.
Yep.
The same reason why in Deuteronomy 13, God says he's testing the Israelites to know what is in their heart. Because without the test, he doesn't know the outcome. If God knew all things, he doesn't have to test Abraham.
So you'll find that word know that you've listed there like 4 times is the same word that is used for when Adam knew Eve, his wife, and she conceived and bore a son.
You're not going to like this at all.
Let me finish. And so each one of those things that you've just mentioned is that God doesn't want to just have a distant, omniscient sort of knowledge of things. He actually wants to enter into time and space with us and experience these things with us. And so he wanted to experience the faith of Abraham alongside of Abraham. He wanted to experience, to smell the wickedness in Sodom and Gomorrah before he destroyed them.
Why? Why does he need those experiences if he already knows?
Because that's the kind of God he is. He created us in his image and he loves us. And he says that he takes no pleasure in the death of the ungodly, but holds out his hands all day long that they might return to him.
It's like, I know you're going to rape this girl, but let me come down and watch it. That's the craziest nonsense I've ever heard. The idea that God can't just know it because he's all knowing. Like he already knows it because he's all knowing, but he wants to sit there and watch. That's a dumb analogy. It doesn't make sense.
So how would you, if there was a real God who transcended time and space,
but he doesn't.
How would you write? I'm throwing out a hypothetical. Play along here. If there was a God who transcended time and space, but wanted to enter into time and space to interact with limited people like this, how would you write about that? How would you write about his experiencing of something that he already knew?
I would just say it. If the Genesis story in 18 was God knew Sodom and Gomorrah needed to be destroyed, then when you put words on God's mouth, it should be, hey, these people are going to be destroyed. Watch out. That's it. That's the end of the conversation. You don't have to check it out. You don't have to go see for yourself. You just say, hey, these fuckers have had their last hurrah. They're done. That's it. That's all I got to say.
Okay. Well,
if you know it already, you don't have to say, I need to find out. You just say, I already know. There's no redeeming them. They're done.
So, I mean, I believe in a God who knows everything and still wants to enter into time and space with his people. From the very beginning, the very first murder, he says the blood of Cain cries out to him. You know, he already knew that. He didn't need to respond to the blood of his brother, but he wants to interact with us. And so there is this response that God has with us. There is a response that may look like finitude, but it's just how we would write about the infinite interacting with the finite. And
No, God wrote it. The scripture's inspired by God.
Right.
You think that Moses was given this to write.
Yes.
If Moses was given this to write by Yahweh, Yahweh should have used words that were true.
Yahweh should not use words that are true. What?
No, if Yahweh dictated to Moses what to write down, he should have told them to write things that are true. He shouldn't have told Moses to write things that demonstrate that he doesn't know all things if he knows all things.
Like I said, I'm going to stick with my point about someone who is already, he is the beginning and the end. He is the first and the last. The way to write about this being interacting with finite people like us is to say he's going to go check it out. He's going to go find out what they're doing.
But why does he have to write that if he already knows? If God already, do you think Abraham was too dumb? If God said, listen, I already know these people fucked up big time and their time is done. It's kaput, right? Is Abraham too dumb to know what that means?
No.
Well, then why couldn't he just say that?
But that plays into what Abraham was doing as an intercessor for them. He was crying out, saying it starts out as if there's, I can't remember the number, 100 righteous people, 50 righteous, 20, 10, 5. And so God gives him a chance to intercede for them.
Why?
Because God loves us. That's exactly the same reason why we pray to a God who already knows
if
what
God
we
already
want.
knows, if God already knows that he's going to wipe them out, then why this whole charade? Because
it's not a charade.
God is agreeing with him. God says, if you find this amount of righteous people, I won't wipe them out. He didn't say you won't find them.
Okay. So again, he's interacting with people in time and space.
I know, and he doesn't know everything. That's why I keep telling you in Genesis 18, this whole, hey, will you wipe them out if I find this many? Will you wipe them out if I find this many? Yeah, because God doesn't know how many he's going to find. It doesn't say that God already knows.
Well, I think the writers of the Bible have a high view of the knowledge of God. And I have no problem reconciling this as God seeking to interact with people in time and space in a meaningful way. And this is consistent. It holds true with Christ. This is the exact same thing that Christ says when he says, pray to your Father who already knows what you need before you ask.
Then why do you got to
But he
pray?
asks us to pray for these things because he loves us and wants to interact with us.
Joe, there are 3 million children a year that die of starvation, most of them from Christian nations, most of them with Christian parents pleading, crying desperately for God to do anything to save their child. And God he just fucks off. The Bible tells you to pray. Whatever you pray, God will make it happen. And it doesn't happen. No one has told more empty promises than Jesus ever.
Well, I'll have to look into that one.
I think Mark 16 is the passage I typically go for this, but in Mark 16, he tells you to pray. In fact, let me grab it real quick. Or was it Mark 15 maybe? I forget.
Yeah, it's not
Mark
Mark 16.
15 maybe?
It'd be a good bit early, like 13.
Could be. Let me say. I'll just Google it. I think there's a couple instances of it. Actually, Mark 11:24 shows up as one of them. I know it's not the only one though. Give me a second. There's a couple of them. There's more than one of them in Mark. But if we grab Mark 11 while we're at it, it says, "So I tell you, whatever you ask for in prayer, believe that you have received it, and it will be yours." That doesn't happen. But that's not the one we were looking for. Give me a second.
Yeah, so faith in the Bible is not the Disneyland thing labeled as faith. It's not an issue of I think I can, or I believe it will, I believe it will, I believe it will. That's not what the Bible describes as faith. The Bible describes faith as being a gift from God. The Bible describes faith as being the evidence of things that actually have a substance.
Doesn't say that.
So that
Hebrews says it's the evidence of things unseen.
Let me pull it up. Hebrews 11.
Hebrews 11:1, yeah. So the passage we were talking about is John 16:23. On that day you will ask nothing of me. Very truly, I tell you, if you ask anything of the Father in my name, he will give it to you. Listen, if women and fathers are literally pleading with Yahweh, find a way to save my child, how in the world do you square this with the fact that Jesus on multiple occasions says, listen, if you people will ask me, I will give it to you. Why does he say that? He says in Matthew chapter 5 or chapter 6, 1 and 2, not to even worry about your clothes or what you eat, for the Father he looks after the sparrow. How much more will he look after you? But he doesn't. 3 million children a year die of starvation.
Okay, so what do you think it means to pray in Jesus' name?
Well, it means obviously petition. If you read the Lord's Prayer, all you have to do is follow the Lord's Prayer model, and it matches everything else Jesus says.
The Lord's Prayer doesn't actually end in Jesus' name. It's not a model for praying in Jesus' name.
I didn't say it did.
Though maybe I missed something. I apologize if I missed what you were trying to say. What? Tell me in another way. What does it mean to pray in the Lord's name?
It means to pray utilizing the methods and tools given to you by Jesus. And Jesus told you in the Lord's Prayer, this is how you pray. The disciples come and ask him, how do you pray? And he tells you.
Okay, so that's part of it. What you've left out is the praying, doing something in somebody's name is not merely instructions for how to do something. If I tell you, hey, you can you can go stay in my condo over here on the ocean. Just tell them that Joe sent you. You're staying in my name. That involves authority, that involves permission, that involves keeping with the reputation. I'm not going to send somebody to have a free night in my condo in my name if I know that they're going to trash the place, et cetera, et cetera. And so praying in Christ's name is praying in the same way that Christ prayed, which ends in every time, not my will, but your will be done.
One time.
Which is what Christ prayed.
One time in the Garden of Gethsemane. That's just once.
Yeah, but I mean that was his most fervent prayer. The thing he wanted most, that he was sweating great drops of blood over, was for the Father to unveil some secret other way for the cup to pass from Christ.
Yeah, which
and
is
Christ didn't get it.
Which
But
is
he
wild.
got-
You keep bringing up more contradictions, Joe. I don't know why you do this. Every time we talk, you bounce from one contradiction to another.
Well, let's stick on the one
Okay.
contradiction we're working through.
So Jesus instructs you how to pray, and he wants you to pray using his name, right? Because his name carries the authority.
Yep.
Right? So you do the Lord's Prayer in Jesus' name because he commanded you to do it. And then the thing that you ask for theoretically should be done because that's what Jesus said.
But that's not the only thing Christ taught us on prayer. That's not the totality of his example.
Show me where. Show me in the Bible where he said anything else about prayer. Because every time he brought up prayer, he said that if you ask for it in his name, he'll do it for you. In fact,
so that's part of it, but he also gives the instruction of keep on asking, keep on knocking.
He didn't
that
say
instruction is what's that?
He didn't say exactly that. He gives a parable about the persistent woman, yes. But he doesn't say that you have to continuously beg me for me to answer. And are you not aware that women, mothers that have starving children, aren't pleading every day with God? Why would God ignore their pleads?
So if they are saying your will, if they're following Christ's model prayer, your will be done rather than mine, and if they understand that every single one, that God takes credit for the life and the death of every single human on the planet.
So God wants 3 million babies a year to die of starvation?
Wants is not the right word, but he's given to humans real agency, real power in our choices. He doesn't just wash over the choices that we make.
What does he want? Does he want them to die or survive?
Well, since we know that all humans are going to die, but he says he takes no pleasure in the death of the ungodly.
Well, unfortunately, that's another contradiction. We keep doing this, Joe, where you bring up more contradictions because he says in Deuteronomy, is it 28? Deuteronomy 28:63, I think, if my memory serves me correctly. Yeah, that's it, actually. My memory does serve me correctly. He says, just as the Lord took delight in making you prosperous and numerous, so the Lord will take delight in bringing you to ruin and destruction. So he does take delight in destroying people.
Yes, but that he's talking to his own people.
I know, yeah.
To his own people.
Yeah, he takes delight in destroying his own people. I know.
But what does it say? What is the outcome of that destruction? Is that destruction is the destruction the end in itself?
No, I mean, obviously
he will bring them back and he'll actually do them good. He will rejoice over them to do them good better than before he punished them for their sins. He's not just talking about getting jollies from killing people.
Yeah, but
he's talking about his own people.
But the text says he takes delight in bringing you to ruin and destruction. I mean, he's enjoying it.
Okay, but he's enjoying the entire process.
Yes, he enjoys destroying the wicked. Yeah. It's a contradiction, another one. You're a contradiction factory, buddy.
Well, but again, you have to balance that with what it says further down in the chapter about about how the Lord will rejoice to bring you back into the land. The Lord will rejoice. He will dance. He will sing over you with dancing to do you good. And so the whole picture here is that of a father seeing an opportunity to discipline his son, and he knows what this discipline is going to bring about, and so he's joyful over the whole thing.
Let me tell you something. I've got a 6-year-old. He's about to be 7. Tomorrow he'll be 7. Okay. There is not a world in existence where I would ever, and I mean ever, delight in bringing destruction on my son. Never. Wouldn't happen. He stubs his toe and I lose my mind. There's no way. There's not a goddamn way I would ever delight in bringing destruction on my son.
Okay, so destruction, well, I don't know if I want to go down that road, but
yeah, I know.
Again,
destruction doesn't mean destruction. Ruin doesn't mean ruin. The Assyrian army doesn't mean the Assyrian army. I know.
No, so God has a significantly better peripheral view than we have, and he can see the beginning and the end. You and I cannot see the beginning and the end when we have to discipline our children. I hope at some point you will have to discipline your son, not with destroying sort of discipline, because your son is just one person. Hopefully your son won't have spat in your face for 500 years straight, like the Israelites did.
Joe, I want to tell you a story.
Yeah.
I had
stories.
I had a good father. It doesn't mean he was perfect. Sometimes he was an asshole, but I had a good father, right? There's a distinct memory that stands out in my mind where I had a twin brother, by the way, and we were fucking destruction. We destroyed everything. We were so high energy. We were ADHD. We were bouncing off the walls. And there was a situation where the parents were gone and we broke some stuff. Now, my parents came back and my mom lost her mind because we destroyed a light fixture on the ceiling when we were horsing around. And my mom went ham on my twin brother because it was his fault. My father, right? In hearing my mother have to discipline my twin brother, my father was so distraught, he punched a hole in the wall. Even though he knew my brother needed to be disciplined, listening to it happen made him so upset that he had to punch a hole in the wall. He was beside himself that he had to listen to my brother being disciplined, even though he knew it had to happen. Do you think he took delight in that?
No, it doesn't sound like it.
Right, but the God of the Bible takes delight in that. When his children disobey, he says, I will make you eat your sons and daughters. Leviticus 26. He says, if you don't obey me, I will make you consume your children. You will cannibalize your sons and daughters. Deuteronomy 28. He says, he literally takes delight in bringing you to ruin and destruction because he's not a good father. He's an asshole. I had a good father. I know what a good father is. This is not a good father.
Well, I can tell you my experience of him is that he is a good father. Israel had unique opportunities that other countries did not have, which is why there's this principle of Israel first, that Israel is the first to receive the good things. And then when judgment comes, Israel is going to be the first to receive the judgment because of the good things they've received. All I can say to that is, again, that God doesn't do things just one at a time. He sees the end. He knows what the destruction is going to bring about. In many cases, he saved the righteous people in Israel. You gave that interpretation in Isaiah 53, which demands that the righteous remnant be.
You were listening.
I was listening.
Well, we're finally making some ground.
Was that?
I said we're finally making up some ground.
Yeah, there you go. No, I don't agree with it.
Joe, I think, this is my opinion, I think that you're working very hard to salvage this religion. But I don't think it's salvageable.
It's not that hard from my perspective to salvage it, for several reasons. One, like I said, I can go back when we're done with this conversation. I think, to be honest with you, if I was to be arguing with you for my own existence, you could probably beat me. Like, you are that good and I am that bad. And so I'm not the least bit surprised that you present really compelling arguments. But all I have to do is step aside, start looking up what people say about these problem passages, these so-called contradictions, and they're very easily and quickly cleared up.
They're not. They're not good answers. They're only good answers if you're willing to be lied to, and I'm not.
That's fine. I appreciate that perspective. Another thing that makes me very confident in my standing as a Christian, and that it is real, is the universal hatred of Jesus. There is no other name that is blasphemed even a fraction the amount as the name of Jesus.
I don't even
and
know
that
this.
fulfills the prophecy that Jesus said, they hated me without a cause.
Just to be clear, there's not a single name that is more popular than the name of Jesus. There's not a single religion that is more popular than Christianity.
Right. So why should the name of Jesus be what the average framer will scream at the top of his lungs when he smashes his thumb?
Because it's culturally relevant. Because
Muslims do it. It's international.
First of all, Muslims don't do that. No. Muslims do not scream.
I've heard
Muslims do not scream Jesus Christ when they smash their thumbs with a hammer. The reason why people say Jesus Christ in times of agony is because it's a call for help. It's not derogatory. I don't know if you know this. The idea that when you're in deep pain and despair, you call out for Jesus is not derogatory. I do it because he's an asshole.
I know that you haven't been hiding under a rock, but that last statement makes me think that you have been hiding under a rock with regards to how people use the name of Jesus. People use the name of Jesus to express absolute disgust.
No, Joe, pay attention. Okay.
Yep.
The origin of crying out to Jesus in times of pain or trouble is from a good origin. It's not to demonize people. Now, people today will carelessly say, "Oh, Jesus Christ," when we hurt ourselves, because it's reflex. It's just part of our common vernacular. It's like when somebody sneezes, we say "bless you." Shit, I say "bless you." I don't believe in nobody blessing anything. It's just part of the common vernacular. But the origin of these sayings were not negative. The origin of the sayings were actually the opposite. They were good.
I don't buy that for a second. Blasphemy has been strictly prohibited in Christian circles.
That's not blasphemy. Blasphemy. Do you know what blasphemy is?
I know many forms of it.
What do you think blasphemy is?
Partially, it's taking the name of the Lord your God in vain, claiming to be.
No.
But it also has to do with speaking poorly of someone.
So taking the Lord's name in vain is making a careless oath in the name of the Lord. So if you look at the Hebrew text, the word asa means to take or to bear the name of the Lord, which is what happens when you took an oath, right? If you got married, if you went to court, if you took an oath, you had to bear the name of your God as part of the oath. That's why all the ancient oaths and contracts in the ancient Near East, the bottom of them, you say, we take the name or we swear by the name of this God. This God will hold us accountable if we're lying, right? And so that's why that's the only commandment that comes with the punishment. It says, if you take the name of the Lord your God in vain, then surely you would be held accountable, right? Because it's about swearing oaths. That's why Jesus and other people warn you, don't swear oaths carelessly, because if you swear an oath, God's going to hold you accountable. So taking the Lord's name in vain is not about saying the Lord's name carelessly, like, oh, I hurt my thumb. It's about taking an actual oath saying, I will do this. By Zeus, I will do this. And then you don't really intend to do it.
Okay.
That's a whole other topic.
So
But
I think,
listen,
I mean, there's
Joe,
still the precedent of the Hebrews like not even pronouncing the name of God because of their reverence for it, which has to do with they thought the name of God was that holy, and so they weren't Christians were not going to be throwing around Jesus Christ when they smash their thumb with a hammer. That is completely reserved for those that hate Christ. Nobody is. I mean, the name Jesus Christ could be totally swapped out for just saying shit. Okay,
I agree.
The way that people use it, and you don't do that with the name of somebody that you respect or revere. You do that with somebody that you hate. And that's what I see in.
No, you don't.
Sure you do.
What do you do that? You do that as a cultural vestigial organ, right? So like if somebody bumps into me, like I might have a reaction that is part of like my subconscious, right? If I hit my thumb, I'm going to have a reaction that's part of my subconscious, right? So like there are things that are embedded in our subconscious that are part of our upbringing and our society. So like sometimes I'll say Jesus Christ, but it's not because I hate Jesus. I don't hate Jesus. I think he had
You definitely do hate Jesus.
Has some good teachings. I think Jesus
You definitely do hate Jesus.
is
Don't
a
pretend that you don't.
false messiah. No, he's dead.
You have. I've heard you say he was the biggest loser. I've heard you mock him that he was
biggest
a
liar,
dumbass, and that's why he went to the cross. And
he
was
is
the biggest
yes
failure in history.
He is.
And
he's
all these things. You telling me you don't hate Jesus?
I don't hate dead people.
Well, you would have hated him if you had met him alive on the earth.
Thank you. Yes, if he was alive and I was alive at the same time, I said that motherfucker's stupid. That's what I would have said. That being said, I don't hate him now. I have feelings towards dead people. But all that being said, I think the reason why people say things like Jesus Christ when they get hurt is it's just a vestigial organ of our culture. That's it. It's not because people have animosity. My own mother, I have a mother who's a Catholic. My own mother, although she would say I'm a little C Catholic, not a big C Catholic, meaning I believe most of what the Catholics believe, not all of what the Catholics believe.
That's good.
But like sometimes she'll say the same thing. She'll say Jesus tap dancing Christ. It's not because she hates Jesus. She loves Jesus. It's just it's a cultural vestigial organ of things we used to do way back when.
I think it's a display of contempt. You wouldn't use your
My mother
name.
loves Jesus.
She may, yeah. Our love for Jesus is pretty incomplete. There's no doubt about that. And I'm not going to call your mother's. It'd be completely inappropriate for me to call your mother's faith or love for Jesus into question here at this distance.
She's probably watching, by the way, Joe. She watches these.
Okay, well, good.
Just so you know, my mother's
mom. I'm glad you're a little C Catholic.
Just so you know, my mother's way more of a badass than I could ever want to be. She would fuck you up way more than I ever could.
But real quick, I'm tying up too much of your stream. The one more reason why I'm very content with my situation is the fans here on your channel make me feel 100% positive that I'm on the side of good and right. I can't count the number of times when you go through your comment section, how many times I'm going to be derided for being bald, for being ugly, for being a complete idiot who has never read the Bible. I mean, I'm gonna go back through the comments and I'm gonna encounter some filth, man.
Don't go through the
Absolute
comments.
filth regarding me. You are by far the kindest of the atheists in your whole channel, and so that confirms to me that whatever your guys' idea of a loving God would be is not really what I'm after, because
But
I
we
don't
don't
think you guys know what love is.
but we don't believe in loving God. I mean, a loving God doesn't take delight in bringing destruction on his people. Loving God doesn't say, "Hey, if you don't worship me, I'll burn you forever in hell." So this is a problem with the whole loving God concept. Is in your worldview, you believe God loves humanity, he loves all of the people, but he will torture you for literally ever if you don't believe in him.
Yes, the punishment must fit the crime.
What crime is disbelief?
It's not disbelief, it's the offense that our sin brings against an infinite being.
No, what crime is disbelief? People don't believe in this God.
So nobody's sent to hell for not believing God.
That would be wrong.
You're sent to hell for your sins against God, and if you reject the one way that he's made to atone for your sins, which is the sin of unbelief, then yes, that sin requires you then to pay for all of your other sins in the place called hell.
And every human ever born is destined to sin at least once.
I don't know where that passage would be that we're destined to sin at least once.
Is there a sinless human ever?
Jesus.
Okay, Jesus is God. I said sinless human.
Oh, so Jesus is God.
No,
Interesting.
in your worldview.
Oh, so in the Bible, my worldview comes from the Bible.
Not in the Bible. In your worldview. In your worldview, is there a sinless human being that's not God?
A sinless human being who's not God? No.
Okay. Did God know that there would never be a sinless human being?
God knows all things.
All right. Okay. So in your worldview, one, God knew that all human beings would sin, right?
He knew that the first man that he gave the choice to worship him or to try and become his own God, he knew that man would choose horribly.
Yes or no?
Though given
God
the perfect
knew,
chance to make their choice.
God knew before he created anybody that mankind would be sinful and there wouldn't be one person who was sinless.
Correct.
Okay, fantastic. So God said, before he created anybody, I know that not a single human being will ever be sinless. Then he said, if you're not sinless, you go to hell, right?
If you're not sinless, then you have to pay for your sin.
Which is what?
It is going to hell.
There you go. Okay, so if you're not sinless, you go to hell. So God, number one, God knew everybody, every human being that ever lived would not be sinless. Number two, he said, if you're not sinless, you will in fact go to hell. Now, number three, the only way out of hell is if you believe in this weird guy that died for your sins, which means the only way out of burning in hell is for me to believe in this guy that I don't believe in.
Well, if you don't believe in this guy, then why do you believe in the hell that this guy is supposed to save you from?
I don't, but in your worldview, I'm going to go to hell because I don't believe in this guy. So we're right back at where we started, which is if I don't believe in Jesus, I go to hell.
Correct. At this point, yep, that is the ultimate sin.
That's right. Now, do you believe in the age of accountability?
I'm not sure what I believe about that. I wouldn't argue for it or against it at this point.
Well, I'll give you one thing to work with. So Jesus says in the famous passage, suffer the children unto me.
Yep.
He says, the kingdom of heaven belongs to these.
Yep.
Meaning children, right? Because theoretically they're sinless. Isaiah 7 says that before the child knows right from wrong, the kingdoms that you are in dread of will be deserted, meaning there's an age at which somebody knows right from wrong. Okay, so there seems to be some kind of age where people know right from wrong. We don't know when it is, but let's say for now it's 12, right? Okay, so I'm 12 years old. I just turned 12. I'm now accountable for my sins. Let's say I make one sin. That's it.
Okay.
Now, let's imagine I hear about Jesus, I go to church, I say, yeah, I don't think so. That's silly. Do I go to heaven or hell?
Yeah, like if you die right away, you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you die right away, having rejected the one way for your sins to be forgiven, then God will judge you accordingly. Now there is the passage about Christ saying those who didn't know what they were to be doing will receive a light beating, is what he's comparing damnation to. There's a much lighter crime.
Yeah, you much lighter beating in hell while you're burning in hellfire. Right, okay. So the reality is you turn 12, you commit one sin, and you're like, that fucker Jesus, he ain't it. God tortures you for all of eternity in hell. You think that's good?
He makes you pay for that one sin that you have committed
for eternity.
Whatever the payment for that one sin is, he makes you pay it
for eternity.
If the sin if the sin is against an eternal being, then the punishment must be an eternal punishment.
If he's an eternal being, that means he should be immune to being hurt. If he's God, nothing can hurt him. He's perfect.
So injury.
So I just want to make sure
is not.
Joe, just slow down for a second. Just slow down for a second.
Yep.
I want you to take 5 seconds. Take deep breaths. Okay.
I can do that.
You believe that a 12-year-old who's committed only one sin should be tortured for eternity?
I don't know what it looks like for a 12-year-old to pay for that one sin.
For eternity.
Know what it looks like. We are eternal beings.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Well, listen, Joe, I appreciate the conversation. It's way past my bedtime. I got a bunch of super chats to read. I've had a lot of holy water, aka tequila 1800. I got to go to bed.
Okay.
So
sleep well, my friend.
I appreciate you being here. I got to read some super chats. Come back soon. You know, I'll be live again. I'm like live every other day.
Got it, man. Thanks.
All right. Cheers, buddy. Oh, Joe. Gotta love him. Listen. This is not holy water. All right, give me a second. Oh. All right. I'm okay. Oh. It's hard for me to like. Okay. I have a child. It's hard for me to comprehend torturing a child for eternity for like one misdeed. Like it's just like I have a child. I can't do it. I can't do it. Who would torture? I want to make sure we're clear on this, okay? In hell, you're lit on fire. Flames, right? Your flesh is burning off your bones for all of eternity. Why would you do that? That's crazy. All right, listen, guys. It's a half hour past my bedtime. I could read super chats. I don't have that many, believe it or not, because it's so late. Carlos understands, actually. I can't. My web browser is so fucked up that you can't see Carlos's chat. Because I keep running out of memory on my web browser. Carlos says, "Hey, Justin, this is Joe, who wasn't interested in taking this kid on the 4th of July and is creepy, poor kids. Yeah. So, okay. I apologize, Carlos, that I can't display your super chat. I apologize. Something's wrong with my browser for some reason. But there we go. Hey, Justin, this is Joe. Carlos, I love you, buddy. I think you're referring to the other Joe that I just got to talk to. This is Joe who wasn't interested in taking his kids on the 4th of July and his creepy poor kids. Okay. You're right. We've talked to him 4 times. All 4 times, he said horrible things. I don't know what else to tell you. Joe has said horrible things. Okay. Now, listen, I've got like, let me count. I've got like 20 super chats left. Here's what's going to happen though. It's 12:30. I was supposed to be in bed by 12. I love you people so much. I want to read all your super chats, but I've had so much holy water that I'm going to bed before I say something stupid. But friends, thank you so much for being here. I love you all. We'll be live again tomorrow. Tomorrow, me and Planet Peterson are live. I'm going to be doing Unapologetic in the morning, and then Planet Peterson and I are doing AXP at night. So tomorrow's going to be a blast. So be here, friends. I love you, and I'll see you again tomorrow. And then, I'll be live all week next week. The week after that, the week after next week, I'm on vacation. It's going to be me and my son. We're going to have just father and son time. I'm not going to be doing any streaming. We're going to be like playing in the river. We're going to have a blast. Anyways, I love you guys. Remember, be a better dad than Yahweh.